Mike Mulligan.
Bears, football.
Mully, you have the greatest voice in radio.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
Mully, you are 1,000% correct.
Can we get a mulligan, please?
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Oh, check me out, man.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning.
Morning, fellas. I got your back, Mully. I got your back, David.
You know, we've picked it apart and we've talked it through. What was your take on it, Ozzy? What did you see?
Well, I was shocked. To be honest with you, I was shocked because I never see it. I don't remember. I'm not collected. With that count, you walk a hitter. I don't care if you was Barry Bonds.
Do you believe, given your perspective, how secure do you think Tony's job is as the White Sox manager, or should it be?
Well, right now, it's just, I don't have any doubt. Tony La Russa will leave Chicago when he want to. Like, okay, guys, I got enough, or whatever it is, whatever reason is. I don't think that decision would come from people from the front office.
And none of us as an organization are satisfied with where we're at right now. But I think to a man and to a woman, we feel good about what the next several months hold for us, potentially.
Where's Kenny Williams?
Mully and Haugh, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. You got a new, where's Johnny Cueto?
Asking a lot of questions. Morning, Mully.
Hey, David.
Happy Monday, but it wasn't really a happy weekend.
What a horrible weekend in baseball. Just bad.
Just bad.
Really bad.
Cubs were embarrassing. The White Sox were discouraging. And I think we heard Ozzie Guillen's voice as we talked to him Friday in an emergency appearance by Ozzie. Thank you, Oz. I hope he didn't hurt after that from going on short rest. But,
he was Johnny Cueto.
He was Johnny Cueto. He was ready and willing to go. And then again, he has become sort of like the guy you want to see and hear after games. And when he declared yesterday, after the White Sox lost that extra inning game to the Rangers to lose their second straight series at home, that he's watched a lot of bad baseball, but that may have been among the worst he has seen. It beautifully summarized the weekend that it was for Chicago baseball fans, both for the White Sox and the Cubs.
Well, I mean, goodness gracious. Let me ask you a question, and I just say this sincerely. We know the fire La Russa, the fire Tony, all the chant has begun, okay? So there's no the momentum of that movement. I don't know that you're going to stem the tide of it, but the Sox fans seem to have had enough. The Cubs have lost 6 in a row. The Cubs have is it in any way conceivable, and I know it's not, that there could be some chant about David Ross if Joe Madden's the home stand against the Padres and the Braves. A couple pretty good teams coming in here.
I understand why you'd ask the question.
They've lost 6 in a row, is my point.
I think you've asked a question that maybe some people have wondered. I have some Cub fans that are very unhappy with not only the state of affairs, but the job that David Ross is doing. So I get it. And, let's face it, misery loves company. So if Tony's seat is hot, you think, well, why not heat up David Ross as well? I think they're entirely different situations. Just my opinion, just as you ask it this morning, my first reaction is absolutely no way is David Ross going to face that kind of job insecurity this season. I just don't see it because they, again, have designed this season to fail. And they have hired a manager whose circumstances have changed since the day they hired him. If you recall, way back when David Ross was hired, the big question was, can he take them to the next step, tighten things up in a clubhouse, and manage his friends? Because the suggestion was the Cubs are going to do some winning. That changed. It's been a long tenure so far, but I think that will buy him some time. And I think we referred to him on Friday.
Safe as
he's got the coldest seat in Chicago sports right now.
And, I'm not calling for that or anything. I'm just saying, given what's happened now with the Cubs, this is going to get worse. I mean, they're they're going to trade away a couple of pretty decent players here. Maybe anybody that's not nailed down. And think about it. If they're this bad now, how bad could they get?
It could get a lot worse. And I think what happens is that you fear that, and you wonder about how they salvage any sort of respectability moving forward, and what the direction and how they address it. I do think this: if we're going to, injuries are a valid explanation for a lot of the problems the White Sox have had.
Right.
And right now the Cubs are without their top 3 pitchers in the rotation. You can call it Kyle Hendricks. I don't know why they didn't put him on the IL. He hasn't pitched since June 1st. What's he doing? That's a spot that somebody else could have taken. You're not going to get better, but their top 3 pitchers in the rotation, actually their top 4, if you look at Drew Smyly and consider him, have been unavailable this month essentially, and now out indefinitely. And you wonder, this is a minor league pitching staff right now. So you're going to get what you get, and it's not much. And when you play the Yankees, a minor league pitching staff is going to look like a slow-pitch softball game, and that's what happened at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, good God, the Yankees. That was just horrific. That was, I mean, I don't know when you abandoned the game, and that would be a question to our listeners, to anyone who is a Cub fan, the greatest of all Cub fans. I don't know when you abandoned the game, but I doubt anybody sat through that last one. Not after Saturday. You'd be hard-pressed to watch what started on Sunday and think that it was going to be okay. I mean, it just got worse.
It did.
And the White Sox, oh my God, they lost that series. They won the first game of that series, didn't they? I can't even remember back that far. And then they lost in extra innings 2 games running. Do they have any pitcher that's available tonight despite, other than
your guy Bennett
Slim.
Sousa, he's available.
Oh, yeah.
That's
great.
Bennett Sousa and his 9 ERA. Lance Lynn comes back today.
Is Jose Ruiz
a
available?
day early.
He's pretty
I don't know what
god-awful.
they're thinking with the bullpen usage, and I think yesterday was a desperate situation. And they ran out of healthy arms. They ran out of good ideas, and it was a long weekend. And I think they had injury, they had insult, they had everything. And Mully, I tweeted this out, and I do wonder this. Based on everything that happened, based on the overall loss of credibility we talked about with the intentional walk saga,
oh God,
the fans chanting "Fire Tony,"
yep.
the way they lost yesterday, the way they lost both these home series, is this a dumb question to wonder? Could it the worst week of the season, right?
Oh, it's got to be. Yeah.
Just because of everything it implied?
That. Well,
everything that happened?
I don't know if you were watching, but there were injuries happening as well.
Yes. That's what I mean.
I mean, that Michael Kopech thing, I could not believe that. You want to talk about I mean, when you knew he was done for the year, and he's not, but you knew the way that he reacted.
You feared.
He throws the ball, and then he's limping off, and you're just like, oh, my God, what did I just see?
Athletes know typically their body, and when he threw that ball in disgust at the dirt, he was every White Sox fan everywhere, right? In terms of frustration.
They talked to him, like, okay, well, let's try to throw a couple pitches. He couldn't even load up on his leg, and you're like, oh, my God. Then he throws the ball, and he limps off, and I was just like, oh, my God. And then Tony La Russa is like, he comes out and,
he's got fluid on the knee. He'll be back Sunday.
What?
He's good. Okay.
I couldn't believe it.
Can you leave with that?
He heard something pop, but he's okay.
He must have felt something go too.
Fingers crossed.
We'll see
but
how that goes.
Apparently they took the MRI then.
Yeah, they did.
And it was clear.
That's a bullet dodged. And I think that
God.
would be something that would be very encouraging. If he could come back on Sunday, then I think a lot of the feelings that you felt yesterday in that moment for the next couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
Until you knew.
Yeah, you just sat there like, you've got to be kidding me.
Let me ask you this, and I look forward to talking to Steve Stone at 8 o'clock today because he may have a better insight into this. When they have that little spot on the mound where they focused on, It's supposed to be, a groove, something you dig out. Every pitcher has a different spot. And they looked at that. Was that Michael Kopech's doing? Was the suggestion that it wasn't the way it was supposed to be, and that created and led to the injury or the instability? Did you get that? I don't really know what happened, except for, was it partly because he didn't have the spot where he extended his leg to and planted? I don't know what happened, and I don't know if they know yet exactly how he did that to his knee.
I always think of pitchers as being their own groundskeepers. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you see guys go out there and they do this maintenance. I'm going to step here. Let me just take that here, and give me that. It's just kind of extraordinary to watch. So I assume, and again, making an ass of myself, I just figure you've got to make sure, like it's your job to make sure if there's a rut there that you've cleaned it up.
Or that the rut suits your mechanics.
Or you've created the rut.
That's exactly where you want it.
Right.
And it was 13 pitches into the game, so he hadn't gotten a chance to even develop any sort of rhythm or to dig in, if you will. So I don't know. Is that something that you have to watch moving forward? He's always very conscious of his mechanics, but it went from feeling like, all right, Michael Kopech's on the mound. And by the way, first batter he faced, you held your breath a little bit too, because A.J. Pollock saved a home run.
Yes, he did.
And you're
did.
Like,
he jumped and pulled one back.
Okay.
He did.
That's Kopech's.
It was a hell of a defensive play.
Okay, now he's fine. He's going to exhale and he's going to dominate.
It's so weird to watch a baseball game and literally just have this thought in your head like, this has to be a walk-off. He's got to hit a walk-off because you know that they're out of pitchers. And they're not going to be able to win unless they get a walk-off.
It was a rough game to watch after that happened,
awful.
Not only because of what you worried about injury-wise, but let's face it, and the last out was apropos to the entire situation.
God.
This is a dumb team.
Yeah, it was bad.
They are a dumb baseball team,
Luis
fundamentally
Robert
flawed.
Tries to take third for no reason. He's the only guy on base. It's just dumb.
His run meant nothing.
Nothing.
That base meant nothing.
Yeah, someone else was.
If there was any risk involved, you avoid it by staying on second base.
Don't make the last out of an inning at third base. How many times have you heard that?
It's baseball 101, and it's everything the White Sox have done this year to remind you just how they
fundamentally unsound.
Yes.
They are. Yeah.
And again, it all speaks to the whole idea about what can you hold the manager responsible for. Tony says he's accountable for everything that happens in the organization, everything that happens with that baseball team. I tend to agree with him. So that's on him.
So I guess the Cubs social media page had an out. What was it? It was like it wasn't a home run. It was like a deep fly, and the Yankee crowd went crazy, and they said the Yankees think everything's a homer. And I mean, then the Yankees just started hitting homer after homer. And
everything was a Saturday.
Oh my God, were they going after?
Oh my gosh,
the Twitter stuff was unbelievable.
Well, they should know better.
Yeah.
You don't poke the bear.
Well,
and the Yankees are a modern day murderer's row.
Matt Carpenter? What the hell is that? What did you ever do to that guy? What did the Cubs do to that guy?
Well, he has 2 7 RBI games in his career, both against the Cubs, one for the Cardinals and one yesterday.
It was, yesterday was just piling on.
Yesterday was piling on. It bothered me more Saturday because not only did the Yankees hit 6 solo home runs, but they did it against the same guy that was left out there to just linger. And that, when you talk about David Ross, is what I thought where you were going. That's irresponsible.
Yeah. Well,
why do you do that?
I was kind of going there because I guess because you got nothing else. Is that the idea?
Mully,
and you're going to take your lumps?
Tell me this, and we'll get into it more later. But like all this care and the bubble wrap that they surround Caleb Killian with, and we have to do this, and we can't do that, and the young pitchers. My God, you just ruined Matt Swarmer.
Yeah. You might be on the verge of ruining Keegan Thompson, by the way. I mean, Dustin was bragging about his 6 ERA heading into Baltimore.
No, 6 wins.
Six wins.
Yeah.
And how can you say wins don't matter? Well, I mean, then he had he had the perfect road trip in terms of kind of being bad on the first end of it and awful on the last end
Consistent.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
a
not
bad
good
vacation.
Not a good turn of events
So
for him.
bad. Bad.
First time in 4 years that a Cub starter did not get out of the first inning. Think about that.
Right.
And he went 11 pitches, straight pitches, without a Yankee taking a swing at anything he threw at the plate because it was off that
And
much.
then you think it's mental, right? That he couldn't even get it over the plate. I mean,
it was mental, don't you think?
He knew that they weren't going to swing, and he still couldn't get it over the plate.
Right.
And not to be like baseball psychologist here, but when you're Keegan Thompson and you've got so many young pitchers and they sit there on Saturday and they watch Swarmer throw batting practice to the Yankees, one after another, does he take the mound thinking, okay, is it my turn? Is it my turn? And what happens if I start getting hammered? Are they going to give me a lifeline here, or are they going to let me sink?
Well, they got him out. They got him out of there.
They did.
But, I mean, as Dustin said, I don't know how you'd leave him out there. He wasn't even throwing strikes.
It was a merciful replacement because he did not have it. He couldn't throw strikes. He couldn't throw anything. And I thought we had agreed Keegan Thompson was your guy.
Well,
was the guy who was the great young
this
hope.
Is what I'm saying. You
had to find out what he was. Now, we did talk about that, right? We talked about he started the year as a great middle guy, like the bridge.
You wanted to do that with Clint Frazier, though. You wanted to find out who he was. And
I guess you better not say anything. I guess you better not say anything about the Yankees to a reporter. Or you get yourself DFA'd.
You think he got DFA'd for that reason?
Well, I don't know what I mean. Here's the thing. Today, Jed Hoyer supposedly will speak. The media
find
will
out.
get, and I mean, there's no explanation
He
right
spoke
now.
Saturday.
Well, there was no explanation.
Well, he talked about the difficulty in
numbers
and the 40-man and Jason Hayward's presence on the 40-man.
Got to be more to it than that.
How could there be more to it
Well,
than
look,
that?
He hasn't been out on the field. How do you even know what the guy does?
Well,
numbers. You don't even. You know what you have in Jason Hayward.
You think that him popping off about the Yankees got him in trouble with the Cubs?
I think
he was
so.
saying nice things about the Cubs.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's
well, you know me. I'm a connector.
Yeah,
I'm a guy who likes to try to connect some dots.
I love the good conspiracy, but I don't think so because they were in such a dilemma.
They're going to have.
There is no dilemma, David. David, there's not a dilemma. It's, you know what this is? This is baseball nepotism. This is David Ross playing his guy. That's what this is. And Ross is saying, listen, if Jed's going to leave him on my roster, I'm going to play him.
You're talking about Hayward now.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's baseball nepotism at its finest.
It doesn't make any sense. It's very incompatible with the direction they're going. They let go of a player who's on a one-year prove-it deal, and they didn't give him a chance to prove anything.
Right.
They just let him go.
Yeah, it's among the many things we're going to have to talk about. Listen, the baseball conversation is going to be rough today. That's why we opened with firing managers, even guys that won't be fired, even guys that are as safe as anyone ever has been.
Well, I think the chance for Tony will continue. I don't think the chance for Rossi will begin.
No.
And I think the chance for Nagy are still there.
They should just fire him
Just
anyway.
out of principle.
He shot his mouth off about a former team. Why didn't the Chiefs get rid of him? All right, it's going to be a fun day. It's just we're going to do a lot of CSI Chicago baseball. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio. The 5 at 5 next here on The Score.
So I would say mid-'90s, late '90s, mid-'90s. I'm up for a couple of films. One was called Go. I didn't get it. I went to see the movie, and Billy Fichtner played the part that I was up for. I went, he's pretty good. Okay, he's pretty good. Then The Perfect Storm opens just before I get on a plane to go to Morocco to star in Black Hawk Down. And I'm watching Billy's performance, and I go, pretty good freaking actor. I land in Casablanca. They drive me to Rabat. I get my duds on. Here we go, boot camp for the Delta boys. And I get to set, all this sand, I get to set, and there's Billy Fichtner. He turns around, and I go, you've got to be kidding me. Like, really? And he goes, hey, man, I'm Bill Fichtner. And I go, go Sabres. And we have been attached at the hip ever since.
I love Goon, Jay Baruchel's movie, and there's so much good stuff in there and so much good fighting. And I wondered as I'm watching it with all you guys, and I mean, Liv Schreiber is amazing, and there's so many people. And how much did the love of hockey make you want to say yes to a project like that?
Boys, I tell this story. It's true. It's like third season of Sons of Anarchy, maybe 2011, 12, something like that. I'm in the bar at the clubhouse, and my phone's ringing, and we're not filming with lunch break. I actually take it to my Canadian agent. She goes, okay. I go, what's up? She goes, you've been offered a hockey movie. I went, I'm in. I'm in. They don't even have to pay me. I'm in. No. And then she explains it all, and I go, well, I'm too old to be a player, even though I'd be the best player on the ice.
Obviously.
I'm trying not to brag too much, but ask Fichtner how I can skate. I said, what is it? They went, Ronnie Hortense, head coach. Damn, did I have fun with the boys. Sean William Scott couldn't skate a lick. His double should have won an Oscar for best performance.
832-644-6767. Or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. 5 at 5 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What did you make of the Sox back-to-back extra inning losses to the visiting Texas Rangers? Can you believe this team is in a 27-31 hole?
Wow, they're in like the deepest hole of the year. I got to tell you, I thought that I said this to David in the break. I thought that they needed to get a walk-off because that was the only way they were going to win. They weren't going to be able to shut anyone down, and they were running into bullpen issues like crazy, and they're running out of players, and I was just hoping that something miraculous would happen on one of those two games to win a series and avoid this horrible reality, which is that they now head into Detroit with very little bullpen available to them. Is Liam Hendricks hurt? He was not available yesterday. It seems like everyone is hurt. I know that Grandal didn't go on the IL, but he had to leave that game too. And
Bummer was unavailable.
Bummer, another one?
Now he's on the injured list, but they didn't make that determination until after it was too late.
So I think that I don't know that it's going to get better, even playing against Detroit and their anonymous team of guys in kind of federal witness protection. They're hiding there. Javi Baez.
I just can't believe that they are 4 games under 500 at this stage of the season on June 13th. I can't believe that the team that I really thought would snap out of this beginning around Memorial Day and throughout May, I thought they would turn the corner. People would get back. I thought Eloy might be back now based on some of the optimistic reports. Lance Lynn, we'll see what he has today. But there's too much riding on Lance Lynn's return at this point. Now you almost create this unrealistic set of expectations that he needs to come in and provide stability where really none exists, because it used to be with the White Sox about 3-4 weeks ago. The starting pitching was said, okay, they're going to bail this team out of whatever hole they've dug for themselves.
Right.
Look closely at those numbers. Look closely at Dylan Cease's last 5 starts. Look at what Lucas Giolito has done since coming back from the COVID list. Not good in terms of what you need and what you expect and what you have come to expect from these guys in terms of consistency. And now yesterday, Michael Kopech, I think, struck fear into the hearts of every White Sox fan with the injury reaction as much as anything. Leaving the game was bad enough. The way he reacted was worse because you thought, he knows. Then Johnny Cueto, God bless him. Where would they be without Johnny Cueto? Not to say that 3 runs in 5 innings was great.
He volunteered. He just walked up. Hey, you need someone to go? I'm here.
I'm in the sauna.
Ready to go. Like he just
I just dropped 5 pounds. I'm ready to go, Tony. You know what? I love everything about Johnny Cueto since he's become a White Sox player.
I do too.
And it's not just because he's quirky and he's a team guy. So anyway, I can't believe they're in this 27-31 hole and what to make of them. This feels like one of those seasons where nothing is going to come together as was once planned.
If we had done a preseason prediction after 50, 60 games, where would the White Sox be? And if I had said they'd be 3 games over 500, people would have gotten on my case that this is an I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked that they are 27-31. Even with, and you can sit there and they did a graphic yesterday. I mean, all the guys. I don't know if it was towards the end of the game or if it was in the post game show. They showed all the guys,
Everyone's
and at that point,
Yep.
like Kopech was listed as question mark. How many days he would be missing? And probably if you what should be the starting lineup on a daily basis, kind of like the Bulls. If you look back, like how many times did the starting 5 of the Bulls actually play together? How many times has Tony been able to write out the lineup card that they had envisioned in February when they were playing around with lineup cards
with not adding
or when they dished out these contracts and contract extensions to these guys? I think they have a grand total of like 10 games or so where the core 6 guys that you have paid have been together.
Are in the mix. And then just as
and no Urminator to the rescue.
No Urminator to the rescue. When we left here on Friday, we were all, and I'll be the first. Grandal was like, I had suggested move him down 7, 8, 9. They moved him down to 6. He actually had Friday. He had a really nice game Friday.
Yeah.
Saturday he gets a hit. Then he gets hurt. Now and they're not sure what they're doing there exactly yet. Just they've had it all, but still to be 20 and close game. They never win the close games. They're bad in extra innings so far.
Can I ask an honest question? It sounds mean. Do the White Sox do pregame stretching? Do they do anything that would help them avoid these kind of ticky-tack injuries? And that's my word. I'm sorry, it sounds unfair. But did you see how Yasmani Grandal hurt himself? They say he was running down to first. That was a slow jog. How did he pull his hamstring or tweak it or get a cramp by not even exerting himself that much? The only way you do that is if you get out of a chair and you start to sprint.
When is his surgery?
Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
How about Michael Kopech feeling something pop in his right knee and leaving in the first inning of Sunday's 8-6 loss, 12-inning loss too, by the way. Tony La Russa crossed his fingers on both hands. As he said post-game, Kopech may be able to stay in the rotation and pitch on Sunday. What?
Did he really cross his fingers on both hands? I didn't see that. I was listening to it. I did not see that. Oh, my gosh. Well, you need some luck. Because the White Sox have had nothing but bad luck to this point. I think we all felt like it was worse than it was. And I don't want to put Michael Kopech in that category of guys who have soft tissue injuries the way I just sort of labeled and maligned Yasmani Grandal for having a cramp in his hamstring and going out for 2 days or 3 days or however long he's going to be out. Michael Kopech needs to be whole. He needs to be healthy. He needs to be the ace of this staff the way that he was looking before this injury, before he felt something pop. I just don't think that you can count on the health of the White Sox moving forward if you ever could. And unfortunately, I feel like yesterday, the image of Michael Kopech walking off the mound, throwing the ball at the ground at probably 100 miles per hour, as hard as any fastball that he has thrown, that's going to leave a mark. That's going to be an indelible image, and that symbolizes everything the White Sox have been through. In that moment, Michael Kopech was every White Sox fan everywhere.
I got to tell you, when I saw him, he couldn't load up. When he picked the ball, they come out to the mound, right? He feels something. He walks off the mound. They come out. They're talking to him. He's going to give it a go, and he couldn't even put pressure on his leg, and then he walks off. He limps off. He comes, as you say, it was like the video of when he was throwing 100 miles an hour, where you take 3 steps and just. He drills it right into the ground. I think the ball was stuck in there. I think they had to come out, and the ball is in China. I mean, he threw that damn thing into the core of the earth, and walked off, limped off, and I was just flabbergasted. I couldn't believe it, and I thought to myself exactly what we had talked about. The idea that the pitching had kept them in it, and they were still able to. Well, now what? Now what? So you're finally going to get Lance Lynn back. God knows what condition he's in, but you've lost Kopech. I was so, and then Tony comes out and he says he might pitch on Sunday, and I was just, what? And then they play the interview with Kopech in the locker room, and he was kind of pinch, twinge, pop.
Sounded fine.
Whatever you want to call it. There's some fluid back there. They got to clear it out. What? I couldn't believe it. The guy felt something pop, but he's fine. I mean, and he walks off the mound like that. He's limping off, and he's okay, and he's ready to pitch. I was absolutely stunned by that. It's a great piece of news, and it's so much better than what I thought was coming. But I was also kind of like, why did you put me in this state for this long? I had literally given up on the season. I had, responded to a couple of my friends by saying, like, why do we even bother? What are we doing? It's our fault kind of thing, you know. I mean, I don't know that I felt even a hint of hope that the guy wouldn't be down for a long period of time. Delighted he's okay.
That would have really stunk yesterday, which was a brilliant day. Like a beautiful day to like go to a baseball game. Yesterday would have been a great day to be at 35th and Shields.
It's
and
going to
go
be
out
hot
there to
today,
see,
right?
Well, today, tomorrow, the next
Tomorrow's
day.
going to be like
Tuesday, Wednesday are going to be the worst. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday. You still can't wear shorts to work, by the way. No shorts at work. Keep your toes covered.
What are we talking to? Have we ever worn shorts to work?
Just a warning.
Now I'm going to do it just to defy you.
Yeah. We know what happened to somebody who did that. Wore no shirt underneath overalls and flip-flops on the same day. Anyway, a little behind the scenes. They need to do like a producer score stories.
Was that Rock or was that Dennis?
No. Yeah, okay. Second name. Any hoodles. Yeah, I thought he was done. I mean, he's so violent when you watch. Like, he's so like how the weight he puts down on that front leg as he delivers. It's the wonder that hasn't happened, especially as a starter where you're throwing obviously more pitches. But that's good news. They looks like they dodged something. I was shocked that he talked post game. He doesn't like to talk. He's not a talker. So I think that's a good sign too. The fact that he was willing to address the media, I think that's a good sign that he'll be back.
You know what else was interesting about that? Aside from the White Sox, we take a kind of a step back and look at the big picture yesterday at the Guaranteed Rate Field. Michael Kopech's injury wasn't even the worst one of the day in that game. How about this? How about the Rangers collision?
Right. Yeah.
Eli White?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Was that ugly? Yeah.
Oh, scary and something that was
They dove into each other. I mean, that was like an NFL hit.
And you wonder, like, what could have avoided that? They were communicating. The wind was blowing. I mean, it was just a difficult, worst possible scenario that they could have had in the outfield, and that looked ugly. And I don't know the extent of his injury.
It looked like he may have broken his arm.
I thought he broke his arm right away. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, that was you had it all in that White Sox game. It lasted,
but it was awful. It was awful. There were so many bad, and as you said, the third out was perfect for that game.
So let me ask you a question.
With chants of Fire Tony ringing out at Guaranteed Rate Field on Saturday loudly enough for La Russa to hear them, do you wonder if the fans' voice will be heard or ignored? Or is that even a question to even ponder? How long before anger turns to apathy?
Well, I think we're on the cusp of that. You mentioned it's a beautiful day. They had 30,000 out there on Saturday, and then you got people out there Sunday chanting for Tony, Saturday, Sunday chanting for Tony. I think that we are there. I think that being as bad as they are at this point in the season for a team whose expectations were through the roof, I think we've reached a point where people are now going to start answering with their pocketbook. They're going to be less likely to go out. It's not as much fun. It's an incredible exercise in frustration to continue to watch them. And I do so out of duty. I watched that Cubs game for far too long, and I do wonder how long people continue to watch this stuff, because it's hard to watch. The Cubs in New York were not competitive the last two games. They weren't even competitive the last two games. The White Sox were even worse in a way because they stayed in it and they got to the extra innings, and then they just used guys up, and it was just an exercise in frustration. And they can't win a close game, and they can't get over the hump. And every time somebody's coming back from an injury, they got, we got to pull them out, and no, not yet. And it's beyond frustrating to not see the team you thought you were going to be able to field, and to have that group. I mean, there are bad plays all over the field, man. It's really hard to watch. So I think that it's not going to be very long before the Southsiders stop going out there. That's that simple. We know Sox fans will turn up if you win. And if you don't win, they will turn up. They will not turn up en masse. They will collectively not turn up.
I'm really interested to see how maybe some listeners answer this question today, if they can share with us later. because it is fascinating. With the Cubs, I don't think it's a comparison because there's never been the implied promise of this season with the Cubs. They kind of knew they were going to be dismantled or fall apart. There was never that hope. Sox had hope, and they told us that this was a World Series contending team. They told us that they were the opposite of what a 27-31 record implies. And I think that you heard the frustration kind of come to a head on Saturday with Fire Tony. And that could continue if there still is an investment and maybe a belief that their kind of irritation or that anger will lead to something productive. With the way it sometimes does. I think Bears fans, you go back to compare it, Fire, Nagy, there's a small group of Bears fans that probably think they helped contribute to the change because of the way that they stood up and demanded that this was no longer going to be acceptable. Fire Nagy. You know what? The Bears did. I don't know if the White Sox fans have that belief because of the acceptance level.
They've been ignored so long.
Well, they've been ignored so long, but even like you turn on Sunday Night Baseball, Buster Olney is coming on ESPN and telling us that Tony La Russa has the job and will keep the job because Jerry Reinsdorf is loyal to him. There's an understanding that you can only yell so loud. You can only be so frustrated and pound your fist so hard, and you're going to be ignored. It will prove to no end. So that's why I think the apathy thing is in play. And why you have to consider that
That's very interesting.
The anger is going to lead nowhere. And I think there's the Sox fan base is educated enough, smart enough to understand, unfortunately, that their voice is going to be ignored. Because typically fan bases get louder because they think they're being heard in those offices and those decisions are being forced by the fans that are unhappy. Sox fans can't have that luxury because they feel like it's only one guy, and one guy is not paying attention to what's going on here.
The Cubs have baseball and sunshine and beer snakes. Great reason to go out to the ball yard. Everybody has a reason. Why would you put yourself through it for the White Sox when they're basically
why bother?
Yeah.
If they're going to ignore those chants, if they're going
great.
to ignore what's happening, if they're going to ignore the 27-31 record that screams for change, why bother?
Yeah.
Remember the old Southwest Airlines want to get away ad campaign? This is like the perfect timing, honestly, because of what you guys just said. This is actually, because they're losing in the way that they're losing, this is the perfect time for them to get the heck out of the city, go on the road, take on the Tigers, who are not they're ahead of you, but a team that they should beat, even with the go win that series, and then go down to Houston. Nobody likes the Astros, but the Astros are playing good baseball. Like, go down there and try to not get swept, and then come home, and maybe you're winners of 4 of the 6, and people will forget what just happened because by then Tim Anderson should be back. Hopefully Lance Lynn will have had 1 or 2 even potentially good starts. He could start today and then start again on Sunday. That's going to be a night game, by the way. National
Sox
TV.
did score some runs.
They did score some runs. So maybe Grandal's back at that point, at least in a DH role.
Mr. Positive.
So
I don't know what you're basing that on.
Well, what do you mean?
How are you basing the fact that you think the Sox are going to go down to Houston and come back happy?
Well, no, I said they take 1 out of the 2, but they sweep the Tigers. I'm saying it's a good time for them to get out of town because people would not show up. Sox fans would not show up this week. If they were just starting like a 10-game homestand and the first 3 were against the Rangers and now the next ones coming were against the Tigers and the Astros, I don't think that people would show up. So I think it's a good time to get the heck out of here, win some games, get maybe a game under 5, come back like 1 game under 500 or at 500, and then see who shows up.
Well, I'll answer that question by using the Cubs as an example.
The Cubs DFA'd Clint Frazier, yet kept Jason Hayward, with Jed Hoyer on Saturday praising Hayward as a mentor and a leader. Can you make sense of that move? Why is Hayward still a Cub?
Well, he's still a Cub because contractually they're obligated to pay him a lot of money and they can't trade him. That's one of the realities that everybody just has had to accept for the last several years, several months certainly. They also value his example on a young team for guys like Christopher Morel, for the shuttle that is going back and forth, from Iowa to Chicago. They value the professionalism that he continues to play with and to exude, and to have that in the clubhouse. They're placing a value on that in the case of this latest move outweighs whatever potential that Clint Frazier offered. I don't like it. I think it's really incompatible, inconsistent, and it forces us to point these inconsistencies out, because Clint Frazier never really got a chance to prove what he was brought to Chicago to prove, or what he envisioned proving while being a Cub, and through no circumstances he could control. He had an appendectomy. He was starting to show some promise, and then he had an appendectomy, and he was missing some time and never got a chance to come back, and then this and that. Now they're in the roster crunch because Morrell has emerged, Ian Happ is hitting well, and Jason Hayward is immovable. He's immovable because they have deemed him immovable. But again, back to the entire plan. Whatever the plan is, when you make a choice like this, it just exposes the inconsistency, and it makes it look like you're making this up as you go along, because there's really not a compelling reason why you have an aging, expensive fifth outfielder on your roster while you're getting rid of somebody who you probably should have taken a longer look at.
$184 million doesn't go as far as it used to, but Jay Hay, at the tender age of 32, I believe he turns 33 in August, is a guy that has job security, and that's the hardest thing to find in baseball, and that contract ensures it. So it doesn't surprise me. Seiya Suzuki is coming back. They probably thought he was going to play this weekend. I'm very curious how you feel about the ring finger thing. That's taken a while, right?
It's taken a long
very
time.
long time. When's the last time he played?
And now he's shutting down.
While. Yeah, now they're going to shut him
May
down
26th,
again.
I believe.
So I think the move was done because they weren't going to move Christopher Morrell. He's been too good. And they can't move, as you say, Hayward. So it kind of made sense. I don't think it had anything to do with bad-mouthing the Yankees, as Dustin implied. Dustin wanted the guy to play, and they weren't going to play the guy. Now, having said that, the praising of Jason Hayward, it goes back to this kind of mythology around the guy. Oh, he gave the rain delay meeting. Oh, he was the one that won the World Series. It's just super weird when a guy is paid that kind of money and doesn't produce. You try to find reasons to justify having him around. So, yeah, we're stuck with the contract. We can't possibly move him. The owners don't want to eat that kind of money. So we'll get rid of a guy that we never had a chance to use because we don't know what he is, but we know that this guy is, Christopher Morrell's done well. Why do you think? Because Hayward's been whispering in his ear. It is the man behind the man. He is the man.
I don't buy that. And I love a good mentor story. But I don't buy that.
And Mully hates a good mentor
I know.
story. Despises
My
it.
tongue was firmly in check.
I know it was, but that's what. If you lost me, you've lost everybody when you're talking about the mentorship role.
It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Again, Rafael Ortega hasn't done anything to tick me off, but he also hasn't done anything for me. He's a 31-year-old outfielder journeyman. Clint Frazier's at least got some. There's got to be more to it than this. And there's got to be more to it than this. Frazier wasn't playing. What do you need? You need to see more. Talk about a bunch of guys. Jonathan Villar. Why does Jonathan Villar deserve a spot?
Why is he here
on the roster? I mean, go get hit in the face by a rubber band again and get more dental surgery. I mean, why is he?
Don't poke
what
fun
do you
at that.
need?
That was a bad injury.
That's something that'll go down in lore. What? What happened? You got smacked in the face by a rubber band? Why is he on the roster? I'm just saying, guys that they could have DFA'd or put on the IL with I got a bad shoulder. I slept funny in bed last night. It just doesn't make. There's got to be more to it than we're finding out right now. Well, this is almost one of those which came first, the chicken or the egg, when we ask this question.
Who wins tonight? Crucial Game 5 in the NBA Finals with 4 games played. Do you believe Steph Curry will win MVP even if Golden State loses the series?
I think that's a really good question. I think Steph Curry's been by far the best player in the series, and he's the games they've won have been all Steph Curry, and you could argue they've actually won 3 games and gotten credit for 2. So I think Steph Curry's in the running. I think tonight, Boston has not lost 2 games in a row. They followed every loss with a win. That's how they got to this point. They've also been able to win on the road. I'm going with the Celtics with the big upset because I think they will make an adjustment defensively in the way that they're trying to guard Steph Curry, who scored 40-something points and won that game almost single-handedly. I also think it's fascinating that Draymond Green has 18 fouls and 17 points in this series. This is crazy.
And got benched.
And was benched in the 4th quarter of that game. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, it's great.
So I'm gonna go with Golden State surprising the world.
You mean the Celtics?
I'm sorry, it's the Celtics surprising.
You're
Golden
picking the Celtics tonight.
I am.
Actually,
apparently I picked both.
Game
teams.
4 on Friday night was one of those epic NBA final performances
Fantastic.
from Steph Curry.
Unbelievable.
43 points, and he was locked in early. And you know that he is a pretty loosey-goosey guy, but he was intense and he was focused, and that was one of those nights that was for the ages, if you will. 43 points, and I do.
And he was on a bad ankle, right?
He's gimpy.
Bad foot. Whatever.
He didn't know if he was going to play, but he's going to play, and he did, and he's going to play tonight, and they're going to win. And I think the Warriors are going to win the pivotal Game 5. You can't say Game 5 without calling it a pivotal Game 5. And Steph Curry was. I don't like the idea of giving the MVP to a losing team. He's averaging 34 points a game. You could justify it if they don't win this series, but I don't like that. I think something will happen if the Celtics are able to pull this out. Somebody will emerge as the most valuable player for the winning team, and I think that's the way it should be. But I think the Warriors, that was the series on Friday night. I think they win tonight and close it out in 6.
I'm going with David here. I'm going to break the tie. So Warriors for sure. What Steph did. Steph is just, I think, laser focused right now. And that was really cool to see. I mean, it was the wrong night. I think they would have much rather have had that performance out of Steph Curry last night. I mean, last night was like a wretched bait. Like there was no sports. I was watching the Time 100 most influential people on television last night instead of watching.
I got a Netflix
sports.
show for you, maybe.
All right.
What is it?
Lincoln Lawyer?
I heard.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it already.
I had dinner with a buddy on Saturday night, and he raved about that show.
Just started it. I like it.
I told you that's Michael Connelly.
Yeah.
Great show. You're endorsing that?
I've watched the whole thing. I watched it in like one sitting. I've read the books.
Bosch's half-brother.
Yes. But they can't have Bosch as a character because it belongs to a different...
It's a different genre, a different kind of thing.
And what's funny is in the books, they're always together.
But you know what? I enjoy it more thinking of Bosch as I'm watching it.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking there's a connection or a spinoff.
Yeah, it's fun.
So it's fun.
Yeah, it's good. I'm still watching that other one, the Legacy.
Bosch the Legacy?
Yeah. That's
good.
I
love that.
Yeah, it's very
Love
good.
that one too, Dustin. That would be a good one for you.
If you've seen Bosch at all, Dustin, you'd be all
Bosch
over
is
that.
terrific.
No, I'm writing this stuff down.
Yeah.
Netflix. Bosch is also a Netflix.
It's Prime.
Start from the
Amazon.
beginning, and
Amazon
you will
Prime?
not regret it.
No, there's like 6 seasons of it, and then the spin-off series is still Bosch.
And having daughters, you will appreciate the character
you'll
and
love
their
it.
relationship with his daughter.
yeah.
It's great.
312-644-6767 is the telephone number. It is. Are you waving at me for a reason?
No,
What
I
am
was
doing
raving
wrong?
that I have my list now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I confused.
I thought, like, did I miss a read, or am I supposed to tease something? All right, we'll be back with your calls. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. Ian Happ joins us at 9:40. We have the midday, midway, and a whole weekend's worth of sports to talk about. The Dan.
You want to go, Shane? You want to run?
Yeah, give me a run. I'm in a low spot, Ruby.
Shane, oh no, now what?
And Ruby follows me on Instagram. She's well aware of my clinical depression.
Okay, Shane, you got the Queen of Swords. And so the Queen of Swords is typically a female in your life that could be giving you the cold shoulder or isn't giving you the attention, but it's also you could come off as the Queen of Swords. This is usually somebody who has a lot of practical answers. They can come off pretty dry and kind of cold. this person is lacking a little bit of compassion and also is coming off as somebody who is a know-it-all. So it's time to bring a little bit more warmth to the conversations that you're having, to what warmth in your life in general, not having to have an answer for everything is okay.
Shane drove to Detroit to celebrate a friend's birthday party, and they had a great time. But on his way to Detroit, he went through a toll booth, and he saw a young lady who he found to be very attractive, and he said that they made serious eye contact. And then 48 hours later, when he was driving back from Detroit, he went through a toll booth, and the same lady was there, and she asked him if he would like to get a drink sometime, and he said, "No, I have a girlfriend."
I just said I'm seeing somebody.
I said I'm seeing somebody, and then he told us it was because she works in a toll booth.
Okay, so there's your practical reality check. You're coming off as the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords, she is obviously not approachable. I think that you should give her an opportunity. Where's the conversation? Where is the
it's a toll booth, Ruby. I can't just hold up the line.
You don't know.
That's why you say yes to the drink.
You don't know. You don't know what else she's got going on.
No. What I'm saying is, it's not like I could stop right there and have a conversation with her.
Take the number and then pursue.
Oh, you would.
But you're the only person that doesn't have an iPass, so you could have done that.
Yeah, there was nobody behind you.
Rental car.
Keep going back around, and who cares?
I'll keep paying that toll.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. The crowd has spoken. I don't know that matters. I know that the crowd has spoken. Again, I don't think that engenders change. I don't think that you're going to see like a complete reversal or of any kind.
Well, the crowd has spoken, and I think it was interesting because it was organic. And it began rooted in frustration by what was happening on the field and what's been happening in the past week, in the past couple months. And this is, among, if not the most disappointing team in the majors, it's among the top three. And so this chant was a reflection of that. Now, there's also this understanding that it might not matter because Jerry Reinsdorf seems oblivious to any sort of external pressure. and will be the one who makes the final decision, regardless of the input from his executives hired to make those decisions, the general manager and Rick Hahn, the team president and Kenny Williams. There's an assumption, maybe it's flawed, that regardless of how loud the chorus grows, regardless of how hot the seat becomes, it's not going to matter because Jerry Reinsdorf is going to stick with Tony La Russa come hell or high water.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked about that pretty consistently, and I don't think anything has happened that changes that. And as we talked about earlier, I wonder when or if there will be a moment where the fans or fans of the team, this is really frustrating. Where you know you have no say.
Right.
You know you can chant all day.
Right.
And you know that maybe you're better off not even bothering.
But you instinctively want to be heard. Instinctively, you're ticked off. And then at what point do you start to feel like, oh, you're at the point of no return? It doesn't matter, so why scream any louder? I think that's what's interesting to hear from people, 312-644-6767. Do you care that you might be being ignored, or are you going to voice your displeasure anyway?
Let's start the conversation with Mike on the South Side. We should let you know that the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
Hey, Mike.
Yes. I think that maybe two things. First of all, yeah, you might not fire him, but maybe he can quit, force him to quit. And the other thing is, where was Hendricks all this time in them extra inning games? Why wasn't used at all?
He's apparently got. Thanks for the call, Mike. He's apparently he's got a knock of some sort, and he was not available. And Tony said that even if they had been in a closing situation, he would not have been available.
So he was not even an option yesterday.
No,
nor was
Graveman would have,
Aaron Bummer,
right,
who went on the injured list.
That's right.
So you were left with a compromised roster because not only did you have Bummer unavailable, Hendricks unavailable, Yasmani Grandal was unavailable. So in an extra inning game, you were down 3 players before you even started.
Kevin is in Palatine. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, Lincoln Lawyer is unbelievable. So
that's good.
You guys just made a good recommendation. Few things about the Cubs that are just annoying me a lot after watching this weekend. So they tell us they released Clint Frazier because there wasn't enough room in the outfield. And about 8 minutes later, they tell us they're shutting down Suzuki for a couple of weeks because his finger's bad. So, right. Okay, there's lie number one. As far as anyone being upset with David Ross, there was a statistic this morning. The Cubs are in 4th place right now for the number 1 pick in the draft. The Cubs are awful. They are going to be passed by the Reds. I guarantee it. They're going to finish in last. So, I mean, how any of that could possibly be David Ross's fault is insane. And even though I did not love Anthony Rizzo when he left, what I do love is that the narrative is getting much louder. He did a great interview yesterday where he said the Cubs should never have a payroll like they have right now. And the last time when I hung up, there was a comment made, well, weren't the Cubs smart for not paying the guys they didn't pay? I agree 100%. But let me ask you, how come they couldn't have paid Machado? There are 3 world-class shortstops open this offseason. Takes his money. But,
yeah, well, I mean, listen, Correa, what was the holdup there, right? And I think when we look at the Rangers coming in and you see the amount of money they spent in the offseason.
Seager, Semien. Wow.
That's a ton of money. And I mean, the Cubs chose to sit it out. And I'm not, just to clarify, I was not suggesting that David Ross' seat should be hot because we know it's the coldest seat in town. What I said was they've lost 6 in a row now.
Yep.
They got the Padres coming in, followed by the Braves, right? The Padres are not a bad team. The Braves have been red hot. What if it does get to a Joe Madden 12? What if it does build up?
And David Ross can't even get himself a mohawk like Joe Madden did.
God, how about Joe getting a mohawk? Isn't that
odd? Oh, my gosh, that's the most unfortunate news nugget that I heard over the weekend.
That is
Poor Joe.
That's like That it was so weird.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
So to let people in, if they didn't hear about it, Joe Madden, in the midst of a 12-game losing streak, he had decided he was going to shake things up, lighten the mood, and he got a mohawk. And then his Perry Manassian, the general manager, decided to fire Joe Madden, went to his house. Joe answered the door and said, mohawk. And he said, you're fired. And he'd already cut his hair. So now not only did he lose his job, he had to look in the mirror at that haircut for however
Why
long.
would they ever get rid of me?
Right. How in the world don't you feel bad for him, man?
Well, it's kind of, with all due respect, it's kind of the gimmicky Joe, we're going to dress as superheroes on this flight and it's going to turn everything around. The mohawk is right up that kind of in that wheelhouse of
everybody's done that, though. Probably not at 68 years old. You think you're going to do
everybody's
that?
Everybody's done what?
Well, I mean,
get a mohawk?
I was telling Dustin before the show, okay, so like you do silly things like this, like when you're a sophomore in high school.
Yes.
And let's say you got a big game coming up.
So
and you shave your head.
You've done, yeah, I've shaved my head.
I've shaved my head.
Yeah.
We did it. It was my sophomore year. We had a big game coming up, and everybody had signed a team unity. We're going to shave our heads, and we shaved my hair off. And you thought, okay, this is going to be puts us over the top. And you know what? We lost that Friday night.
Yeah. I shaved my head one time, and I mean, you want to talk about like a freak show?
What was the occasion?
Floor,
what was the impetus?
I think it was just my hair had been long, and I just decided.
But it wasn't for a game.
Wasn't for a game.
Well, that's even dumber.
That's even dumber.
Yeah, it's even dumber.
And in fact, I have pretty thick eyebrows. They've tamed a little as I've grayed, but it
is that
looked
plural?
Like it looked like they had. They're two separate entities. It looked like someone had taken like a side of beef, cut a little portion of it, and planted it on top of my eyes.
Okay,
and so I had these. Like,
piercing eyebrows.
Well, people used to think I was looking for a fight because I had such dark eyebrows,
And you weren't?
And then once I shaved my head, people used to think I was looking for a fight
and
because
they're
I used
wrong?
to yell at them.
How?
You want to go?
How were they wrong?
No, but I did. I shaved my head, and I got to tell you, it didn't work for me.
You didn't like it?
Well, listen, it was like insane.
But that was a conscious.
It was a conscious decision.
It
wasn't to motivate my team. No.
And so I guess I'm saying that in a way I can relate to Joe Madden.
I was young and stupid.
Yeah, okay. And I was too. Joe's not. But I can relate to the feeling of waking up one morning and looking into the mirror and having all kinds of regret for a cause that you no longer matters because you lost the game, you lost the point. And now you got to look at yourself looking that way indefinitely. So, poor Joe.
Let's try Rich. Rich is in Old Town. Hey, Rich.
Morning, guys. I heartily agree with both of you in your assessment of the White Sox, but here's something I want to bring up, and you guys have mentioned it on occasion. But I want to point out a couple of things and then turn it over to you guys to see what your point of view is. But Rick Hahn has given me Ryan Pace flashbacks with all of these contracts, signing deals to marginal players, not signing the good players. And, I look, they have to play 700 baseball the rest of the year and to the over and under that was forecast preseason. So that's New York Yankee material. That isn't going to happen. So given all that, and given the fact that he's got Harrison, Garcia, Grandal, Sheets, and Moncada, get this, they have a total, I looked this up, this is astounding. They have a collective batting average, those five guys, of 183. They have over 650 at-bats, and they have 29 extra base hits.
Yeah, I mean,
not great.
There's not a shadow of a doubt. The other thing, Rich, that is interesting to me.
Thanks, Rich.
Okay, so you go out, they had this policy of signing the long-term contract before the guy actually hit, right? Is that taken over baseball?
Well,
has that happened everywhere? I'm not saying they were all a disaster, but I'm saying that was their philosophy. They got these guys under contract before they actually didn't Luis Robert get the contract before he even arrived?
I don't agree with Rich
Moncada?
at all. I don't agree with Rich at all. I think we can do two things here. We can be frustrated by what the Sox are doing, but I'm not going to say that this was a bad decision to lock up Tim Anderson, Yohan Moncada, Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez. Okay, those were smart decisions, I think. And those are decisions that I would have made at the time. They were applauded, and I think they still will be proven to be wise ones. These are players you want to build around. These are core pieces. Now, Eloy's been too injury prone. Maybe you could say the same about Robert, and Moncada's not been the same guy since COVID. But Mully, you want those guys as part of your organization, right? Those are,
but I think what Rich was talking about is like going out and getting Grandal, giving Leury Garcia the contract. I think there are bad contracts, and then there are bad contracts. I think the Keuchel contract was a pretty bad contract. That's different than the young guys. All I'm saying is the Sox started their own little, movement that no one else was going to do, which was pay guys before they hit.
Sure.
How's that working out?
Not so well.
And I just want to know, do you see that happening all over baseball?
Okay.
I thought at the time, they're doing something that could become kind of a trend. That hasn't happened.
It's a fair question, and it's something worth pointing out. I do think, though, the incidents like, let's say, Leury Garcia, which was mentioned, that was a bad call, I think. They were bidding against themselves. They overpaid for a guy that basically was his biggest strength is his longevity and his versatility. But I don't really look at the White Sox, and I don't fault them for going out and getting Grandal when they did. And I understand why they went out and paid and overpaid for Keuchel when they did. At that point in time, they were seeking the credibility that those guys brought. Now, they need to live up to these contracts, and I understand that in free agency, to get to a point the Sox were trying to get to, you're going to risk overpaying. And some of those decisions are going to be bad ones. But I'm glad they made them because it helped them legitimize last season, helped them get over the hump in 2020. So I don't really look at this as there's no comparison to Ryan Pace at all. I think that's unfair and inaccurate. But I think that now you're having some players who can't stay healthy and who can't stay consistent, and that's why they are where they are.
Rich is in Lombard. Hi, Rich.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So, I get tired of hearing about Rizzo. Because here's the thing. Great player, great guy to have in your team, all that stuff. He started the season on fire. You didn't hear about him again until the weekend against bad pitching, by the way. And all he wants to do is talk about money, money, money. He never engaged in the contract offer he was made. There was never a counter offer. He never wanted to sign here. And I just get tired of hearing about it. That team did nothing in the postseason except play bad and look bad since they won the World Series. They offered no excuses. Nothing changed. It was just one big suckfest every year after in the playoffs. And he gets in the playoffs again. Well, what did he do last year? He didn't do anything. The Yankees get there again. He's not going to do anything. I guarantee it. Ricketts deserve their criticisms for a lot of things. I'm not defending them in any way, shape, or form. But I'm sick and tired of this narrative about these players should have been here. Oh, they shouldn't have a payroll like this. Well, no, they shouldn't. But, you also refuse to take part in any negotiation with them. And that's just something that I don't know. I just...
that's all fair, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you. Did I say thank you enough?
But
come on.
I think
Anthony Rizzo.
they're two separate issues. I think Anthony Rizzo is kind of a disgruntled ex-Cub that didn't get the money he thought he had coming. So that's one element of it. I don't think that's really what's at question. The statement he made is absolutely correct, which is a big market team should not pay for players, should not be competitive.
You're right. I would not argue that.
Both those points are correct.
We have said that.
Right.
I think the Ricketts family the Cubs family deserves to have the Cubs need the Ricketts family to spend like a big market team should.
Right.
We can agree on that. We've said that. I don't want to hear out of the mouth of Anthony Rizzo. I'm tired of him.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm tired of him.
That's fair. It's just he can be a guy that is shooting his mouth off because he didn't get the money and he's doing well with the Yankees murderers row, right? It has everybody in it. And he also can be right in his assessment that a big market team is better for baseball if a big market team is spending big market money.
There's no doubt about it.
And I think that both things can be true. You can be sick of Anthony Rizzo and appreciate what he said.
Well, that's exactly where I am.
Yeah.
But in both
fine.
cases.
That's fine.
I'm not disputing the argument. I'm not going to say he was wrong because he's exactly right. He's grasping the obvious. It's just the source of it. And yeah, I do get a little bit tired. He could have affected change more than he did. Right. He could have taken the offer and said and been more influential, perhaps. I mean, it's not his role necessarily, but and maybe it's just a personal thing. I just get tired of hearing him talk about what the Cubs should do and what this and that, and I'm tired of it.
312-644-6767. We're going to get back to your phone calls. We've got the Pick Six next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
Tony La Russa. Well, there's nobody in the
All right, let's start off hot with the 630. Danny, can you please explain what mob means and its origination? I've never heard how it relates to your listeners.
Oh. Okay. Mac and I were doing a segment about like a nickname for the Bears defense back in 2018, and people were calling it all sorts of ridiculous things. Someone said Fangioplasty, which we loved, and
we did.
Someone said mob, and it was on the other side of something silly, and then one guy called in and he went, "This is what he said:
Chi-town shutdown mob."
And it killed us because it was Chi-town shutdown, and then it was a very gratuitous mob at the end, and so we started saying that at the end of all, so that it was Fangioplasty mob, Monsters of the Midway mob, and then it became kind of, we are the four members of the mob, but really the audience is the mob. You're an honorary mob member, and it's just kind of the community that we're growing around here.
Nice.
Off a dumb call from a previous iteration of the show.
I like to think about how proud that caller must have been even before he called.
Yeah.
Like, check this out, honey. Check this. I got one.
Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Was this the worst baseball weekend of the season? What was harder to experience, the Cubs embarrassing themselves or the Sox underachieving? Any positives?
Yeah, it was a terrible, absolutely wretched weekend in Chicago baseball. You know, I think the Cubs embarrassing themselves that was awful, but I don't know that we didn't expect that they had the potential to embarrass themselves given the way that they have put that team together, and the young pitching finally kind of got bitten, and it was just a terrible kind of confluence of events where you're playing in New York against that team and they're just hitting homers all over the place. And, you know, it was just, it looked like kind of a single A team trying to play the best team in the major leagues. It didn't look like competitive very much at all, especially Saturday and Sunday. I think the White Sox was harder to experience because they went extra innings both those days, and they managed to lose both those games. And they were in both those games, and they should have been better in both those games. So I think ultimately it was worse for the White Sox because of expectations and all the rest.
Which hurts worse, getting punched or getting kicked? I mean, it's still pain either way. And this feels like it was the worst weekend of the baseball season, but it's early. So I don't think we can say it's going to be the worst one of the entire year because of what we watched. And with the Cubs, they were overmatched. With the White Sox, they were underachieving. So there's similarities there. It's all about expectations, and I think that makes the Sox weekend a little bit worse. You know, with the Cubs, though, they made their own kind of history. They were 0 for 48 with runners in scoring position, and that's the worst stretch of futility in like over 40 years, according to Elias Sports Bureau. So they made their own history. The White Sox, that was hard to watch them struggle against the Rangers at home. Losing 2 straight series was bad enough. Hearing the chance for Tony La Russa made it even worse. Seeing Michael Kopech walk off the mound with uncertain health status and that kind of frustration, that just topped everything. It was bad, and it could be, so far it's been the worst.
Pick six. He'll take it.
What are your expectations for Lance Lynn in his season debut tonight in Detroit? How many innings can he go for a beat-up bullpen?
Being realistic here, and I'm not going to set the bar too high, I think that's the problem sometimes when guys come back from injury, and the Sox have a lot of experience with this. You don't want to have to paint or cast him as the savior. Lance Lynn needs to go 5. I hope he can get through 5. Let's face it, his last time out against for Charlotte was not good. Gave up 7 runs in AAA. I know he was probably working on things, and that may be just a bad memory if he goes out tonight and gives up 2 runs in 5 innings. But I think that's where you want to be. That's the kind of realistic expectation you want to have as he gets ready to face the Tigers. I applaud him for coming back a day early because Johnny Cueto was pressed into action yesterday. What was Dylan Cease doing warming up, by the way? We need to get to that and answer that question. But Lance Lynn tonight in his season debut, 5 innings, 2 runs, 4 hits. I hope he strikes out a batter per inning.
I think he has to go 6 innings, which is absurd. It's a dumb idea to expect him to do that, but I think given the state of the bullpen and where they're at, you know, you're going to roll this guy out there. If he goes 3 innings, 4 innings, then what happens after that? It's just too much. So I'm going to say that if you put him out there, if he has to take the ball, you're going to have to get 6 innings out of him. It's not an unrealistic expectation, but it's a silly idea to expect him to be able to go more than 4 or 5 innings tops. And I just said 6. But that's just a basic, if you got to win the game, you got to win the game.
Pick 6.
How do you explain both Chicago baseball teams losing a starting pitcher before the first inning was even over? Albeit one to injury, Keegan Thompson, who once on a 6-0 record, suffered his first bad outing to open up the road trip and didn't even make it out the first versus the mighty Yankees. Are the Cubs ruining this guy?
That's a legitimate question. I think that maybe expectations were a little bit too high for him, and they put him in a, difficult situation yesterday. Look, I mean, you got to be able to beat the Orioles. I'm sorry. He just picked the wrong game for his worst performance of the season. I'm sure it didn't help going into Yankee Stadium after that. You kind of you suffer your first loss of the year, and you suffer your worst outing of the year, and now, okay, just beat these guys. He didn't have it remotely from the start of that game onward. He did not have it at all, and it was good to get him out. I mean, are you not? If you're taking a guy out in the first inning, are you ruining him, or are you protecting him from? They seem like they care enough about him to pull him. Now, they didn't have much of a choice, but I hope to God they're not ruining him. And I think that, unfortunately, they're down a bunch of starting pitchers, and they need guys to step up, and he'd been doing a really good job of it. And now he's going through a darker period, and hopefully he bounces back.
Well, let's look at what's going on in Major League Baseball. You look at even the White Sox were pressed into doing this over the weekend with an opener. And you go 2 innings, you bring in somebody else, and that relief pitcher, the second guy used, is the guy that becomes this multi-inning, multiple-use reliever, which I think is the role that Keegan Thompson was excelling at. And that's how he became the guy that was 6-0. It wasn't as a starter. It was as a multi-use reliever. And so I wonder, that's a strong word. Are the Cubs ruining this guy? I don't know if they're ruining him because that implies he can't be fixed. But I do think that when you look at a young guy and a young pitcher in any sport or a young player in any sport, you want to play to his strengths until they become more accustomed and established. And that is what I think they need to go back to with Keegan Thompson. I don't know that he should be a starter right now. And if that means starting somebody who might not be ready, if that means Caleb Killian, if that means somebody else, maybe that's what you do to get the most out of this young pitcher who was thriving in his previous role.
Pick 6!
Matt Swarmer becomes the first Cubs pitcher to give up 6 home runs in a game since 1884. I repeat, 1884, 138 years ago, making it quite a historical week for Chicago baseball fans. Why did the same team that seemed so careful with Caleb Killian's development seems careless about the potential harm to another young pitcher in Swarmer by leaving him in so long?
Well, that was a long time ago. I don't even think La Russa was around back then. I think that when you look at Swarmer staying on the mound, it was painful to watch. And you wondered how bad is it going to get and what the harm is going to be long-term psychologically. This was a guy who was coming in with a lot of momentum, but then Yankee Stadium and the Yankees lineup, different scenario, step up in class, and they left him out there to protect the bullpen at what cost? And so it doesn't make sense. Again, the incompatibility of some of these Cub decisions is just so obvious you can't ignore it. And when you have kid gloves and bubble wrap with Caleb Killian taking all the care in the world with a 25-year-old rookie, and then you look at Swarmer being left out there to give up 6 solo home runs, it's not consistent. So I look forward to talking to Tommy Hotovy about this later in the week. And I don't know what damage it has done to Swarmer psychologically. We'll find out. I'm sure he said the right things, but boy, that was difficult to watch, and that was history you don't want to make.
Clearly, Swarmer not held in the same regard as Caleb Killian. They would never have left him out, and look what they did with Keegan Thompson. So, I mean, it's just a reflection of, hey, this is part of pitching too, son. Someone's got to eat it, and today it's you. So go ahead and try to match a mark from a couple centuries ago. And I know it's only 138 years, but it happened a couple of centuries ago. Think about that.
Yeah.
That is really insane. I feel bad for him, but I think that you're basically looking at the hierarchy of, if we have a totem pole of where your guys stand, it seems like Matt Swarmer down on the bottom.
Pick 6! Wow!
Do you agree with Anthony Rizzo, who told our guy Gordon Whitmire, all big markets have plenty of money to spend, so yeah, a team like the Cubs should be competing every single year? Disgruntled former player or a man with a point, or both?
I think he's both. I think he's definitely a disgruntled former player, And I think he makes a good point. I think that in order for baseball to be competitive, the big money teams need to be spending money. And the idea that you're hanging on to money and you're protecting, listen, what is the line again? Every season is sacred. This has not been sacred at all. Yeah, last year was not sacred. But last year you could make an argument that all the guys that they ended up getting rid of weren't good enough, weren't doing it. They kind of fell apart. They had their opportunity and they didn't get it done, including Anthony Rizzo. So they all end up being traded. And you got what you could, and you're trying to put a team together. That doesn't forbid you or prohibit you from going out and getting competitive in the offseason. They signed a couple of deals, no question. Getting Suzuki, they thought was a move for the future, and Marcus Stroman was a guy that you added to the starting rotation. Now, I don't know if they thought they could turn him, trade him. We'll find out. But at this point, it seems like they're going to be doing the same thing at the trade deadline that they did last year. They're going to try to move players for pieces and hope to kind of close the gap in the offseason. Is that the idea? I think a big market team should be spending money.
I agree with Anthony Rizzo, and I echo what you said and have been saying that for a very long time. The Cubs, as a major market team, have an obligation almost to Major League Baseball, to their fan base, to spend like a big market team should. They should be contending or trying to every single year. Every season is sacred. If that is your belief, then back it up. I think what bothers me about what Tony Rizzo said over the weekend is that it's easy to be vocal when you're gone. It's easy to be on the outside and to make those kind of criticisms and sit where we're sitting and sit where he's sitting and to make those criticisms. I wanted to hear that from him when he was a player. I wanted him to apply that pressure internally, externally, and otherwise when he was the one who was waiting to get paid. I wanted to hear that in the spring of 2021 or in the offseason, to go out and spend, go out and find players, surround us with more talent rather than trying to get ready to trade us in the great purge of 2021. So that's why it bothers me, is that this is so easy to say now the Cubs are easy targets. You don't want to hear it from a smirking Anthony Rizzo.
Pick six! What happens Monday night in Game 5 of the NBA Finals back in San Francisco after Steph Curry's epic performance in Game 4 to even the series at 2-2? How good was that?
That was historically good. That was one of those moments and one of those highlight reels you're going to see when they induct Steph Curry into the Basketball Hall of Fame. It was one of his probably 5 best moments as a finals participant without question. So I expect him to look back at that as when the series turned. He did it on Boston's court. He did it in a way that was intense, and he was locked in and focused from the get-go. There was no loosey-goosey stuff. This was Steph Curry committed to winning, and he did what he needed to do, and I think that carries over tonight. The pivotal Game 5 will pivot in the way of the Warriors, and the Warriors will beat the Celtics tonight.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. I think that I think Game 5 is going to the Celtics. I think the Celtics have proven throughout these playoffs, every time they've lost a game, they've come back and won. They have won on their opponent's floor. They played a really difficult schedule to get to this point. You know, you talk about the Brooklyn Nets, and you talk about trying to get past the Milwaukee Bucks, and then you end up with the Miami Heat. And you know what they've done? They've won pivotal games on the opponent's floors all playoffs long. And I think they're going to do it again because I think they are a really good two-way team, and I think their defense is going to change, and they're going to play significantly better against Steph Curry. They lost him a ton in Boston. I mean, if you go back and watch that game, Steph Curry was knocking down shots like crazy, but he was slipping by guys. I mean, there was one really obvious one where he was driving to the hoop and he kicked the ball out, and then he ran after the ball, and it was a handoff, and he nails that shot. There's no one near him. You can't give that guy open jumpers, period, end of story. And I don't think they're going to do it tonight. So I think we're going to see the best of the Boston Celtics, as we have every time they've lost a game in these playoffs. Never have they lost 2 consecutive games. If Golden State wins, obviously driver's seat and pivotal, but that's yet to be determined. All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Steve Stone, White Sox analyst. With time. Friday in the city of Chicago, by official proclamation, is going to be Les Grobstein Day in the city of Chicago.
Lori Lightfoot, Score listener and noted fan of Mully and Haugh.
I do think there should be some sort of celebration or some sort of I believe the traditional celebratory meal would be, let's see, would be rolls that you took from the United Center pregame buffet.
I've done that.
That have been at the bottom of a backpack.
Washed down by a 5-hour energy.
I've definitely put them in my backpack. I just think it's really nice that happened.
Awesome.
And in the official proclamation, you see his entire resume and then the reason he was considered a public good to the city.
Hell yeah.
It's very cool.
What he did, look, local overnights for that many hours, the public good, it's not just Chicago. You're talking 50,000 watts at night? Where that would go? The number of people that he kept company out on lonely roadways throughout the Midwest?
Also, this is great. This is a great little PR piece too for us, the Score, and also Lori Lightfoot, and it's all because of Les. And here's the best part: I don't think we take advantage of this whole Lori Lightfoot listens to Mully and Haugh thing enough. Don't we have some questions? Do you think that we can send a Mully and Haugh's way, and they can ask them on our behalf whenever she's on the station next?
I thought you had questions like, does she dance to the Brad Biggs theme? His name is Brad Biggs.
I would pay good money to hear Lori Lightfoot and Brad Biggs do a segment on the Bears.
Morning, boys.
I want to hear her thoughts on Mitch Trubisky's free agency.
I bet she's got him.
That's the thing.
I got better thoughts than all the Italians.
But to use your power, at least, to honor Les Grobstein in a way that shows his resume and his value on public record, and to have Les Grobstein Day is pretty great.
Hear, hear.
They beat up the Cubs pretty easily, David, and the last two games were an absolute train wreck. And meanwhile, on the South Side, the Sox are busy losing in extra innings and using up the bullpen and using up their goodwill. And frankly, I think it's something like 40 days right now before it's basically one good Lent before the trade deadline.
40 days and 40 nights.
And let me ask you, is there any possibility that this team's in contention by that point?
Well, sure.
And if it isn't, what then, my friend?
Sure. I mean, the Sox, you have to still think are going to be in contention because that is a broad term. Because it's a broad term because of the playoff scenarios, because of the easier access into the postseason. So in contention with this talent on this roster, you're never going to quite give up. So there's no scenario I could envision where the Sox are, if you're suggesting sellers rather than buyers. So in 40 days, the Sox are going to be in a position to supplement this roster with what it needs. And what it needs right now, it needs first of all, overall good health. It needs a second baseman that it can depend on regularly. It needs another probably left-handed power bat. Gavin Sheets went down to Charlotte. I know you appreciated that move. And it needs more sound defensive emphasis overall. That's not something you're going to get necessarily in a trade, but you can try to isolate certain needs and address them. So, yeah, the Sox can still be in contention, although it's very bleak at the moment. 27-31 as we sit here. The Rangers left town. The Rangers returned to the Dallas area with a better record than the White Sox at this stage of the season. That's how bad it's gotten. So that's one story in Chicago. God. The other one was the Cubs. You mentioned 18 runs against the Yankees. Goodness sakes, is that ugly. And the worst, I think, the most embarrassing moment was Frank Schwindel lobbing up an eephus pitch and having hit out of the ballpark.
Yeah.
When you have a position player throwing for you, and then it's met with a home run, that's just a bad weekend all the way around.
Yeah, that was very embarrassing, but that wasn't the only embarrassing moment. And Schwindel, sadly, not the only pitcher giving up home runs.
No, yeah, but you could give him the benefit of the doubt. The Cubs pitchers who do that for a living were getting battered around. That Yankee team, very good. By the way, when you see Aaron Judge doing what he's doing on pace for 66 home runs, you know that he's going to be a free agent.
So are you saying the Cubs should sign him?
I'm saying that this conversation that we're having after the Anthony Rizzo comments, the Cubs really should go after free agents, says the ex-Cub who could have been more forceful when he was here to saying that. Why not think big? Wouldn't Aaron Judge be a guy that if you believe that to be true, the Cubs should go after free agents and spend like a big market team? He's the guy that should be the number one target.
I'm just reading between the lines here, and you can clarify this if you wish. But did you just call Tony Rizzo a coward? Is that what
No,
I heard?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't use that term.
That's what I heard. I apologize. Ron is on the South Side. Oh my God, Ron, help!
Hey, Ron.
Oh, boy, I tell you, you talking about ugly. Look, one of the things I do not want to hear is the White Sox have a favorable schedule. You lost to a team at home under 500 with arguably your two best pitchers. Certainly, I understand injuries. We understand injuries with this team. But the White Sox are losers. That's the only way I can describe that team. Blew out your bullpen, and that mistake by Louis Robert. But you know what? That's reflective of this team. Like you said earlier, they dumb baseball. So again, you're not going to play Detroit the rest of the season. So saying that they have a favorable schedule, what does that mean? That they're at home against bad teams? Guess what? They got beat. Team is bad. You guys have a wonderful day. We'll see what happens in Detroit. Don't be surprised if the White Sox lose 2 out of 3 in Detroit. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, Ron. I think you have come to expect those kinds of things from the White Sox, from this White Sox team, which is interesting, Mully, because a year ago we were having the opposite dynamic. You were celebrating the fact that or not even celebrating, but you couldn't ignore the fact they were beating the teams they should beat and losing to the elite teams, the better teams. This year, what was it, an 11-8 record against the Yankees, Red Sox, and Rays in the AL East, but they can't beat the likes of the Rangers, and certainly they can't win in their own division.
Oh, my. Okay. This is not good. This is again, don't be surprised if they lose in Detroit. I'll be impressed if they don't. I mean, that's how bad this is. I mean, my level of expectations for this team, going to Detroit, I hope they go to Slo's Barbecue and get the Yardbird sandwich. At least something good can come out of it.
So Lance Lynn on the mound doesn't do much to make you optimistic about getting off on the right foot in this series when they really need a strong performance from a starting pitcher.
No, I don't think Lance Lynn is ready to start the season. I think that Lance Lynn was only going to do so many dates down in Charlotte, and I think he's had absolutely I don't think he has had enough build-up to have a good performance tonight. My level of expectation is not high. I think, they're going to, the worst case scenario is they want him to go longer than he should.
Yeah.
And then he ends up needing another week off. Yeah. Worst case scenario.
They have earned your skepticism.
Oh, I have absolutely little faith. Very little faith. They're 4 games over 4 games under 500. They're not even close to mediocre.
Not yet.
They got to sweep a series and win another game in order to get back to 500. And I mean, listen, at this point, the question is, can they win 82 games and can that win the division? Can 82 wins get them in this? Because they're not going to come near being able to match the totals that we're expecting.
Basically, can they finish above 500 and sneak into the playoffs?
That's the question. And will it matter if they do? 312-644-6767. Back with your calls. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
A fly ball, shallow right, playable. Zobrist is there.
What's it like for you when you see all of those deals? Like, all right, there's going to be gambling money coming in, and now Apple, one of the most successful, profitable companies in the history of capitalism, is getting into business with baseball, and then you still have ownership on some level crying poor. Like, how do you interpret that dichotomy?
Well, don't get me wrong. I love Apple. I have an iPhone. We have Apple TV. We have all of that. I don't like that deal because it means it's a different streaming service that fans have to pay for to be able to watch the games, and I don't think that's right. I think there should be a unilateral one that goes over everything. That if you buy this package, you get every single game of every single team, no matter blackout, no matter what, no matter everything. That should be how it's done, and I don't like anything other than that. I don't like anything that deviates from that. It's unfortunate that that's what the world's coming to with different pieces here and there, but. It's frustrating because at the end of the day, you understand that the cash flow may not be there year in, year out, but everything else goes on. That's not including auxiliary revenues that guys are making away from the field that's based around the team, that the team brings in but isn't technically part of the organization. So there's some frustrating things, and that's what I think is so frustrating about the whole CBA talks was you see how much comes through and all these little things, but it's not technically part of the pie, and there's a whole slew of things, and they're businessmen, they're billionaires. They're for a reason. Most of them, I should say, have made a lot of money themselves rather than being inherited. But a lot of them have gone out there and they've made their living. They've done this. They're businessmen first and foremost, and that's the way they've run this league. And hopefully now we can get back to being on the field and they can help run those businesses and promote the players that are making this game great.
I'm a huge NBA fan, and there is a feeling of a partnership between the owners and the players. It does genuinely feel like they have mutual interests and work together, and that just isn't the case in baseball. What can be done to improve the trust a little bit between your union and the owners?
You can promote the stars of the game. Like you go into a baseball arena or a baseball stadium and say, hey, show a photo of a basketball player on that city's team. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be able to recognize who that is. You do the same thing the other way around, very few will have any idea who that baseball player is. That's the same with every single sport. We need to do a better job of promoting the individual players in the game. I think Tim Anderson's one of the ones that has really kind of taken the reins and done it himself a lot in Chicago, and I think that's something that needs to happen from an organizational standpoint of making sure that it's not just the direct target audiences of baseball fans. Get it to different events. Get players at different events for different things, and get everyone involved, and let's grow this game from an individual point. But that's the biggest thing. I mean, you take Mike Trout's photo anywhere around the world, nobody's really going to understand who he is, and that's unfortunate because he is the greatest player that is currently playing, and he's up there with the greatest players who've ever lived, and that's something that is shameful, the fact that people around the sport that aren't baseball fans don't know who he is.
Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
Whatever it was explained that, it may not be anything that prevents them staying in a rotation and pitching, so we'll see. That's the first I heard during the game.
I don't really know what the medical terms were. I know that there's some fluid back there right now, and we're going to try to get that cleaned up, and like I said, take it day by day. I was frustrated. Like I said, I thought it was something worse than it is, but grateful for the news, for sure.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is first the voice of Tony La Russa in the postgame talking about Michael Kopech's injury, not as serious as originally feared. And you hear Michael Kopech being happy with that news. Apparently he had the MRI. They've got an MRI machine right there in the ballpark, and went in and had an MRI. No structural damage. There is some fluid on his knee, so that will be drained. And there is a possibility that he will pitch as soon as next Sunday. Today is Monday.
Yeah, could be his next turn in the rotation. Boy, what a What a terrible homestand. What a tough week to be a White Sox fan. I mean, it was the nobody's homestand. It was from the intentional walk controversy to fire Tony Chance to yesterday's up and down game, and started with a terrible scene of Michael Kopech limping off the mound, throwing the baseball at the dirt in disgust, hard enough to probably upset the Sodfather. You think Roger Bossard liked seeing that damage done to his turf with the way Michael Kopech threw the 100-mile-per-hour fastball into the ground? But the frustration that he felt is what every White Sox fan could relate to. This has been as bad of a week as there has been this season for the White Sox. And you wonder, how deep the hole is they're digging for themselves and where this all is headed as it pertains to Tony La Russa. The chanting may continue. It could get louder, or it could die out. It could just go away because there's not an expectation that Tony La Russa is going to get fired. That's what makes this different than other scenarios. That's what makes it different from other managerial situations that you have seen, coaching situations. Fire Nagy, you thought there was going to be a result. You thought that might end up with Nagy being fired. Does anybody really believe that they're going to fire Tony? No, I don't think so.
I mean, let's not. I hear what you're saying. They're definitely not going to fire him. But did you see Rob Feeder this morning? He says twice in recent weeks, Chicago's regional sports networks have shown they cannot be trusted. In both cases, editorial standards were compromised in ways that shortchanged viewers and raised suspicions. On Thursday, NBC Sports Chicago edited out a key sequence in the evening replay of that day's Chicago White Sox game. They edited out in the replay of the game. And that, of course, was the Tony La Russa controversial decision ordering an intentional walk to the LA Dodgers batter. Trey Turner. It resulted in the next batter hitting a 3-run home run, effectively burying the White Sox, costing them the game. And it subjected the beleaguered White Sox manager to withering criticism, even from the network's analysts. But in the most controversial minutes of the game, NBC Sports Chicago simply skimmed over it, posted a graphic that read, "Due to the length of this program, we now move ahead in the action."
Okay, yeah, that was out there this weekend, and I have talked to the people involved with that, and people are going to draw their conclusions, and I understand why, because it's on the heels of the marquee decision to start over a segment that I was involved in on the Reporters Show with transparency. And when that happened, Mully, when that was pointed out, I think by CHGO on Twitter, I also tweeted out, "Come on, guys," in reference to NBC Sports Chicago and hashtag transparency. It was explained to me in a statement, John Shipman, that it was a mistake, and he felt bad about the mistake. It wasn't, from his point of view, something that was intentional, and it was just something that was an oversight by somebody who was assigned to condense that game, which was the longest game of the season, 4 hours and 13 minutes, into a 3-hour window, I believe, or whatever the window was. It's plausible. You can choose to believe it or not. I mean, that
was the key moment in the game.
Well, look, I understand what you're saying. That's why I think any sort of skepticism or cynicism is understood and appropriate. I would just say this. That's a station that doesn't necessarily shy away from criticizing the White Sox. And whether it's Ozzie Guillen post-game, which is must-watch stuff, or even Chuck Garfien has been critical, they've never been in a position to hold back when it comes to criticism of Jerry Reinsdorf or the White Sox or the Blackhawks, which are part owners, and even when the Cubs were involved. So that's not been a consistent thing for NBC Sports Chicago.
Back to Feeder, Chicago Bulls and White Sox owner Jerry Reinsdorf owns a 50% majority interest in NBC Sports Chicago, and he quotes the tweet from Phil Rosenthal, the former Tribune sports media columnist, who said, "Between NBC Sports Chicago and Marquee, there have been way too many errors in judgment lately, each seemingly aimed at protecting their equity partner teams from criticism. it costs the channel's credibility with fans that will take some time to regain.
I agree that it's cost him some credibility with fans. I understand why Phil would say that, and I have a ton of respect for Phil and even have some conversations or exchanges with him via text over the weekend as well. He's right. You've got to do a better job if you're marquee. You've got to do a better job if you're NBC Sports Chicago to avoid these kind of situations. I guess I'm not naive. I've been in this market long enough to understand, the realities of it. But I also am in this business, and I think we both understand some of the realities of it when you're dealing with understaffed newsrooms and things that are just mistakes that are easily explained to either inexperience in the market or just inexperience on the job. I think the marquee situation with the reporters was different than this one. I think initially the marquee situation was, oh boy, we need to be protective here. We need to avoid, dissent. We can't have that on our station. We can't have it on our show. We're trying to get the show off the ground. I honestly don't believe that was the case with this Jerry Reinsdorf White Sox game on Thursday and the re-airing of it on Friday.
Okay. 312-644-6767. I mean, you've got a great perspective on it because you were on that one, the first one. And you obviously had nothing to do with Tony's decision that we know of.
Are you assigning blame to me for that?
You yelled, walk him.
No,
Tony, just walk him.
But the thing is, and here's the unfortunate thing, is that everything that I said is defensible and even plausible. But I totally get why nobody would buy it. That's the problem.
There's a reason they're writing it. There's a reason that Feeder writes it. There's a reason people are tweeting.
There's a reason people are
because they don't believe it.
They don't believe it because it reporters, media were trained and conditioned to be skeptical to the point where you question what these explanations are. And I think you also are conditioned to expect a certain level of competence when you're watching these shows and you're consuming this media. I just think this was an oversight by somebody who had no idea what they were doing when they were doing this in terms of editing the game down, because you think somebody was saying, oh, this is going to make the White Sox look bad. Jerry's going to make a phone call.
Listen, yes, of course I do. You know why? Because it makes the White Sox look bad. And I'm sure, I don't know that Jerry would have made a call, but I'm sure that it would be better for the team not to have that broadcast yet again, because the whole thing was so damn controversial.
Right.
I mean, that was the moment they lost the game. They lost the game by what, 2 runs, and that was a 3-run homer. And it was a crazy.
I respect where you're coming
decision.
from, and I respect that point of view. I do, but I just don't see it that way. Only because I'm probably going to be admittedly more inclined to believe the people that I spoke to who are involved with this decision that was made, or oversee the process of the operation, and they chalked it up to just a bad execution of somebody on the job who made a mistake.
Let's get to the phone lines. Bob's on the road. Hey, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, I wanted to touch on the injuries that the Sox have been having. I noticed a lot of them are hamstring related and lower trunk related. I'm just wondering if their training isn't up to snuff, or it just seems like it's repeated, and it just.
David wondered if they stretch. How about that, Bob? David, honest to God, you said that this morning. Are they stretching before the game?
It makes you wonder. It does. Listen. Again, these are conclusions that we're jumped to when we have limited information, but the information that we've seen, the injury list, makes me wonder if they are stretching, are they doing it right? If they are conditioning between games, are they doing enough? I think everything is on the table when you have the degree of injuries that the White Sox have experienced and the number of soft tissue injuries that they're going through. Look. We all have covered NFL training camps where people start to pop hamstrings, and what's the conclusion? They're not in shape.
Well,
they're not used to that kind of rigorous regimen.
That happened when Lovey first got here and changed the team into, we're going to run more, get your track shoes, all the stuff that you heard about this season. And they suffered an array of injuries, including Brian Urlacher pulling a hamstring at the start of training camp. Now, no one's going to tell you that Brian Urlacher was out of shape ever during the course of his career. He had legendary workouts. The guy would go hit the weight room like no one ever has. The thing is, when you're changing a way a team plays, and you've got to be aware of it. I mean, this is back to, I hate to say it, but are we Carlos Zambrano, eat a banana? I mean, where are we at with what's going on with the White Sox? So many soft tissue injuries, so many hamstrings, and serious ones. You can't help but wonder if there is something going on.
You have to
let's get more Pedialyte in the
you
clubhouse.
have to wonder that.
I'm just saying
it sounds
crazy.
simplistic, but there has to be some approach that makes sense. It takes a common sense approach to this. It also was in the context of Mully. We both know they changed leaders. Yep. They made a change with Alan Thomas out in terms of the approach and maybe some of the people involved. I don't know if that's affected this, but it's undeniable that the White Sox have experienced an unusual amount of soft tissue injuries that make you question their approach, their fitness level, every aspect of the operation, and I think has to be questioned and examined.
And I think that the other element is that when you start having similar injuries and they start hitting people regularly, it's very difficult. Listen, it's hard to win to begin with. And their bullpen has had their issues. For God's sake, look at how this has gone on repeatedly. I think everything has to be open to scrutiny, and everything has to be considered when you're not able to field the best team in order to win. And clearly it's impacted their season. Dustin mentioned the graphic that was in the post game yesterday. It's just outrageous. And it starts with Garrett Crochet getting hurt. There are going to be injuries. There are injuries in every sport, and there are Tommy John injuries all the time. But those are things that you almost have to account for. You almost have to put together a team that you understand is going to need depth, and especially if your minor league system, if you've brought everybody up and you are believed to have the worst minor league system in the major leagues, and that's been been judged by everybody, that they're 30th in their minor league, you're not going to get a lot of guys coming up and helping you. It's just going to be difficult to get that to happen.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part. And I think in fairness, you look at what the Cubs are experiencing. Jed Hoyer alluded to that when he spoke Saturday in New York. He wondered about the nature of spring training, the hastiness of spring training.
That's the big one.
Because you look at their first four starters and their veterans, Kyle Hendricks, Drew Smyly, Wade Miley, and Marcus Stroman all have experienced injuries, and we're sitting here at June 13th. Now, Kyle Hendricks hasn't ended up on the injured list, but he should have been. He hasn't pitched since June 1st. All the other three guys have experienced some type of issues that you think could be attributed to they're stretching, they're in shape, but the condensed nature of spring training and how quickly they had to ramp up has to be a contributing factor to some of these injuries we're seeing, not only in Chicago, but throughout baseball.
All right, 312-644-6767. We're going to get to your calls. We got John Heyman joining us next. We'll talk to the Odyssey Baseball Insider, and we'll pick apart what happened in New York, what happened in Chicago. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swinging a drive, deep left field. It's got a chance.
Now let's talk about the 100-point night, because you've done a whole book on this. How did it come to pass that Wilt would score 100 points in one game?
Well, Wilt averaged 50 points a game that season. These are comic book superhero numbers, right? 50 points a game. 50.4 was the exact number. So 43 times that season, he scored more than 50 points in a game. So in Hershey, he's playing the last place New York Knicks. The Knicks had already given up 63 points in a game to Jerry West of the Lakers earlier that season. They'd given up 71 to Elgin Baylor the year before. They just weren't very good. The Knicks had 2 6'10" centers. One, Darrell Imhoff, was a rookie. He had won a gold medal with the U.S. Olympic team in 1960 at the Rome Olympics. But Imhoff, that night in Hershey, fouled out after playing just 20 minutes. Now, the other 6'10" center wasn't going to help much because he wasn't even in the arena. He was 13 miles away at the Hotel Penn Harris in Harrisburg, the state capital, vomiting because of a late-night bender the night before. So Phil Jordan, he's not going to be a factor. That means for 28 of the 48 minutes that night in Hershey, the tallest player the Knicks had to defend Wilt was a 6'8" rookie, Cleveland Buckner, who was kind of built like a flagpole, didn't have much weight on him. And so that, nobody knew that Wilt was where he was with his point total, because it's not a day where you look up on the big board above the court and say, oh, number 13, big fella, 77 points. They didn't have those then. They just had an old metallic scoreboard used for the Hershey Bears hockey team. But when there's 7.5 minutes to play, Wilt scores and he's fouled. And Harvey Pollack, the statistician for the Philadelphia Warriors, Wilt's team, gives Dave Zinkoff, the PA announcer, a sheet of paper that says Wilt has just broken his own scoring record. So at that point, Zinkoff announced it. Ladies and gentlemen, a new scoring record has been created by Wilt Chamberlain. He has 79 points. And then he makes those 2 free throws, so now he's got 81. And at that moment, everybody suddenly has context. And everything becomes intensified. For Wilt's Warriors, it's a sense of curiosity that's intensified. Can the big fella actually do this? His high had been 78 points in a triple overtime game earlier that season. For the Knicks, the poor last place Knicks, it's their sense of dread, Laurence, that intensifies. They're thinking, if this guy scores 100 points, people are going to be talking about this in 60 years.
So this game wasn't televised, right? There was no television at all on this?
No TV at all, and there were just none of the New York sports writers came down. It was game 75 out of 80. So the Warriors were too far behind Red Auerbach and Bill Russell Celtics to catch them. The Knicks were going to finish last, so it was just playing out the string. And it was Wilt muscling up. You see, Wilt muscled up when he wanted to. You're not going to score 100 points without an ego. You have to not only want to do it, you have to, on a deeper level, need to do it. And this was Wilt bending not just the team, but an entire sport to his will in Hershey.
Did his teammates want him to get, did they actively help him get the 100 points?
Well, the answer is yes, particularly in the last 7.5 minutes when the game became kind of a joke, because what happened is the Knicks start running a weave. They're stalling. They're 20 points behind and they're stalling because they don't want Wilt to get the ball and score. And the Warriors counter by putting in some reserves to foul the Knicks quickly to get the ball back to Wilt. So the game takes on sort of this caricature of a real game.
crazy free agency.
You're right. It was really a lot of fun, I think, for all the fans. Maybe not as much fun for me and Ken Rosenthal and Joel Sherman and Jeff Passan.
Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
John Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I like the White Sox. You never know with the Cubs.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Joining the show is Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. And John joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good.
You know, we're not doing great. I mean, the Chicago baseball scene, this might have been as bad a weekend as I can recall in a very long time. Those bully Yankees didn't do any nice things to the Cubs. And goodness gracious, the White Sox just burning bullpen and you know, losing. Horrible to watch, John.
It's terrible. I mean, it's been a lost summer so far. We're not even through the summer. Yeah, I'm so inspired after going to see the Cubs that I will be writing about the terrible Chicago baseball scene for the Post in tomorrow's paper. It took some doing. We're very provincial in New York, of course, and the Yankees are doing great, but I've written the Yankees are great about 20 times at this point, so I'm inspired by watching the Cubs and knowing what's going on with the White Sox.
I look forward to that column. That's great, John. I appreciate the tease. We're teasing your NewYorkPost.com. That's going to be a lot of fun to read. Tell me this. When you are either writing this or when you're thinking about what the White Sox situation is, typically you have an owner who you have to worry about in pro sports that maybe flies off the handle, reacts in a knee-jerk way. How often do you see a guy who is as committed to the status quo as Jerry Reinsdorf is committed to Tony La Russa?
You know, he is the most loyal owner in sports, one of the most loyal business owners of any type we've ever seen. And on some level, you need to give him credit for that. But, you know, I do think at some point he's going to have to consider whether to change the manager. You know, obviously the team is underperforming like just about no other team. I mean, I would say the Phillies were right there with them, but they changed managers, as we know, and now the Phillies are on the right track. Notwithstanding yesterday's game, they're playing much, much better. The White Sox are playing horribly, and the strategies really are nonsensical at times. So I do think, and I think a lot of people think, as we heard from the crowd, it's really time to consider changing the manager. And, you know, we're not going to consider Jerry disloyal if he does it. We understand that he always thought that his greatest regret was firing La Russa, and I get that. Became a Hall of Fame manager, arguably the best manager over the last probably 40, 50 years. We get all that, but at this point, this has not worked.
John, we haven't talked to you since Tony decided to walk Trey Turner with 2 strikes on him, a 1-2 count, and he just was just put him on base. There's an open base. Let's get Max Muncy in here to hit a home run. And it was a crazy decision, frankly, as was evidenced by Freddie Freeman, who was utterly confused. Turner said he didn't know if he should actually go to first. He was so confused. Max Muncy ends up hitting a 3-run homer. They lose the game by 2 runs, so that seems pretty apparent that mattered. And Tony doubled down on that in the postgame and got kind of get off my lawn angry when being questioned about it. Then he came back and he tripled down on it the next day. And I haven't heard anyone defend that decision. I haven't heard anyone in baseball defend that decision. If you got 2 strikes on a guy, why not make him work? Why not try to paint a corner or do something? You know, don't throw him another strike if you got a base open. It just didn't make an ounce of sense. And it's never been done before. And I don't know how you triple down on that.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard of outside the box thinking. This is outside of sanity. It makes no sense whatsoever to any of us. I have not heard anybody defend it. He's sticking with it. Maybe nobody has said to him, right to him, and it didn't make any sense. I mean, I know that people are commenting on that, and he just doesn't believe anybody else, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's the way he behaved previously, but, in those years when he was managing, not everybody in the world had all the stats or could look them up within a second. And he ultimately made sense almost all the time. And this time makes no sense. Trey Turner is a very good player. He is a 197 average when it's 1 and 2. This is a pitcher he's never seen before. Muncy does bat well against lefties. The stats he cited were not correct. It was really just indignant gibberish that he gave us. They're underperforming like no one else. I think the players generally have related well to him, which we didn't know that was going to happen, but the in-game decisions are just not there, in my opinion.
John, the Cubs team you saw was just a downright embarrassment to major market teams in Major League Baseball, and giving up 18 runs and just not being competitive on Saturday. It's a sad state of affairs now that they have lost 6 in a row. What will it take for them to kind of reverse course here? Because I don't know if they're going to spend in the offseason. There's a suggestion they will. It's going to get worse before it gets better here, and they haven't even traded anybody yet, but this is a non-competitive team. How is it worse now that you've seen them firsthand than you thought, and where do they go from here?
Yeah, first I'll say it's slightly unfair because they're playing a team that's 44-16. So,
right.
They're beating the Yankees are beating everybody. At this point, they have played a lot of bad teams. Cubs may not be the worst of the teams they played. They've played the Royals, the Tigers, the Orioles, a bunch. I think about 13 games against the Orioles. So, but 44-16 tells you something. They're really good. The Cubs, obviously aren't close to the Yankees, but they aren't even close to competitive, as you mentioned. They are a very, very bad team. They didn't try in the offseason. They need to get going. We know their revenues are high. They're making money. Really no excuse for this. And, they're just a bad team. I've never seen a team go 0 for 48 with runners in scoring position. They did finally get ahead. I think it was Haugh who singled with a runner on second. Runner didn't even score. But 0 for 48 runners in scoring position, they're not good. Not a good team, and it's an overall. I mean, they have a few prospects, but many of them are 27 years old or older, 28, 29. So they have a long, long way to go.
This segment with John Heyman is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. Bank with power at Lakeside Bank. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. And, John, we've had a conversation here over the last week or so, just sort of observing everything going on in Chicago baseball. And the idea being that while Tony La Russa, whether he's actually in jeopardy or not, you've got the crowd chanting to fire him. And I have a lot of friends that I grew up with who are White Sox fans, and they are number one villain is Tony La Russa for some reason. Number two villain is Jerry Reinsdorf. No one seems to care about Rick Hahn or the job he's done. And on the north side, when we talk to people, the number one villain is probably starts with ownership, and then it gets to Jed Hoyer, and I never hear anyone criticize David Ross. And so we've decided that the two safest seats in town, baseball-wise, are the Cubs manager and the White Sox general manager. and I know that sounds crazy, but these are the coldest seats in town. Does that make sense to you, just from a baseball standpoint?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think the White Sox do have talent. In terms of their talent, they're on the right track. They have had injuries, so it's not all Tony's fault. It's more the injuries and the underperformance. Whether he's a party to the underperformance, that's for you to judge, I guess. But I do think they have a good team, or should have a good team. I shouldn't say have. They should have a good team. They should have a winning record. So I do not blame Rick Hahn, and same with David Ross. And if the team is not good, it's really hard to blame the manager. I think Brandon Hyde will never know that he's a good manager in Baltimore because their team has not been good for years and years and years. So he's never on the hot seat. Same in Pittsburgh with Derek Shelton, who's a manager. I suspect he might be good, but they're so bad that you can't really judge him. And I think the same thing with Ross. And I know they extended him. I think over the winter. And I don't know whether that's a reward or a punishment, but he's going to be there for a while. I think that's only fair. I mean, you can't blame the manager. This team just isn't very good. Just look at that lineup. That's not a lineup that can contend. And it's not a rotation that can contend. It's just not a team that can contend. It's a bad team.
John, just for curiosity, we mentioned Rick Hahn, and there's a constant discussion here in town. So are you of the belief that if Rick Hahn even wanted to make a move with Tony La Russa, that it wouldn't matter, that he basically is powerless in that role to do anything other than maybe put the roster together?
I do think it is Jerry's call. I mean, I think in this case, and it's not the only team where the owner makes the manager call. Jerry is certainly the one who hired Tony La Russa. I'm sure that Rick Hahn would have hired A.J. Hinch or somebody else to be the manager if it was up to him. At this point, and I don't know, I'm not privy to their conversations, I would think that Rick Hahn is probably, I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe he's the one other guy who supports Tony La Russa at this point. It's possible. We don't know. Rick Hahn is not indiscreet. He's not telling me that, Tony needs to go. I don't know. But at this point, I've got to think that anybody who's paying attention knows that it's probably a good idea to change managers at this point. He's probably in there as, the general manager, Manassian, with the Angels, was telling Artie Moreno, who made the call to hire Joe Madden, it's time to make a change. I think he's probably in there putting in his 2 cents. I do not know that, as I said. At some point, it's possible Jerry could be convinced to make a change. I'm not in that camp that says that La Russa's in there 100% forever. And, it's up to La Russa, when he wants to go, and Jerry's never going to fire him. I can't believe that. And at some point, I think that Jerry may be convinced to make a change. I'm just going by logic. He is the most loyal man in baseball and maybe in America, but at some point, you can't let this go on forever, right?
Right.
The Cubs DFA'd Clint Frazier, and our executive producer, Dustin Rhodes, has been calling for him to play over Jason Hayward for a while now. And Jed Hoyer defended Hayward as a mentor and a leader, and he's helping Christopher Morel, etc. But we never really saw anything from Clint Frazier one way or another, and he actually criticized the Yankees before the series and then was immediately DFA'd. Now, I think that's happenstance, that those two things happened one after the other, but Dustin, who is being slowly surrounded, believes that there's a conspiracy here, and they got rid of Clint Frazier for that reason. What's your take on Clint Frazier getting DFA'd, and does it make sense that you're not willing to eat the dollars with 32, soon to be 33-year-old Jason Hayward, and Clint Frazier's gone?
Well, we see how Cubs ownership is with the dollars. It's not the Dodgers. It's not the Mets. The revenue is high. It's up there. They certainly have the money, but they're, like a lot of people, not the only ones, not willing to just throw good money away. So, it's probably out of Hoyer's hands at that point. A lot of people have given up on Clint Frazier at this point. I think he was a 5th draft pick. He certainly has talent. He has not worked out in a few places. One thing I will say is the Cubs did bring in guys who maybe could be a little more mature, shall I say. I think that was an issue with Frazier with the Yankees. Maybe up close, the Cubs noticed that. I don't blame them for giving it a shot. It was cheap. He made, I think it was $1.75 million, so they gave it a shot. But, it seems to me like the Cubs kind of disregarded personality and what they did. And, maybe that's why they got cheaper deals than some others. But ultimately, that's probably not a good plan. It's better to have people like Jason Hayward on the team for that reason. But, the Cubs just aren't going to, let go a guy who's making the kind of money that Hayward is. And they're not alone in that regard. Will Frazier work out and become a star somewhere? I suppose that's possible, but this is his third go-round. This is the third team that he's been with that's let him go. So, they're not alone in this.
Great stuff, John. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
All right. Good talking to you guys.
You
See
too.
you later.
That was Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com.
Good to get the national perspective from John Heyman. Let's get the local look from Bruce.
Okay, we'll get to Bruce Levine next, our score baseball expert. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports.
We're doing very.
Danny and Tim.
What's that?
Are you guys grinding or are you guys having fun?
I'd say it's a mixture.
Rise and grind.
Yeah. Kimbrel's a future Hall of Famer. He gets control of whatever room he wants. Isn't that how it works at this point?
Sure. If that's what he wants to think.
No, I like that.
I think it's whoever's a better golfer, whoever's a better and whoever's a better video game player.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
There we go.
That makes all the sense.
So how would you rank yourself among being the S-talker, the golfer, and the video game player? How are you ranking yourself there?
I got Kimbrel in all three of those categories. But I don't know how everyone else on the team is. But Kimbrel, I got him in all three.
All right, but Tim Anderson is a pretty great trash talker. Liam Hendrick's pretty great.
Tim Anderson?
Yeah.
Yes, Tim Anderson is one of the best, and I love his personality. And honestly, that's what baseball needs more of is guys being themselves. And the old school fan might hate that, but hey, it's 2022. And then all the other players and everyone getting mad at the White Sox for being good baseball players. Don't like Tim Anderson's bat flip. We'll make a better pitch.
Yes, exactly.
Me and Tony still believe in the same ideas, and you act like and you don't think anything's going to come of that, then you guys are not living on planet Earth.
We're talking to Joe Kelly here. And, Joe, I know that we told you, or you maybe had heard ahead of time that, we're the show that everybody comes on and curses on, and we appreciate it. But now that you've once is good.
Once is good.
Because we can erase it from the FCC. When it happens 3 times, we should really just be a podcast or a serious show, on satellite radio. So we're going to clean it up for the rest of the conversation, but I appreciate you wading into the bit. I'm sorry. I want to just keep cursing. I enjoy it. I think it's entertaining, but the FCC they don't have much of. They're basically the Carlos Correa of government organizations.
Yeah. What did Eminem say about the FCC back in the day in his song?
Exactly.
100% correct.
They won't let me be.
I didn't even know there was still an organization called the FCC. Honestly,
I know that's how old of a medium you're on right now. You're on AM radio.
Well, I know about AM radio, but I didn't know the FCC still actually had pull.
Yeah, I know.
I love it. Love it.
Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover in the next 2 hours. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Great being with you like we are every Saturday, 52 weeks out of the year, talking baseball on Inside the Clubhouse.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always a joy to talk to our friend Bruce Levine. And he joins us now on the Score Hotline, which is powered by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Bruce.
Good morning, guys. I'm tagging up right now. I'm heading toward third base. Oh, I came off the bag. No, that was
awful.
That was a rough weekend for the White Sox and the Cubs. So just rough on different levels. Where do you guys want to begin?
Well, let's start with that. We had a conversation this morning. Which was worse? Well, who had the worst weekend? Was it the Cubs getting clobbered by the best team in baseball, or was it the White Sox losing in extra innings twice?
Yeah, I think the White Sox more than anything else, because of the fact that some of those games were winnable, especially yesterday's game. That was a winnable game, even though they lost Kopech after 13 pitches. That was the worst news of the day. The best news of the day came afterwards, that they don't think it's going to be that long, that the knee's going to be looked at here, and that he should be available next week. So that's the hopeful news out of it. But just the way that they lost games, some of the anger from the fans. I think it was just an uneasy weekend for the White Sox, and that could all be eradicated with Lance Lynn coming back and starting tonight. That would be a good start toward the next 100 games for the Chicago White Sox.
Do you think they embrace the status quo, Bruce? I know how you feel about Tony La Russa. We don't expect there to be a change, but which is more likely? Some sort of change with either the manager or the coaching staff, or the Sox making some sort of bold trade to try to break themselves out of this slumber that they find themselves in?
Well, look, again, with all due respect, there's a lot of guys playing out there that are making a name for themselves and doing well, but they're not the players that you expected to be out there to help win a championship. Okay, so getting back to the premise that Anderson's going out on a rehab, Eloy, we don't know when he's going to be coming back. Lynn coming back tonight. The idea that your Grandal is hurt. Hopefully, it's not too bad and he'll start coming into form. But injuries have really wiped this team off the map right now, and they're just in survival mode. That's the only way I can look at it for the White Sox right now, is that they have to play right at 500 or a little above until they start getting their regular players back. I know it's Pollyanna-ish to talk that way, but they are really in survival mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's not a lot to hang your hat on with this team. We thought that the starting pitching was going to carry them while they got their hitters back. They actually scored some runs the last couple of days. It's just when one thing starts to work, then something else falls apart. And I think that there is a sense that with 40 days before the trade deadline, the White Sox being 4 games under, they're going to have to stay in contention somehow. And I get it. The schedule gets easier. But as you say, they don't have their team.
Right. And to answer David's question more directly, Mike, what do you have to trade right now? And what are you going to get back, 60 games into the season? Are any of the teams really in trade mode right now? The Montas, is he going to be traded now, or is he going to be traded 6 weeks from now before the deadline comes? Do they have enough to match up for him? They didn't have enough to match up with Oakland for Manaea. Will they have enough to match up for him? I still believe it's all about pitching depth, and that the offense is going to be adequate, if not spectacular. So I'm a pitching guy. I'm a defense guy. Those things have to be better. You can't make mistakes like Robert made yesterday. That was unacceptable. That's just not it's not playing baseball in the moment. It's not, again, I'm a huge fan of Luis Robert. I picked him to be the MVP of the American League, but in that type of moment, down 2 runs, you have to be more cognizant of what's going on around you.
Bruce, Wrigley Field tonight, Yu Darvish, Justin Steele, Cubs past versus Cubs future. I can't help but look at Darvish on the mound tonight at Wrigley Field and think about that was the beginning of the end. That was the first move that was made to kind of signal this direction that they're headed. That and everything else after that was just like, okay, this is what the reality you have to accept. What do you expect tonight at Wrigley Field, and what would you say about the direction the Cubs are?
Well, the direction, again, we talked about survival mode. The Cubs bullpen is so wiped out from this weekend, and the starting staff is so weakened right now that, any type of, deep pitching by, a starter like Steele tonight, and hopefully Hendricks tomorrow, although he's coming back from a shoulder that he's trying to strengthen and get better. He hasn't pitched in 2 weeks. This is a rough time for them. Again, Darvish against Steele, looks like a mismatch, but that's why they play baseball. Steele has had some really good games right now. The tough part is that when people expect a lot of these young pitchers like Thompson and Steele to compete, go out there and be consistent, they're not getting what it's really all about. It is player development. David, you and I talked about player development with the White Sox over the weekend on Inside the Clubhouse, but player development is happening there at Wrigley Field right now, and you just have to go with the punches. I mean, yesterday's game, totally wiped out their bullpen because Thompson couldn't make it through the first inning. He had almost 40 pitches in that first inning. Two reasons why you can't keep him in there. Number one, he's not getting anybody out. Number two, he's a big part of your future. You're not going to put him out there and push him through a game where he just isn't adequate. He doesn't have his stuff. His mechanics are not good. So that was the right move. But this team, they don't have a starter for Wednesday. Hendricks is probably going to be on a pitch count Tuesday because he hasn't pitched in 2 weeks. This is a tough time for the Chicago Cubs. It's pretty obvious. One stat that stood out from the weekend, guys, the Cubs are 0-12 in New York against the Yankees in history of games against the Yankees, and I think it's 4-23 lifetime against the New York Yankees. So that includes World Series back in 32 and 38. Just been a tough time for them, and certainly always a tough time when they play the Yanks.
Bruce, thanks. Great catching up. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Hang in there.
We're going to bring in Steve Stone next. We'll ask him his thoughts on where the Sox are at and what needs to happen in Detroit and who's left to pitch. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. Ian Happ joins us at 9.
But for example, I always use this as an example, Pacino. They teach you in acting that it's all about being incredibly curious. Well, Pacino takes it to the next level. Like you could, turn on a light. He's like, wait a second. You flip a switch over here. The light goes on over there. Whoa, this is sorcery. So, or just breaking down speech patterns. If you watch Robert Downey Jr. does this thing where he talks slow at the beginning and speeds up at the end and sounds like you have to burp halfway through. Okay, so are we on the same page or not? There's that type of stuff which can, that finds its way. It's almost like you're teaching people how to do them. Or the impressions. It's interesting because if you start with Robert Downey Jr. and slow it down and raise the pitch, it becomes Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
Throw me a frickin' bone, and then you add some awareness. It's Donald Trump, quite frankly. So it's odd that they're so close. You go, hi, Kermit the Frog here, and then you bring it down, and it becomes John C. Reilly. Did you touch my drum set? And then it becomes Mark Ruffalo. I see this is an absolute win. And then you can actually add a little more Kermit back, and it's Joe Rogan. Wow, Jamie, pull that up. Oh, my God, it's at the nuts. That's crap. Jamie, pull it up. So, it's really interesting. Oh, Chris Hemsworth is up here, and Russell Crowe's down here. So they're so close.
They're kindred spirits.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, to have Jimmy Fallon. Oh my gosh, it's so great! I can't believe it's Adam Sandler. Hey, how you doing? I really like what you're doing. Start laughing. Oh gosh, it's so great. Oh, buddy, you're doing such a great job. Oh my god. You guys see this? Okay. Then Chris Berman shows up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, but the ability to go back and forth, like I would imagine, yes, a lot of people can do the small, but the ability, like you just showed us with the
that's more fun to me.
The vocal range part of going back and forth.
To go
that's
back and
amazing.
forth
That's mastery.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mastery. It's a gimmick, but I'll take it. I'm fine with it. Yeah, to me, that's what made me different than most people who did impressions. They do, Rich Little would do 30 minutes of one, and then you're going, what's next? What's the next thing that you're going to do?
Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score. Steve Stone, White Sox TV analyst.
And the pitcher, a 12-game winner already this year, Steve Stone.
Former American League Cy Young Award winner. Over 4 decades of excellence in the booth. No one breaks down baseball like Stoney.
Well, Lloyd doesn't have his stroke yet, but it only needs one at-bat to come to him. Like that.
Oh, Eloy Jimenez! Welcome back. Hi, Mom. See you later. 5-3.
It's Eloy's night anyway, and you figured he was going to get good pitch to hit. He got a slider up, and I mean, he hit the daylights out of that.
Steve Stone with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to welcome in Steve Stone, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Stoney, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, guys. I am rejuvenated this morning.
Wow, that's awesome. And is that because of getting a good night's rest? Is it because of Lance Lynn returning? Is it because you may be called on to pitch out of the bullpen tonight?
Well, I will say that Tony asked me if I could give him the 6th and 7th inning if something comes up. But, there was, look, it was a tough ball game yesterday, and it was characterized and finally ended by a less than stellar choice. Carrying a meaningless run with him, Luis Robert decided for whatever reason it was very important to move on to third base, where he was unceremoniously tagged out and the game ended. I think to a certain extent that was emblematic of what has happened to the Sox to this point. So there's a couple of choices that you have, and we can delve into them. One of them is you can't allow yourself to be out-homered in your own ballpark that's built on power. And that's exactly what's happening to the Sox right now. So there's a couple of choices. Number one, you either start hitting the ball out of the park, which we know is not happening quite as much as we would like. Or two, we have to all, as a team, the guys who are involved, look themselves in the mirror and say, am I doing everything possible to help this team win some baseball games? And I think in some instances the answer would be yes. In some, probably not. So let's look at a couple things that came out of yesterday which showed me that there's still some life on this team. Number one, Johnny Cueto went up to Tony and said, you know what, I can give you some innings today. It was a whole lot earlier than he should have pitched. He was supposed to start today. But he realized that this team really needed him, and he stepped up in a big way and kept that game competitive to the point where they almost won it. Matt Foster was supposed to have 2 days off, and he pitched in both of them and said, yes, I can go. And so were the results good? No, they weren't particularly good, but the point was somebody had to fill those innings. This was a really short bullpen yesterday. As you noticed and everybody else noticed, Liam Hendriks did not pitch. So what people thought was ineptitude on the part of the handling of the pitchers was the fact that Tony and Ethan had to stay away from Liam. So there is some good news on the horizon. Yes, Lance Lynn is coming back. Yes, Liam Hendriks will most likely be ready to go as soon as today. Plus, there's some pretty good news on the injury front. Michael Kopech looks like he's not near as badly injured as it appears. Yasmani Grandal, who just started to hit the ball, is probably going to come back here a little bit sooner than it looked when he left. And so there's a couple of things to look at, but the one major thing, guys, is that this team is playing a long way from smart baseball. And that's something, if you're not going to score consistent runs, if you're not going to pummel the opposition, you better at certain times outthink them, and that has not been the case with this team.
Steve, I admire your optimism, and I think when you look at the past week, though, what it's going to require to dig themselves out of this hole at this point is to be smarter and to be more focused and not to be prone to let other things affect or distract you from being as concentrated as you need to be. It's been a tough week, though. You've got the controversy over the intentional walk. You've got the fired Tony chance at the ballpark. You've got all the injuries. So I just wonder, where is your confidence that this team can achieve that kind of focus, that laser focus, to have that intensity that you need to kind of block out some of this outside noise?
I'm not exactly sure how it's going to get done, but I do know the capabilities of getting it done are sitting in that room. And the guys in the front office, not only Kenny and Rick, but everybody in that front office is pulling together on a daily basis and racking their brains to try to figure out what's going to happen to make this team better. And I know they're looking at every possibility for trades. The trade deadline is coming up in the not-too-distant future. I do believe they're going to be buyers and not sellers. That has a whole lot to do. You know, if they go on a prolonged losing streak, which I don't think is going to happen, I think all of a sudden the emphasis shifts. But I think as of right now, looking at this, 4 games back in the loss column, 4 games under 500, 6 games back, you look at one number and it stares right at you on a daily basis. For today, that number is 104. 104 games left. I've seen a lot of things happen with 104 games left. I mean, if you're going to tell me, and I talked with a manager that you guys are familiar with because he managed the White Sox. He later came to glory with Pittsburgh. His name was Chuck Tanner. And I said to Chuck, boy, you're a pretty positive guy. And he said, yep. He said, I never give up hope that we're going to do a whole lot better as a team. I have to do better, meaning him. The team has to do better. And together, I feel we're going to win. He said, I am so positive that I still believe that we're going to win with 10 games left when we're 11 games out. Okay, so that might be overstating it a touch, but that's what Chuck Tanner felt. But I do know one thing, and that is nothing in baseball or life has ever been accomplished by, 1, a negative attitude, and 2, giving up well before you have to. I think the folks have to realize, and I know our fans are frustrated. You can hear it at the park just about every day. But what they have to realize is there is still time for this. And personally, there's things that I would do, and I never really wanted to be a major league manager, but I've been around so many teams and seen so many games at this point. One of the things I would do is this. I would go and I would have a very short meeting where I Tony or whoever else might step up and say, look, we are not doing everything we can to be successful. Let's come to the park every day with an idea that, number one, we're going to win every inning. Then we're going to win every chance we get. And by the way, guys, we're going to have to all pull in the same direction, because if you don't pull in the same direction, nothing happens. And I wouldn't make it long. I would keep it relatively short. And I would look to the leaders of this team and challenge them to kind of get everybody else pulling in the right direction. And then I would say, you know what, guys, I'm going to step out of the room, and why don't you have a meeting amongst yourselves? Why don't you try to figure out why a team, ostensibly with this kind of talent, has not performed to the best of their ability to this point? And so everybody says, well, you have excuses for injuries. Yes, but sometimes you look at rationale, you look at the reasons, and you could call them excuses if you want to. But the loss of Garrett Crochet was devastating because it really hurt us from the left side of that bullpen. He was a multi-inning left-handed reliever who could dominate people. That started things out. Aaron Bummer has been hurt consistently this year and has not picked up the slack. That means it's been a little sketchy from the left side. That's never really good. Then you take a look at losing Tim Anderson, which was the latest in the long line of injuries, and that was pretty devastating for this team, but he feels pretty good. He'll be back sooner rather than later. Lance Lynn is coming back. Grandal is not hurt as seriously as we thought, and Kopech is not hurt near as seriously as we thought. There are some positive things coming, and it has to happen in that clubhouse. And these guys have to get together, and they have to say as a team, we're not going to accept losing. We're not going to accept bad baseball. We're not going to accept the mental mistakes that has proliferated through this team this particular year. As far as being prepared to make the next play, I don't think there's a lot of guys that are as prepared as they should be, and consequently is shown with the fact that they're 27-31. Injuries are a huge factor, but you have to play over those, and I'm hoping that this happens with this team, because I know there's too much talent to squander that. And, of course, if they squander it, it's going to be, honestly, it's not going to be anybody's fault but theirs. Because at the end of the day, when they go between the lines, Tony's not going between those lines. Rick Hahn, Kenny Williams, they're not going between those lines. The analytics people who supply a lot of very good information, they're not going between those lines. But those guys wearing uniforms are. And those are the only guys that can make this thing turn around. But they have to decide on a daily basis, this is unacceptable. We are going to change, and we're going to change today.
I got to tell you, when Kopech left that game, when he slammed the ball down and limped off after he not being able to kind of load up on that leg, I thought we had hit Waterloo. I thought that, Lance Lynn's coming back, and it doesn't matter because now you're really going, and Grandal leaves the day before with the hamstring. I just felt some kind of weird shift. So the Kopech news, it was confusing. I mean, it was just so wild. It was great news, but it was, I think because that happened so much earlier, and then you watch them lose another game in the extra innings, and
it was a pick-me-up.
Well, I mean, I just was already kind of dead and buried, and it was just totally. Maybe it was a pick-me-up. Is it a pick-me-up? I don't know what to make of it.
Well, look, Mully, what happens to a team as a whole and an individual specifically is you get knocked down a few times, and nobody is going to be judged on being knocked down because everybody participating at the top level of anything gets knocked down. I'm sure, Mully, there was probably a job somewhere that you wanted to get that you didn't. I know there were situations in my career where I wanted to win, I wanted to be established someplace, and I wasn't. So when I hear people say it's over, it's time to give up, it's time to change everything, it's time to change direction, I'm very negative on this. I think back to all the people that I know who have achieved everything worthwhile in life, and it comes with challenges, and it comes with sacrifices, and it comes with the idea that you can knock me down, but I'm going to win the fight. You have to feel that way, because other than that, you might as well go home, because there is nothing left. And these guys did not get to wear a major league uniform because they gave up at most levels of competition. And I think if you want to have one incident that crystallizes everything that happened in the previous 58, just take a look at Michael coming off the mound and throwing that baseball just about as hard as he could into the ground. One instance, one isolated moment that encapsulated 58 games of frustration, of ineptitude at times, of bad luck, of a horrendous string of injuries, and everything else that went into the first 58. But what happened for 58 games does not determine what's going to happen for the next 104. These guys are going to determine what happens for the next 104. I've played with a lot of managers in my time. A lot of guys managed me. Some I liked, some I didn't like, some I respected, some not so much. But at the end of the day, the guys in that room have got to pull together and say, we're doing this for us. It's nice to say we're doing it for the fans, but realistically, baseball players don't do that. They do it for themselves. They do it from their teammates. They do it because they've been winners every place they've ever gone, and they anticipate being winners now in the major leagues. But it's got to come from them. And hopefully this is what's going to happen. Hopefully this team, as a group, will be so frustrated by what's happened that they will turn things around and refuse to accept what's happened to this point. There's still enough time to do it. I look at the standings, they're not Kansas City. They're not Baltimore. They're not teams that have no chance. People that say they have no chance just really don't understand the grind. But the grind is real, and so is an everyday game that challenges you every day, and the question then becomes to each and every one of these players, are you equal to this challenge? What can you do better today? And then they have to go make it happen. If they don't, truly, excuses are are rampant. You can reach up and grab one, and it looks pretty good, but at the end of the day, it's still excuses.
60 seconds, Steve. Did Michael Kopech step into a groove he made for himself on the mound that helped create that injury? And then secondly, what was Dylan Cease doing warming up?
I think that there was a situation where nobody really knew who the next man was going to be because a lot of those guys who pitched at the back end were not supposed to grab a baseball. This was supposed to be a day off for a lot of guys, and you were planning on Michael Kopech going 6 or 7. He went 2 hitters. Consequently, it was mix and match, and through it all, those guys got this team in a position to win. Let me say one thing about the at-bats. They've been awful. They have not been thought out at-bats. They have to grind a little bit. You look at some of those teams that win, it's tough to pitch to the Yankees because they'll walk and they'll hit deep in the count. It's tough to pitch to the Dodgers because they're patient. They'll hit deep in the count. It's tough to pitch to the Astros because each and every at-bat is a world unto itself, and that guy goes out to beat you each and every time. We swing at the first pitch, and again, I can't just point out Luis Robert, but he was emblematic of yesterday. A horrible base running mistake, and runners at first and third with 1 out. He swings at the first pitch, which was off the ground, and pops it up to second base. That's not a well-thought-out at-bat. That's not a thought-out at-bat at all. But Luis is still a very young hitter, and hopefully he learns from that. This team has to have better at-bats on a daily basis, and that's one of the keys. They're going to have to outscore their opposition because we know defensively it's a challenged team. Right now the pitching in the bullpen is short. The starting pitching is going to get better with the emergence of Lance Lynn.
Steve, thanks a ton. Great stuff. I think I feel better now.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, guys, remember, where there's life, there's hope.
That's right. That's exactly
Enjoy
right.
Detroit.
Yep. Slows Barbecue, Yardbird Sandwich. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone.
Did I tell you guys about the excuse I got from my Uber driver last week?
No.
He
why would an Uber driver need to give you an excuse? Because he was late?
Well, because he was on the way. He was on the way to pick me up to take me to the airport.
He doesn't want to date anybody right now. It's not just you. It's just he doesn't want to date anybody.
Yeah, that's it. He ghosted me. And I'm looking at the map. You know, I'm watching him, and he's on the way to my house.
Mm-hmm.
And then he makes a detour, and then he goes up north, and I live south. And I'm like, where's this guy going?
Uh-oh.
And then he picks me up. We're in the car for a minute or two. He wasn't too late, but he was a little late. And he said, hey, you probably noticed that I was driving out of the way. And I was like, yeah, I saw it. And he goes, I'm sorry. I trusted a fart and the fart won. And he had to stop at his house to clean up, and then he got in the car, and I go, well, it doesn't. I'm like, I go,
that's too fast. That's too fast.
It was, I don't know how he did it. And I said, so you're clean now? And he goes, do you smell anything?
Oh my God. First of all, that's not an excuse. That's an actual thing. Second of all, that's not something you do and keep your Uber customer on the hook. Stop, pull over, do a thorough job. Like, I would assume you got to go inside.
I don't know what he did. It was a nice excuse, though.
No, it isn't. It's a terrible. Just immediately pull the car over, please, sir. Like a minute or two.
So you don't think he cleaned up well?
No. How could you? You cancel the customer. A note to all you Uber drivers out there: if this happens to you, go ahead and cancel the customer. You'll get another one. You know.
Yeah.
push. So he's a quick learner. He won't do it again.
Mully and Haugh. Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Tony La Russa. And that was him talking about the last out of the game. Very ugly play. Luis Robert came off the base and was called out. And it was such a dumb play. You didn't even deserve to get the overturn, and they didn't. So that was the end of the game. And then Dustin felt that was the first time he's heard Tony be critical. I felt that was such a dumb play that wasn't even critical. When you're saying, oh, he'll learn, he'll be okay, don't worry about him, that was almost too kind for such a blunder.
Somewhat dismissive, like, okay, he'll be fine, he won't do it again. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that his reaction to that screamed like accountability. It just was like almost in a forgiving tone.
Yes, and
I think that was ugly but fitting way to end that game, because the White Sox, not only yesterday, but let's face it, Stoney said, what was it, 59 games this season they have played, or 58 games this season. They have been a dumb baseball team. They're 27-31, and they have lost 4 more games than they have won, in large part because of the injuries, but in just as equal part because they have not been fundamentally sound. Whether it's playing defense, it's running the bases, it's being selective at the plate, they have not been a smart baseball team, and that has cost them. And I think Stoney is right. Steve Stone has got to take what you heard from Stoney, I think, in the last 20 minutes was the only way that you can approach this if you are a member of the White Sox organization is that you have to be positive and you have to believe the next 100 games are going to be different from the first 58, because you're getting Lance Lynn back today, because you're going to get Tim Anderson back eventually, because you're going to get Eloy Jimenez back after that, and because eventually you can't play as badly as you have played to this point of the season. I get the optimism, but I think that if you're in that clubhouse, if you're part of that organization, I think you have to have that. Outside of there, I think we have what I would refer to as more realism than pessimism. This is not a very good team right now, so I think any expectations have to be tempered.
Yeah, I think that's fair. This is not a good team. And, frankly, I think we had higher expectations when they brought in the manager. I thought one of the reasons that they made that move is because there was going to be more discipline with the team. There was going to be better defense, more accountability. There was going to be, Tony La Russa was the guy that was going to make all the correct strategic decisions. He was the guy that kind of invented the bullpen. I know the bullpen is a lot different than it is now. The bullpen's different now than it was back in the day, and you could bring a guy in and one batter and things have changed pretty significantly since last we saw Tony. But the idea was Hall of Fame manager, great accountability, smart baseball. I did not expect this.
No, nobody did. Mully, you mentioned the bullpen because he is the man, credited with inventing some of these roles
right
a long time ago. And the bullpen decisions have been only part of the reason there's so much doubt and so much scrutiny about every decision that Tony La Russa makes. He has invited it by defying baseball logic often. You look at his lineups, they make no sense. And then one day he's citing analytics and the next day he's ignoring them. There's an inconsistency, and it just as recently as last week, we mentioned and made light of and not poked fun at, but I think when he had Luis Garcia leading off and you had Moncada batting third and Grandal batting fifth, and you looked at their batting averages and you wondered why, and he kind of he put them there because he trusts his gut, right? He's ignoring those analytics, those numbers that suggest that's a foolish lineup to field. And then the day later, all of a sudden, he's Mr. Analytics because he's feeding us numbers that justify his inane decision to intentionally walk Trey Turner with 2 strikes on him. So which is it, Tony? Are you Mr. Observational Analytics, or are you Mr. I'm going to live and die by the computer? I don't know, because you change your mind on a regular basis. That is why there's so much doubt. And that is why the optimism that we heard from Steve Stone, which I applaud, is pretty hard to find outside that organization.
312-644-6767. We should let you know the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
The BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
Mark is in Bolingbrook. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mully, David, how are you?
Good.
Hey, listen, I'm going to preface it by saying this is the first time I've called you guys, but as a long-time White Sox fan, and you stole some of my thunder, I think, with your last comments, but I really look forward to this summer watching baseball, and they have absolutely ruined my summer. And I go back to what you were saying. I think a lot of people talk about the way Tony La Russa has made, done decisions, and you can look at those decisions and say, what did he do there? What did he do there? I trust Tony La Russa. He's a smart man. He's been doing this a long time. But the one thing that just absolutely confounds me is their lack of fundamental baseball. And you look at, Louis Robert yesterday, and I think Tony let Roberts off the hook a little bit by saying he's a young guy. This guy's been playing baseball for 20 years, and there's no reason that somebody that's been playing the game that long should be making that kind of base running blunder. And you look at other things that have happened over the course of the year. I think it was Saturday, I forget who the guy was that they had brought up from Charlotte maybe, that kind of was slow out of the box because he hit a little ground ball to the shortstop.
Sebi Zavala.
And he's beat out by half a step. That wrecked a rally, and to me, that's one. Earlier in the year, I think it might even have been Tim Anderson, and I think the world of Tim Anderson as a player. But again, lollygagging to first base, getting thrown out, killing a rally, game over. Outfielders throwing not necessarily throwing to the wrong base, missing cutoff men, guys taking extra bases, they end up scoring a run that way. Those to me are managerial issues. What the hell are they looking at when they're practicing or they're hitting a fungo before a game to outfielders? What is the manager telling these guys or the coaching staff? Are they not pulling them aside and saying, you got to hit this guy here, you got to run here? The baseball intelligence on this team is confounding when you got a manager that's been managing for that long and is that smart, and I just don't get it.
That's it. Thanks. Good phone call. That's the thing that's hardest to understand, easy to describe, because you know what's missing. There's a malaise that seems to have has infected the White Sox. It just seems like a team that, and again, when you're not hitting, but they have been hitting, but when you're not living up to your potential, it seems like you lack urgency in everything that you do. This White Sox team looks like one that lacks urgency in everything that they do. There's no way around that. And it's hard. It's hard to articulate why, and it's also hard to figure out any other solution other than, it's pro sports. The coach often changes, or the manager often changes when you have a team that is underachieving to the extent the White Sox are underachieving.
Part of the fear of that, David, just to piggyback that for a second, are you going to wait until it's too late to make a change? The idea is you're never going to make a change and you don't have to worry about the possibility of a change. But let's say this continues. Let's say this gets significantly worse. Are you just not going to make a change? Or are you going to wait until it's too late and then decide, you know what, this really can't happen. We got to do something. It seems like we've reached a breaking point.
That's what it feels like. I said this via Twitter over the weekend. It feels like, and it sounds like, with the Fire Tony chance is what it kind of brought this on, a watershed week. One of those points of no return, as I said on Thursday, from a credibility standpoint with Tony, but overall as a belief in this White Sox team. I'm going to stop referring to them as World Series contenders. I know I routinely have done that, whether it's on, every morning or on Saturday and inside the clubhouse. I always refer to the White Sox as a team, as a World Series contender. Not now, not anymore. I've learned this is not a World Series contender. No. This is a dumb team that's underachieving. They're 4 games below 500, but they're not healthy. They're not smart, and they're not hitting. Well, they hit over the weekend, but they're not hitting consistently enough to believe that they are. So you ask a really interesting question. When is it too late to recognize this, to do something about it, or to try to make a change that's meaningful or impactful? We're getting close to that point if we haven't already reached it.
Let's try Jack Jackson Hillside.
Good morning, gentlemen. I wanted to comment. There's so much going on. Basically, I'm more and have been in agreement with most of what Stone says about the White Sox chances and prospects, and like to remind people, as he said, 58 down, 104 to go. You seem to think that turning point and so forth, critical moment. There is time to turn things around, plenty of time, and the season develops. The team has to come together. Clearly, they're not, and I agree they play some. That's the dumbest play I've ever trying to run on that. Luis Robert. But beyond that, I think a bigger point I have, I typically disagree with most of what David you say, as opposed to some folks who aren't as critical of Tony, is that when you frame the decision as Tony is one day all about analytics and the next day about the gut, and I feel like that's part of the problem. You kind of characterize it in that polarized way. It's either this way is right or that way is right. And in fact, it's always a combination of the two. You have to accept the fact that the numbers are not flesh and blood human beings, and the people on the field and playing the game have to take into account what is this batter been doing today, the last week. How do I feel about pitching to this guy, as opposed to bringing up numbers from 3 years ago?
Jack, it's always a combination. Nobody's disputing that. I'm saying that you have to factor that in when you're explaining why you trust Luis Garcia and why you trust Moncada. If there's a consistency that you're blending those two things together, fine. But one day it's the be all and end all, and the next day it isn't. That's what I'm saying is a problem.
Yeah, that your philosophy's changing and shifting, and I get it that you can play hunches and you can play numbers. It's just unusual that you do both at the same time. 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
You got some representation going on in NFL ownership. The NFL should be.
Michael, in my opinion, Will played with him for so many years. He was just the ultimate competitor, man. And aside from being on the court, we were playing cards at my house one day in Charlotte. Here's another story. Playing cards at my house one day in Charlotte.
Tell all the stories.
Okay,
we have all the.
This is how big of a competitor he was, and Will knows this story too, right? So we're playing this game called Tonk, and I'm beating him out of his money, all right? And I'm beating him, and this is about 11 o'clock at night. This guy does not go home until 7 o'clock in the morning until he wins all of his money back.
7.
And they had a game that day.
Yeah, they had a game that day. We played them that day. Okay, and the thing is that most people will say, "Oh my God, Michael Jordan's over my house." Oh, I was ready for Michael Jordan to leave. I was like, "Dude, would you please go? Just leave, please." But he wouldn't until he won all of his money back. That's how psychotic of a competitor he is.
I also laugh because I love Baxter Holmes for ESPN. I think he does an amazing job. And he talks about the NBA culture. He doesn't just write the stories about the NBA in general. One of his best was the peanut butter and jelly sandwich obsession. Another one is talking about wine and Greg Popovich and his love for wine. You know that, Will.
Oh, yeah.
But another one was the importance of sleep in the NBA and the travel schedules. And here you are telling me that the greatest has no problem being up until 7 for pennies to him.
For pennies. And it wasn't, I mean, it was a couple $1,000s, but it wasn't a lot of money. It was just that he had to win. He had to get it, or he couldn't let me beat him.
To take that a step farther, when I got traded to San Antonio.
Yeah.
So now these guys have already played on the dream team's already happened. All this stuff's already gone down. I get traded to San Antonio, and one of the first things that David Robinson says to me, Michael Jordan's got to deal with the devil. There's no way you can do the things that he does and live the lifestyle that he lives and be as effective as a player.
Yes.
And I just started laughing because then the stories from, the Dream Team came out to where those guys would basically, let's just start with practice. They'd get on the bus to go to practice, come back from practice, go straight to the golf course, come back from the golf course, straight to the casino, stay there until it's time to go to practice, go to practice. So Dave said he tried to keep up with these guys. He goes, I just physically couldn't do it. He goes, that guy's got to deal with the devil. There's no way you can do all these things outside of basketball and still step foot on the basketball court and drop 50 on somebody.
And that's the next dynasty, the Admiral.
Yeah. I mean, exactly how Will described it is exactly how this guy lived. And like we were playing the Bulls here in Chicago. I was with the New Jersey Nets at the time, and Jimmy Jackson is just giving it to Michael and Scotty in the first half. He just just killing them, right? So Jimmy Jackson starts talking crap and everything. So Michael looks at him. This is in the first half. Michael looks at him and says, you know what? He used another word, but he says, you're talking a lot of crap to have my shoes on.
Oh.
Jimmy Jackson didn't score another bucket that game. You talking about the ultimate shutdown, man. Jimmy looked down. He did have his shoes on. He had the Jumpman's on.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Yeah, that's the chant at the ballpark. And, man, I mean, I guess no one's listening. I guess it doesn't matter what the fans chant. But I I don't know that I disagree with that chant.
It's a good time to get out of town if you're the White Sox, to change the scenery, to change the direction, and to change things overall, hopefully the tone and this season, because you just lost 2 series in a row. And I can understand there's no shame in losing to the Dodgers, but that's the Rangers. You should not be losing to the Texas Rangers at home in June with the situation. No matter how compromised you are because of injuries, those were winnable games, and you squandered those opportunities.
Sox are 500 on the road, so it's always good to get out of town. They're better on the road than they are at home. They have had some bad losses on the road, including the season opener at Detroit, but they're 500 on the road. So, maybe that's all they are. But right now, they're not even a 500 team.
Lance Lynn goes tonight, makes his debut for this season. Hopefully he can go 5 at least and give him a strong performance. A couple other little nuggets, Mully, we haven't really talked about. Your main Mercedes was DFA'd.
Yeah.
Surprise level there?
I mean, they weren't going to bring him up.
No,
here's the problem. What does he play?
He's a DH. He's a replicate. He's a guy that you have a lot of redundancy at that position, so you're not going to necessarily have a spot for him. And by the way, due credit, we haven't even mentioned this. In spite of everything that's gone on in a negative way, Jake Berger has emerged as their most consistent power hitter.
Last 10 games, he's got 5 homers,
Who
five
saw that
doubles.
Who saw that coming? You don't plan for these kind of things. And Ozzie Guillen, who is must-watch television on NBC Sports Chicago pre- and post-game, and certainly here every Wednesday morning with us, I like his approach to the Jake Berger mania. I love it that he is cautioning everybody to kind of slow down, and he even referenced Mercedes.
Sure.
The hysteria that surrounded his big month when he carried the White Sox for 6 weeks or so last year, and then we saw what happened. I don't think it's the same thing. I think Jake Berger's success is more predictable long-term. This is a first-round draft pick. This is a guy who, if he stays healthy, is going to hit. He can hit falling out of bed. And by the way, how about all his infield hits? You can talk about his 400 feet home runs. He's got a knack for the infield hit.
That guy has got speed that is totally underrated.
So good for Berger. He's a friend of the
show. And apparently he's getting married. Did you hear that yesterday?
I did.
Yeah.
I heard that. Congratulations to
God bless him. What are we going to get him? What should we get him? We'll have to. Well, we'll check the
a grill.
We'll have to send him something.
What else would you get?
Something smaller than that. We can't afford a grill.
You can't afford a grill?
Oh,
not the kind of grills you
just a
purchase.
Little, yeah.
Apparently.
Well,
I know.
No.
That's like
we don't want to get
in
him
addition to your home. Your grills.
My grills. I operate with the Traeger, which again was given to me. John is in Joliet.
Hey, John.
Good morning, guys. As long as we have our families are healthy and everything's good in our lives, what's going on at Sox Park, as far as me being a Sox fan, I don't know how to explain it. I guess it's like watching the final episode of The Sopranos when it goes blank, and you're like, what the hell is that? I don't know what to explain or how to understand this, but this is not good, guys. I don't even see this team making the playoffs the way it's going right now. And the worst thing about it is it doesn't seem like it's getting any better. I've never heard a fan base at Sox Park ever say, fire the manager. They might boo the manager, but, I don't know. Maybe it's Tony's time. I don't want this team to break up, but there's a window that's closing, and something got to be done.
Thanks, John. Mully, I think, and I don't know if this is an apt comparison or not, but John may be right. I don't know if they've ever called for the firing of a manager before in terms of a chorus, in terms of a fan chant. But it reminded me on Saturday of if there is indeed a change in tone and tenor from the fans, it's based on expectations.
Yes.
They were raised last year.
Yes.
And it reminds me of 2003 to 2004 with the Cubs. The Cubs 2004 team was very unlikable. And the hostility that existed around Wrigley Field when things went bad was palpable. And I wonder if it's similar, not the same, but similar with the White Sox. They raised expectations with a good season last year. You come into this season, World Series or bust. And now look at them, 27-31, and I think the fan base is angry.
I don't think they're unlikable, though. I don't think it's unlikable. I think it's just mediocrity. I think that it's just not good. It's not bad. It's just not good. And the not good is fueled by the bad, like bad plays and dumb kind of plays.
So let me qualify that then. I don't think unlikable probably does apply, but they are not as fun to watch as they once were.
They're literally no fun.
They're
to
no
watch.
fun.
Yeah.
This is the no fun Sox.
This is no fun.
This is not the go Sox. This is the already gone.
Oh,
And-
this is not good.
Yeah.
Let's try Tom. Tom's in Hammond. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
Yep.
Yo.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Tim. Yeah, I'm a Sox fan, season ticket holder. You know, guys like to talk about, let's wait 40 games and see what we're like. Let's wait a third of the season. But here's the reality: since last June 16th last year, and including that fiasco against Houston in the playoffs, right now the White Sox are 78-78. Wow. This is a 500 team.
Wow.
And people keep talking about, they're going to break out. They're going to break out. You know, sometimes it is what it is. Maybe we bought the hype. Maybe we fell into a trap and believe this. But the two things Sox fans aren't going to forgive is lack of hustle and stupid baseball. And right now we're leading the league in both. This is really disgusting. I'll hang up. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I'm consistent. You got to admit.
You are.
I didn't say I was right.
That's great research.
I said I was consistent. Yeah,
I mean,
Tom's doing a good job.
Tom, great research, Tom.
Dustin must have written down the wrong name. Dominic is in Palatine. Hey,
Dom.
Dominic.
Guys, what's going on this morning?
Oh.
So, I know it's terrible. Hey, 18 years, White Sox fantasy camper with a bunch of other friends, so very close to the Sox and some of their retired players. But I'll say this. It's not just one or two or three things that cause a demise of a team. I know that managers or the management has to manage the team that's on the field. It starts with the coach. What's their philosophy? What's their game plan? The couple things. Your third base coach, 45% of the runners that he sends get thrown out. That's one. So that causes a little dissension. You look at these pull hitters, these left-handed pull hitters like Moncada. You know what? If they're going to give him the whole third base side, maybe he should practice. They should make him practice bunting or swinging that just to get on base.
Right.
So if and you look at, Abreu, I love Abreu, but when it comes in a clutch, unfortunately, he's not there. He gets into double plays. He scores runs and he drives them in. So what is the hitting coach doing? So I guess some players don't like to be coached, unfortunately, but Tony's the leader, and he needs to demand respect from his players and his coaches, and he's got to lead this team. And the management personnel, they got to step up because players can only play, but they need to get managed. So let them know, hey, this is what we want you to do, or this is the philosophy, or here's the game plan. And you know what? When we watch the game, and believe me, I've done 18 camps with the Sox, so you can imagine all my friends, the texts that go around. It's like, what's going on with this team? They're not being led.
Yeah, no one is happy.
Your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Dom.
phone call.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu did hit into a key double play yesterday. They intentionally walked batter in front of him to set that up. That was a good use of the intentional walk.
Oh, boy.
And by the way, of everything that Dom just said there, 18 fantasy camps?
That's pretty impressive.
Wow.
Dom's got some serious coin, is what I heard.
In reality,
Dom
he's
can,
loaded if he can afford that much fantasy.
Dom can buy and sell us. That's what I heard.
Yes.
That's a lot of fantasy camp.
That's a lot.
312-644-6767. Start calling in for Dan Bernstein. Someone demand him answer these questions because God knows we have gotten nowhere with them, haven't we? It's just been horrible.
Circular.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just chasing our own tails at this point. Dan Bernstein. Wow. You've got a more high-pitched dog than I would have expected. I would have thought like the there you go. That's the former football star. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score.
Ian Happ joins us at 9:40. We have the midday.
Talking about the Lee Ely event yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that Scorehouse? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score Hyundai Studios. That's brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Want to thank Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and twitching every morning and motivated, David. We should add that. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Monday morning.
Thanks to our executive producer. Even when he doesn't get the name straight, he does a great job. He's Dustin William Rhodes. It's going to be hot today, right?
Well, today, tomorrow, the next
Tomorrow's
day.
going to be like
Tuesday, Wednesday are going to be the worst. No, Tuesday, Wednesday. You still can't wear shorts to work, by the way. No shorts at work. Keep your toes covered.
We're talking to him. Have we ever worn shorts to work?
Just a warning.
Now I'm going to do it just to defy you.
Did I hear Notre Dame fight song? That wasn't played earlier, was it?
Well, that is in honor of the Irish making it to the College World Series. I believe they beat Tennessee.
Yes, they did.
You told Dustin to play the fight song, and Brandon was apparently listening.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yes, I think it was clever how he put that in the back of something that was already said, and when we said it, it wasn't playing. So very clever, well done, and congratulations to the Notre Dame baseball team.
Yes, and I think it's amazing you picked up on the fact that you told him to play it, and he played it. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon.
Whoever come up with exit velocity, he should be in jail. Boy. The only exit velocity I like, which one? Home runs. Thank you. Yeah. My bad.
Yes.
Well, hi, my love. Hi, love. What happened? How you play today? I hit the ball hard for time.
High exit velocity.
That was great. That was Ozzy.
That was great.
Yeah.
Nobody came up with exit velocity. We just measure it now. It's always been there.
Dan's sensibility is offended.
Yeah, it's always existed.
Hey, Dan.
It's Dan Bernstein who's now joined the show.
But
hey, thank you for playing that, Brandon, because you got Dan.
That was awesome.
But no one invented exit velocity. The velocity of a ball has always existed.
What Ozzy is
it's
saying
physics.
is that exit velocity doesn't matter if a guy is over.
I think
that's not true.
What Ozzy's saying is exit velocity as a baseball statistic. Whoever made that connection, he thinks should be imprisoned.
I will say this: as I watched that live, I jumped off the couch as he said that. I immediately thought of Dan Bernstein, and then I immediately sent Brandon Fryer an email to make sure that we had this sound. And Brandon has gotten so good at this job without me even saying anything. He has saved that all morning. Even though we've had it since 4 o'clock this morning, he saved that all morning.
That was for you,
to finally drop that in on Dan.
Thanks for stepping in the pile that was laid out in your honor.
Some would call that manipulative and would be right. But the fact is, no one invented a velocity. And it's a terrific way to measure how hard a ball has been hit.
It's also easy to measure what button to push to get a certain guy to raise a little bit.
Ozzy knows better. He knows better that he could say, look, the guy might be 1 for 6, but he's really had some hard luck outs. He's hit the ball hard. Managers have talked about it forever. Hitting the ball hard in baseball is good. And when we know that teams have guys in the minors who have high exit velocities and hit the ball on the ground, and they change their swings to hit the ball higher.
Hit it where they ain't.
But we just talked about Jake Berger. Jake Berger hit a squibber yesterday between first and second base.
That's right.
That ended up being an infield hit. I don't know what the exit velocity is on that, but it could be anywhere between 45 and 115, and it wouldn't matter because that's a base hit.
Correct, but you don't want to train your guys to do that.
If you hit it slowly,
you want them to hit harder is always better.
Into a shift.
That's the thing, the shift.
You still want to hit it harder. Harder's always better.
No. I don't agree.
Dan, you are full of shift.
See, if there's a shift on and the bases are loaded, and I think we saw this example, I want to know if you can hit, strategically even bunt to third base, get on first, drive in the winning run, rather than hit a 110-mile-per-hour line drive that ends up in the first baseman's glove.
I would like to hit it whatever it takes to get it over the fence.
You don't have to get over the fence all the time.
You should. But by trying to get it over the fence, you're very likely to have it land somewhere else in the large expanse where there's fewer people standing.
Or strike out.
That happens too.
Trying so hard to hit it so far and so fast.
But with velocity, with the way pitches are flying and moving, the best way to score runs in general, the best way for teams to score runs is hit the ball hard and far as much as possible.
So predictable.
Because it's true. It's objectively true.
And no one is arguing with you. That was played strictly to get you to go off, and you did. So
okay, well,
congratulations.
Then mission accomplished. You can stand on a aircraft carrier with a banner behind you and declare the accomplishment.
Mission accomplished.
But
wow. Well, there's a reference.
No, there's a reference.
Yeah,
there's some
stuff coming. He's
out.
always very timely.
Going back several administrations here. Wait till I start talking about the Eisenhower administration and building the interstates. Then we're really onto something.
Which were built,
setting up the Columbia College School of War and Strategy
in part. So
University. Not college.
Why did they build the interstates? In part for the landing of aircraft.
That's true. There's a certain width that has to be maintained just in case an emergency landing has to occur.
Yeah. Going back to the Eisenhower administration.
And going back to the best analogy that I've heard yet, and I apologize for not identifying who initially said this, but I love it, and I haven't been able to shake it since the moment I heard it over the weekend. Hiring Tony La Russa to run this Chicago White Sox team is the equivalent of giving the Wright brothers the keys to a 737 right off the assembly line.
David said that on Inside the Clubhouse.
Is that what it was?
No, I don't
this
think
was,
I did.
and it's like, yes, you're the most important people in the history of aviation. You're a Hall of Famer aviation people. Congratulations.
Are they really the Wright brothers, or were there a lot of people working on that? And is there not like a French guy that claims to have been the first? I'm just saying.
And no
you
matter,
might be overstating their importance.
Generally, the rule is no matter what the historical achievement, the ancient Chinese did it first, and we just didn't know about it.
They just did it with fireworks.
It's almost always true, but it's the same thing. It's like, yes, you were wonderful at one time in doing with a version of this thing that existed forever, just simply not equipped to handle this modern machine.
Why must you disparage Wilbur and Orville?
Right? Why do you hate the Wright brothers?
You know,
I knew it.
I have been in
I've
the
said it the
bicycle
whole
store.
time.
Whole time.
If you go to Greenfield Village, let's say you're in Detroit to watch the White Sox. Greenfield Village is behind the Henry Ford Museum. They have the actual bike shop that the Wright brothers used when they built their first airplane.
That's cool.
Yeah, super cool.
There's a lot of places that claim to. North Carolina's license plate forever had the Wright brothers plane.
Kitty Hawk.
But Dayton,
Kitty Hawk, right?
But Dayton is considered, what do they say, first in flight? And I forgot what the history of, but did they live in? Are they from Dayton? Did they live in Dayton? There's a whole aviation history. That goes back to the Wright brothers.
Maybe that's where they had the bike shop, and they just flew to North Carolina.
No,
they
it's a flyover state, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of places that claim to be the birthplace of aviation, and I believe Dayton is one of them.
I've been in the bike store.
Yeah, what was it like?
It was cool. It was really cool. They didn't do anything. I had a low tire, and they didn't do it. Greenfield Village is super cool because they have all these old Henry Ford, cars, and they drive them around. Why are you making faces? They also do.
Not a big Henry Ford fan.
Oh well, then that's Henry Ford had so much money. He believed in walking through history. So they have Steinmetz vacation house.
One of the things he believed.
Well, I'm just saying that's why he has all these. What am I missing?
Not a big fan of the Jews, Henry Ford.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
the whole protocols of the Elders of Zion. Who do you think paid to print that up?
I did not know any of that. But I've been to the museum, and I've also been. I went. They have the chair where that Abraham Lincoln was sitting in, and where the assassination took place, right? And I watched a guy give a speech about it where he broke down crying while he was reading from the autopsy.
And I believe Phil Mickelson referred to it as a suboptimal theatrical experience.
God. How about, did you see Jamal Khashoggi's fiancée came out?
No.
Oh, yeah. You should check
was
that story out.
On the Bonesaw tour, she was out there?
No, she came out publicly and said basically that they should not be taking money from murderers, and that's what they're doing, and that she called out everyone on the
She was very
really?
direct.
And she's still dating him?
Well, he was murdered, and she was waiting outside.
Oh,
the
she's
embassy.
Khashoggi's. Okay,
Khashoggi's.
Oh, well, she actually has been. She and the letter writers of this 9/11 group, and I didn't know there was still pending legal action. I didn't know that there was still pursuit. That this is ongoing legal action directly against the Saudi government. She's been great. The people who wrote that letter have been great. I thought Jay Monahan was less than great.
He was not great. No, he was not. He wasn't his finest hour. I thought Rory McIlroy was great.
Terrific.
Yeah,
but
he was terrific.
Monahan, to me, I don't know about you, seemed nervous, rattled.
I was surprised that somebody in his position, given the strength he showed last week, was as ill-equipped for that moment as he was.
Agreed.
You know, I just didn't expect that. I don't know if it was anxiety. I don't know if it was like somebody had
threatened him.
I don't know, or something. He certainly was not as strong vocalizing the actions. His words were not as strong as his actions, and I thought that was an unfortunate thing because everything is about presentation, and he just seemed weak.
Do you think it's pending lawsuits or something?
I don't know.
I was wondering too, why with all that time to prepare, and you know that you're not exactly walking into an adversarial moment there with Jim Nance. Like he obviously is going to know what questions are coming.
He topped it. He was the equivalent of he's at the fair where everyone's looking on. He's been waiting for this moment, and all of a sudden he topped it.
Or he got caught a flyer like Justin Rose did.
Yeah,
that sucked. You're at 57. No, you're at 56 at that point, right? 57 over, 58 on would have been 59 in. You're standing right at the edge of the fairway at 56.
Man.
And he knew it the moment he made contact with it, that it was a flyer. I thought we could have two 59s, which it's never happened in the same round.
That's never happened.
No,
I don't think so.
No, but it was I do think Rory handled it very well.
Yeah.
But
he's been good all along.
The amount of willful ignorance with people trying hard to not understand what this is, and the number of false equivalencies and whatabouts being thrown around. It's like, well, the NBA played in China, and somebody came out and said, hey, wait a second. This isn't the NBA playing in China. These are the U.S. athletes in the Olympics playing for China.
Right.
That's what this is, except worse. Because it's more direct. They're being directly paid.
It does come to Sugar Grove in September. The Live Tour will be in Sugar Grove in September. It will be interesting to see if in 3 months there still seems to be, the
same
conversation, the rhetoric.
Yeah.
Are we going to feel as strongly? Are we going to take the time to criticize or to vocalize any sort of opposition?
Should we make a date of that? Just make sure that we do that?
Well, as long as it's not like, going out there to, have a remote there. Yeah, that's
just
not what I would.
Well, we'll see. It's not televised. As long as you're not on TV, that takes a bite out of whatever footprint there is. Even if the last place finisher in a no-cut tournament is getting $150,000.
Isn't that something?
I mean,
the money's outrageous.
The money's crazy.
Yeah, but that's the idea.
That's sport washing.
It will continue. This is what it is. Sure,
I know.
You can cut endless
but it's
checks.
Not going to
all the money.
Bloodstains out.
No, I'm happy to hear that Khashoggi's fiance is continuing to be this vocal, because people need to be reminded of what actually happened, of what actually was done, and then to see it again, then to see Alan Shipnuck taken out of a press conference by thugs and have Greg Norman standing there, arms folded, and in a text that was sure denying he knew anything about it while he's directing it.
He's right there.
He's standing there watching it happen. He's 5 feet from him.
Evidence that he's there, and yet the denial.
Well,
how are you handling all of this today?
Well, we are going to talk to Ian Happ as we do on Mondays. At least somebody on the Cubs.
He nearly hit for the cycle.
I know he did.
In a game where they got absolutely
I know he did.
beaten horribly.
A whole weekend of just getting your brains beaten in. It's just brutal. But I want to ask him, too, about some of the Live Golf stuff, because he's friendly with several people on the tour. I also think that Ian's recent experience as a member of the Players Association going through the collective bargaining negotiations gives him some insight into the way a sports league and its money operate. And I think he'll give us some interesting perspective there. We're going to handle this White Sox malaise, this horrible restlessness that occurred over the weekend. There was a lot of, if you're listening, I turned the sound up, and I know some people who went to the games and we're hearing from people at the games. There's a difference between grumbling and booing and actively calling for a manager to be fired. There were a lot of emotions that I thought were meaningful and expressed in meaningful ways via social media and via the actual behavior at the park that I think needs some examination. We'll figure out what's going on with this pitching staff too. Midway, and at some point, one of the people in the White Sox beat is going to join us to give us the latest on the injuries and everything that's going on.
Have a great show.
Dan.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
A swing, a high fly ball, left center field. He's going to join the 500 club. Totally hit his top 100.
Whether you're a day one listener or a brand new listener.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
Technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep. That's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like, Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie-woogie blues underneath. I don't know what, I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie-woogie.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode and Tanny do one of his hands in the air whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Speak up.
Line drive to right field, and Freeman deposits this down the chalk into the right field corner. With 2 outs, the Dodgers cut the lead in half.
A properly managed team after the Freeman double has a reliever ready. There's the hook. So double, all right, it's 4-2. We still have the lead. Let's bring in a fresh arm. Let's get out of this intact. We'll lick our wounds, and it'll be 4-2, maybe 4-3. We're fine. Nothing. Trey Turner steals a base. The Max Muncy double. The Will Smith walk. 3 more hitters after the Freeman double. And then when you listen to why Tony La Russa left him in, it's the opposite reason for why he issued the historic 1-2 intentional walk.
It's also his runs, his inning. There's some tough calls. That wasn't a tough call.
He doesn't know why he's doing things.
The Dan Bernstein Show.
Mario in Hyde Park.
Hey, buddy, I want to see more of it. That's the tip of the stupid iceberg, what he did yesterday. I think he's got more stupid in him. Let La Russa run. Don't stop it now. I want them to go full blast stupid.
On The Score.
Well, Mario got close to what he wanted, I guess. That was tough. This is really tough. It's just the sour stomach feeling that we're getting from White Sox baseball right now is hard to. You can't really quantify it, and it's hard to categorize right now because it's a combination of dissatisfaction, disappointment, righteous anger, and helplessness that makes it this really disquieting place to be. And you could feel it in the crowd. There's a whole lot of fascinating psychology going on with some of these White Sox crowds right now. Big crowds, big weekend crowds on gorgeous days. This should be the salad days of a baseball team. This weekend, these games, these home day games against a beatable opponent, like a replacement level opponent. That park, the food there is amazing. Everything there's so great. The experience there, everything but your relationship with the team. That's what hurts so bad. And that's what underpins. Everyone's trying. We're trying to care about our team. They really
I appreciate that.
You can feel it. You can feel it. That is palpable. This desire to have the bad and stupid end and just get not as bad and not as stupid. Give us something. Just give us something to hang our hat on. That crowd can't wait. Even my prediction of Jake Berger becoming a folk hero is starting to come into full effect until he kicks the ball somewhere. But there's a little bit of that. It's like, okay, now. All right, now. That 5-run lead, right? You're up 5-0. Okay, here we go. Win a series now. You get some bum opponents in here and start stacking some wins. You're only 4 games out in the loss column still, even though you're solidly in 3rd place and only projected to win like 80 games or something like that now. But still, at some point, show that 83 record again. Don't show the 84 record, but show that 83 record again. It's just let's get something started here. That crowd is ready for it. And I do think that there are times where a crowd in a building is not necessarily emblematic of the crowd writ large. This is one of those times where I really think that White Sox fandom at those games has been terrific and has been in the way they are when they're walking out, when they're booing, what they're saying. There is a connection right now between people like, I got these tickets. This is a beautiful days in the middle of June. Should be the best time for a team that was supposed to win 95 games. This should be the best time. And the White Sox are ruining our good time. They're spoiling it. And we can have Jason Benetti and Steve Stone jousting with their churros all we want and having all these lovely times. And no, that's not a metaphor. And have all of these, the terrific times in the booth and the fabulous giveaways and food items and everything else that's going on at that park right now, which looks great and sounds great. But little things around the edges, little things are just, you can hear the grumbling. You can hear the harumphing. You can hear the moaning. You can feel the here we go again.
Yep.
When they tied it up at 6, you go down 6-3 because Ruiz gives up a bomb, and all of a sudden, it's like, all right, great. It's 6-3, we're done. But you know what? They weren't done, and they rallied. And they rallied, and they were there. We were there. Everybody watching, everybody involved was still there. Still here. And I know Steve Stone's trying his damnedest to get everybody rallied and everybody still feel good. It's so hard. It shouldn't be this hard to feel good about your team. But too many decisions have been made to make everything feel sour. And it sucks. It sucks. It sucks to root for a dumb team that loses dumb games in dumb ways. It stops being fun or funny after a while. And you're that 5-0 lead, and to have that squander, you're like, all right, well, great, we'll get him tomorrow. And then Kopech, he's out again. Great. And they did rally. And here comes Cueto, that dude, the indefatigable fat, who can come in and throw you 5 innings, a 3-run ball, get you nearly a quality spot start, a de facto quality spot start almost for that guy. All right, I guess I'll pitch. Does like a Bartolo Colon and just gets out there and just starts hucking it. So give that guy his due. Give that guy his due. Say what you want about it, but that guy deserves a big hug from everybody for doing what he's doing. It's not great. Doesn't have a whole lot left. This guy balling. He said, "Ow my leg, ow my arm, ow my this, ow my that." He's probably hurting too. He gets out there and does that, and they tie it up, only to lose it again, and then make the final out for no good reason at third base. It sucks rooting for a dumb team. When you know for a fact that they are at a disadvantage to even a lesser opponent because their manager's so overwhelmed all the time. It gets sad. It gets really sad, and I don't feel bad for Tony La Russa. And it's just, if I did actually think Tony La Russa was a more sympathetic figure, it would be a lot more sad than it is. I feel terrible for White Sox fans who were invested in a rebuild and watched all these trades get made and watch what they got in return for Eaton and for Sale and for everything that they did, and say, hey, maybe this and maybe that. And now whatever the Kopech thing is, it's like Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood without the success. At least Pryor had the 18-6 year when he was getting everybody out. Kerry Wood brought a lot of joy for a while. This is like that without any of it. A little bit of a tease here, and like, well, he had this much rest or too much rest, or trust his stuff or didn't trust his stuff. It's not supposed to be like this. It's not supposed to be like this. Not right now. And this sports city's got nothing. Sports city's got nothing. It was supposed to be the White Sox were it. The White Sox with this year, these projections, this team, young players under contract. And I know the injuries are part of it. But don't look now. Look at Danny Mendick's numbers since Tim Anderson went out. Look at that. Don't give me Tim Anderson's injury right now. Since Tim Anderson's gone out, and this is Patrick Nolan from Sox Machine, since the injury, Mendick slashing 326, 354, 478. 48 plate appearances, only struck out 5 times. So don't give me Tim Anderson's injury right now. Mendick's playing way over his head. Help keep you above water and help keep you in some of this stuff. Sorry. It's just, it's not supposed to work like this, and it's not fair. And to hear the reactions of the crowd and the way it kind of seeps into stuff and it seeps into the broadcast, although I'm getting a little more worried that the broadcast is going to filter out some of that. How about NBC Sports Chicago in their replay of the Thursday game removing the 1-2 intentional walk and the ensuing reactions? Flat removing it. Flat taking it out. That's Soviet stuff.
The yada, 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 the biggest moment of the game.
and a memorable moment of the Tony La Russa experience, all timer. You don't do that. You don't do that. And these things, the recovery takes time. Just as Marquee is going to take time recovering from their misstep of editing out their sports writer show and saying, well, it's someone who was a lower level employee who made a decision and now we know better and we're going to make up for it. And you can do all the right things after, but it doesn't change the environment that allowed that to happen. It doesn't change that environment. And that's really rankled me. The fact that NBC Sports Chicago did that really rankled me. They said, well, just take it out like it never happened. Come on. You know better. You think people aren't going to notice? Whoever makes that decision and whoever gets that decision approved, time constraints my ass. I don't know what you think you're going to accomplish by doing that. But the environment that allowed someone to do that and think that was okay is a little scary. Because you wonder, what else haven't we seen? What else have we been told that maybe hasn't been properly represented that is being hidden from us? If that would be attempted to be hidden, just take it out because people won't remember that it happened. We're all watching. We're all seeing it. We're all experiencing it together. And the feelings right now, the emotions of going through this disappointment are palpable. They're palpable for everyone who's in the park, wherever we're watching, however we're looking at the body language of the post-game show. We're going to get into some. We have a ton of sound to get to, hearing from the people involved, hearing from the people who have opinions on it for a living. We're going to get to all of it. And we're also going to talk to Ian Happ next about the Cubs and their weekend of misfortune and his ongoing success. Ian Happ almost hit for the cycle yesterday. He's playing great. His team is not. We'll talk about all of it next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell you.
He doesn't know why he's doing things. The manager of the Chicago White Sox himself does not understand why he's doing what he's doing. And that's where we are. This is unbelievably sad. And it would be, it would be more sad if he weren't such a piece of garbage person. I'm not personally sad because he's the guy's he's just not a sympathetic figure at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. The defiance, the lack of understanding, and here's what I'm talking about. He's pitching. It's his inning. Dylan Cease. He struck out Mookie Betts. It's his inning. Wants to be the pitcher of record. Let him compete. Compete. And you can give him all the numbers you want about where you are in the order. How about this? Well, there's nobody in the bullpen you want to use in the fifth inning. Who cares what inning it is? Win the game with a high leverage situation. Who cares what damn inning it is? You got everybody in your bullpen. Get them ready. It's not. You can't decide when the key outs are in a game when the high leverage moments come. What do you mean there's nobody in the bullpen you want to use in the fifth inning? Who cares what inning it is? You use the guys in the bullpen to get the outs that you need to win the game whenever those situations occur. Well, I can't use them yet. Well, what about your good pitchers that can get guys out? Nope, not time yet. Baseball tells you when the moments are that decide games. It's not necessarily 7th, 8th, 9th inning like it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. He's pitching. It's his inning. And about pitcher of record, you care about a pitching win? And if it's all about competing, let me ask you this, Skip. If it's all about competing, he's pitching, it's his inning. Well, what about when you got a guy 1 and 2? 1 and 2. It's not his moment at that point now. That doesn't belong to him in the same way. He doesn't get ownership of his competition at that point. Now, after the fact, well, I gotta go to the analytics. I gotta go to look at this number and that number and this number. That bull crap. He doesn't know why he's making these decisions. He can't justify them. He doesn't understand. We always like talking baseball and more with Ian Happ, who is kind enough to join us Mondays at this time as he does now. Ian is on Twitter at IanHapp_1, the Cubs outfielder and the lead host of the Compound podcast, joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Welcome back, Ian. That was a hell of a trip to New York.
It was quite a road trip.
What do we make of that, of the disparity between these teams right now? It's hard to have a positive dugout environment when that's all going on right in front of you.
Yeah, it was a really good first game. You know, we go really deep into that first game and kind of run through a bunch of pitching and end up in a situation where we just kind of let the next two games get away from us. But you know, that's what happens when you go in and play a really, really good team, give them too many chances, you know, can't close the door on one game. And then they got kind of a total package right now. You know, the guys, they're pitching it really well. And the offense just keeps adding on. They do a really good job of coming back when you score a run and putting the pressure on, and then continuing to just expand on that lead.
There's so much pressure on, and it's their takes. It's what they do to make certain sequences set up other sequences. It's a weird question, but how far away are the Cubs from that? Like, this is going to take time, and I know these are big questions, but how do we go from here to there?
Yeah. It's a different group that they have. You know, they have a bunch of guys who've been around a long time. All their pieces are kind of fitting together well. You know, that's a team that made the playoff for the last 5 years, I think, and they really added some pieces this year specifically. Not only from the pitching side, you know, their rotation's been awesome. Bullpen's been really good over there, but they've, you know, with Riz and defense, a couple of the defensive first catchers, you know, their shortstop's a Gold Glover, and they're kind of putting that all together where they're the total package right now. You know, they're swinging it, but they're playing great defense and they're pitching, and kind of, I think that combination of great pitching, great defense allows your offense to really, really succeed. I think you saw that with the really good Cubs team. You saw that with the 15, 16, 17 team. You know, we had unbelievable starting pitching that kind of gave us a chance to let the offense add on, and get to a place where you feel like you're winning a lot of baseball games.
What kind of perspective has Rizzo given you on his experience there?
I mean, he was great to hang out with him and see him. You know, obviously everybody's having a good time when I think they've only lost 15 games or something like that. You know, he loves it in the city. He had a great time there last year, and being able to kind of run it back with that group and have the success they're having, you know, he's obviously really enjoying it. So it was great to see him and just be able to spend some time together. I hadn't seen him since kind of some of those meetings in the winter right before the lockout ended. So it was nice to get some time with him. Meanwhile,
you're playing great. You got a WRC plus, a 134, you know, positive numbers for all three aspects of Fangraph's WAR calculation, a walk rate of 14.3% and a strikeout rate of just 19.6. Is that, what's the psychology of an individual playing really well while a team isn't?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're in the midst of it, you know, not winning it stinks, you know, it's not fun. But you have to be really positive about your teammates, about good individual performances. You know, we have guys that are doing really good things, you know, and that's kind of what happens in the midst of a baseball season. It takes everybody. But you can have guys who are doing really great stuff. You know, Nico Horner's having a really great season. He looks awesome defensively. He's been swinging it really well. Wilson Contreras, he's got to be the starting catcher in the All-Star game, right? He's been unbelievable. Frank's last few weeks, months have been really, really good. I think some of the stuff Wisdom's been doing has been great. Like, you have to take those small wins. You have to take what guys are doing really well and really enjoy that and harp on that, because those are the things, at any point a team can go out and roll off 5 wins and get themselves into a place where you feel like you're competing. And so that's kind of, you have to harp on those good things and stay positive throughout this really long season. We have 100+ games left.
At any point, has David Ross asked you about the possibility of being a position player, pitcher in an emergency?
No.
No? But you've thought
He
about
is
it.
not.
So, because I'm wondering, if called upon, have you ever volunteered? Have you ever said, if you ever need somebody, that you could do your best Scott F. Ross impersonation just as a bit?
Yeah, in 2018, I pitched. I was way into it. I was super excited. I ran into the tunnel. My brother was in Chicago at the time, and I texted him and said, "Get to the field. I'm going to pitch." And I threw and put up a scoreless inning. So now I'm kind of like, all right, I'll kind of sit on that for a while until I feel comfortable enough to go back out there. I'm also coming off a elbow procedure.
Right, that's
in the
true. I forgot about
offseason,
that.
So we're not pushing anything over here.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think it's super selfish to sit on your own stats like that. Ted
some
Williams
might
was
say
batting
that.
400, and they were going to sit him out the last game, and he played, and he ended up at 406. See, so you and your 0 ERA, and you got to protect that. I get it.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that Clint Frazier got DFA'd?
Yeah, I think it was, it's just a situation the way the roster lined up. Some of those things are so difficult, and you get in a spot where you need to get guys, especially pitchers, you need to get some guys back into the active roster, and you just don't have that many options. I think that's one of the things with the 40-man. With having some guys that are younger on the 40-man that you're protecting from the Rule 5 draft that aren't in the big leagues yet, and then you get in a spot where you just don't have a lot of options. So, I think a lot of us on the team were surprised, but, that's something that it's a part of the game, and he's going to get an opportunity to go play somewhere else and hopefully get a really good chance for at-bats.
It was also reinforced that Jason Hayward, despite not producing real well at the plate, is a significant presence on the team, and that there are still positives with his leadership, his gravity. How is that being felt?
I mean, Jay's always been a huge leader on this team, somebody who all the guys look up to for who he is and what he brings to our organization. And, he's finally back, being able to be healthy and get himself in a little bit of a rhythm now. So I'm excited to be able to go watch him play and what he brings to us in right field and that presence, that knowledge of the game is so crucial for us.
I don't know how closely you've been watching what's been happening in golf, but I know you're a big golfer and a big fan, and you are friendly with some folks on the PGA Tour. But just watching Justin Rose flirt with a 59 that he probably should have had, if you could ever say that, and then hearing Rory McIlroy after the game taking not so subtle digs directly at Greg Norman and seeing what's happening with the LIV Tour, your experience, Ian, you're not far removed from high level pro sports negotiations about millions and millions of dollars as a player rep being involved with a collective bargaining agreement. Where do you sit on the way the PGA is handling this, what I'm calling the Bonesaw Tour, and to see all this, the guys going after blood money this quickly and this unapologetically?
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot for the PGA Tour for those players. I think what we've seen in other leagues is when you separate the best players in the world and you don't put them all in the same place, it becomes a different product. And I really hope for golf and for the PGA Tour that all of that these guys that are still there that are such great players get the attention that they deserve, the viewership that they deserve. I think that this weekend, the caliber of golf that you were able to see, that final group that went out there with JT and Rory, and I think Finau was in the final group too, and that was really, really good for the game. So I'm super happy with the timing of that was able to happen. And, I just hope that those guys get every opportunity for for viewership and for support because they're all doing it the right way.
Yeah, it's interesting for people who really are fans of the game to see how easily some players are simply willing to divide this and willing to break away for the check. And then, Jay Monahan has to say, no one ever has been asked to apologize or to justify, to mitigate, to apologize for being a PGA player. And these other players don't seem bothered and or aware of for what they would have to apologize for taking this Saudi money. And that's what's strange to me. I don't know who's playing dumb, or I don't know who at least we know Phil Mickelson isn't playing dumb. He knows it's bad and doesn't care.
I'm very glad that it's not an issue that we have in our sport. Very glad that's not something that we're dealing with.
Yeah, because we say everybody's got a number, right? Coming home to face, I'm looking at this saying, okay, everything can settle in. The team can feel better a little bit because you're going to be home. And who are you facing tonight? It's Yu Darvish.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I think this is the first time he's pitched back at Wrigley, right? I think we missed him last year here. I think we saw him at their place, but it'll be cool to have him back. It's always great when you have former teammates that you really enjoyed playing with and be able to say hi and know that he really loved the city of Chicago. They're a good team. They've played really well. And so it's going to be a good challenge for us. I think, we have, it's one of those bits in the schedule where you catch a couple really good teams in a row, and this league doesn't stop. It doesn't let up. There's good teams all throughout, and that's kind of the challenge of, all right, that was a tough series. Let's go pick it back up and see if we can take, I think we have 4 games, see if we can split this one, take 3 or 4 and keep rolling.
Anybody who is in and around Wrigley Field knows you got Dom's Market up near Diversey and Halstead. If there's Foxtrot now, all featuring the Connect Roasters products. Some dinger dollars yesterday. What else is going on in your corporate/charitable world?
Yeah, dinger dollars. We got a lot of exciting stuff with the Home Run Club. We just did our monthly release at the beginning of the month where people get some batting gloves, some merch that they can bid on if they're in the club. That was really cool. And we're really excited for some good weather at Wrigley and to see people rocking the cold brew from Foxtrot right in the corner there of Clark and Waveland. So can't wait to see everybody out there this week.
Keep up your good play, and here's to your team following.
Thanks.
That is Ian Happ, who is kind enough to join us each week on Sports Radio 670. When we come back, we got a lot going on regarding the White Sox and people talking and figuring this out. We need to talk through our pain here because it is these are difficult times with the relative expectations that we've had and the underperformance. I want to set some of the hard numbers here, what Baseball Prospectus is saying, showing, calculating with their Monte Carlo simulations, and what Fangraphs is doing, and that is going to lead us into the White Sox in their own words on the score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
You got some representation going on in NFL ownership. The NFL should be celebrating this because it's one thing to bring in someone who has the cash to own a team, but
the Angels have relieved Joe Madden of his duties.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, we got all sorts of breaking
Phil
news
Nevin
here.
replaces him as manager. No, more precedent to be set for Tony La Russa.
It's funny to
Joe
go
Girardi, Joe Madden. Who's next?
So they've lost 12 straight games.
Yeah,
the Angels.
The longest losing streak in baseball so far this year.
I had my issues with Joe strategically. Every Cubs fan did, but I love them. Right? He's the manager who won a World Series for the Cubs, and he was a great ambassador and communicator and storyteller and media friendly and all of that. But I'm not going to feel bad for Joe.
No.
They need to have you get Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout and a huge payroll, and the best player in the sport hasn't been in the postseason. You have to win, and you're going to get paid. So I don't feel badly for him at all. To your point about Tony La Russa, why do you do that to yourself? Dude, he could lose 15 straight games.
I know.
20 straight games.
I know. So there's no precedent there because this is a completely different situation where your buddy is the owner of the team.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. Tony La Russa is not going to ever be fired. He might step down. he might go into an advisory role with the organization. But Tony La Russa fired manager of the White Sox, that headline will never happen again. Jerry said it's like the biggest professional mistake of his career. So, you're like, oh, well, this is precedent. It isn't. It is a different situation. And when your friend is the boss, it's pretty much the greatest thing that you can have going.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4 KIDS.
The Dan Bernstein Show on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
An all-star as a rookie last year, and he takes strike 2.
Michael fell off again. I mean, this time he might have hurt himself.
Uh-oh. Yep. He's not even going to throw a pitch.
That's so frustrating, and you can see he's having an enchanted season. He is one of the mainstays in this rotation. He gets 2 guys out, and he has to leave the ball game.
It sounds like he thinks he's okay. They initially said knee. There were also reports of ankle. Whatever it is, somewhere is okay enough. I know James Fegan of The Athletic had some stuff yesterday from Kopech saying they checked him out and he may just have to miss a couple days. We're still waiting to hear about Grandal, about really what the significance is there, and it's hard to keep track of everything. Lance Lynn is pitching tonight. Is that right? Lance Lynn is back? But I got to tell you, man, give it up for Johnny Cueto. Give that dude, like, what do you want? You pull that guy off a couch, and he comes out there and is just throwing innings for you, saving your damn ass at the major league level. Give it up for that guy. Think about where you'd be without him. Without the innings. Take away his innings, and it hasn't been perfect, but Cueto's been a warrior for this team. Very quietly. He's helped keep you in things. If you come back and win this, you're 4 out in the loss column right now. I know you're in third place right now. And 3 back a second. There's 100 games left. And Johnny Cueto deserves a big pat on the back and whatever cold beer you want to buy him, whatever he wants. I've got a couple things I want to reset on before we get into some of the sound here. First of all, I have been in contact with some highly placed sources regarding the editing of the replay of the Thursday game that was shown on NBC Sports Chicago. And I've read some of the reporting about it, and I will say this. The optics are awful. It looks like Soviet censorship. From what I understand, it is simply a case of bad luck, bad timing, and maybe a bad decision by somebody not affiliated with the White Sox or not affiliated directly with Chicago. That I am told that the decision was made above the Chicago market, that that production decision is hubbed in New Jersey. The game went 4:13. The replay had to be fit in a 3-hour window. They had to cut 1 hour and 13 minutes from the broadcast. That's why they looked to trim long stoppages. And I am assured that there was no skullduggery involved. I am assured that this is just a case of really bad timing, creating these really bad optics. And I trust the people involved to tell me the truth on this. So it looked awful, it felt awful, and it felt like they were trying to keep us from something that was. I am assured by people who would know that was not the case. And I think it's important that gets said in the interest of truth and fairness. Now, let's look at some hard numbers here before we move on. Fangraphs uses their own projection metrics to project based on current performance and projected future performance, where teams are going to end up. The White Sox are currently 27-31. They've got a run differential of -56. They score 3.91 runs per game. They allow 4.88. Those are the facts. The Fangraphs projected remainder of the season for the White Sox, not so bad. In the remaining 104 games, they are projected to be 54-50 with a positive run differential of 17, averaging 4.42 runs and allowing 4.25. Where does that leave them? 81-81 is where it leaves them. 81-81 with a run differential of -39. That's Fangraphs. Baseball Prospectus uses the PECOTA standings. And at the moment, those PECOTA projections that involve a Monte Carlo simulation, where I think every day they play the season in the computer 1 million times, and then they take the averages and likelihoods of that. They have the White Sox with 82.6 wins and 79.4 losses. And they have the Twins at 86.3 and 75.7, with Cleveland just about a half a game About a full game behind the White Sox. That's where they have them. With a playoff percentage now for the Sox at 39.2. A 39.2% chance of making the playoffs. Just want to have those hard numbers for you before we get into what happened over this whole weekend. And when the crowd is booing, that's one thing. When the crowd, you can hear grumbling. You can hear harumphing and moaning and some of that. The crowd chanting "Fire Tony" was a thing. That's a thing. That is, and I thought I heard it, and I did hear it, and then the phone videos started popping up on Twitter, the eyewitness reports on Twitter, and I know both of you have in the last few days been to the ballpark and have been able to feel some of this stuff. There's the introductions too, and the way people react to how every name is said. And there is a clear dissatisfaction, but that's above and beyond. Chanting "Fire Tony" in that park. Everybody can hear it, and he can hear it. They can all hear it. Matt Foster takes that long breath, too. Let it breathe a little bit, whether he meant to or not. And then I'm thinking, all right, I've been there as a reporter. I was on the field at Soldier Field when people were doing the same thing, chanting "Wannstedt sucks, Wannstedt sucks." And I knew that it was my responsibility after the game to say, "Dave, how did you feel hearing what the fans were chanting?" And he threw it right back. Hey, well, what were they saying? And I said, they were saying "Wannstedt sucks." And he said, well, they just want to win. Same kind of answer. But you got to ask about it. And it was Paul Sullivan of the Chicago Tribune that decided he was going to be the one to ask Tony La Russa about it.
When you say Sox fans, they were very upset. They're booing you, chanting. Do you understand?
Well, I hear it with one ear and I see with one eye. So I just know I appreciate they want us to win, and when we don't win, they're unhappy. I'm pleased that they are. We have the team with what we have to win, and we're losing games. There's no man in the clubhouse, including manager and coaches, are happy. So I like it when they care enough to be upset.
As a manager, you kind of anticipate that the scrutiny is going to come toward you when the team isn't?
Yeah, well, I said before, I learn you're accountable for everything, right? There's anything that's happening with this team that in the end, I'm not responsible for. So, and you figure that out, whatever, if you don't like the record, responsible that you don't like moves, whatever it is, never have dodged accountability. I won't start now.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer. That's how you handle it. It's part of the job, comes with it. He hears it with one ear, he sees it with one eye. Sort of like his occasional driving habits. After the game on NBC Sports Chicago, Ozzie Guillen responded to that response.
And that's a very smart answer. That's a very straight up answer. Mm-hmm. Yes, you care about it? Yes, because I'm the one in charge of the ball club. What I want to criticize fans to feel the way they feel. Believe me, I was there. And I know how that feel when the people, by the way, 2005 we won the World Series, 2006 we played good, 2007 they're like, get Ozzie out of here. I don't blame them. I don't blame them because they feel the same way I was feeling. Mm-hmm. I don't want to get fired, but I'm feeling like, wow, we're not playing good enough I deserve to be in this particular seat.
Yes.
And I don't blame the fans.
That stayed with you for a while when they would do that.
Believe me, that hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think people forgot that quick. When you see this, people forgot they love me and heard me like, I love you guys. And that quick, yeah, but that's part of the game. That's part of what the fans are about it. Fans want to have results. Mm-hmm. And right now, the results is not the one we like.
Solid. And that's real stuff from Ozzie about how it feels. You know what, though? He came back for this, man. Tony La Russa didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do it. He chose to do this. And if this is what he wants, it was a good question that was asked on Twitter about his legacy as a Hall of Famer baseball person and what this does to what you're top of mind when somebody brings up, from here on in, when somebody brings up Tony La Russa. What is the average baseball person as generations continue to die off? What's the memory of him really going to be? What's going to be first and foremost? Is it going to be Dave Stewart and Bob Welch and the Bash Brothers? Is it going to be the Cardinals? It's going to be this. Do you know what kind of reputation you have to survive this kind of turn, this kind of negative aspect to the end of a career? Is this what you want? Is this how you want to go out? You want to be... People still talk about Willie Mays falling all over the outfield. People talk about... I remember when my mom said she had to go see Frank Sinatra on his last tour. Just had to. And knew he couldn't really sing anymore, but she said he was forgetting the words. And he had the big teleprompter out there so you could remember the words to all these classic songs. And I always tell the story about being loaded into the car to go down to the Airy Crown Theater when I was a kid and told to dress up and put on a coat and tie because we were going to see My Fair Lady because Rex Harrison was back playing Henry Higgins. And I said, you will be able to say that you saw Henry Higgins on stage live. You could see Rex Harrison, as Henry Higgins on stage live. And I said, fine, I'll go and I'll put this stupid tie on and we'll go and we'll have a stupid play. And he was terrible. And he couldn't remember the words to the songs. And he literally was saying, line. And I'm like, really? Thanks for this. And my dad's sitting there with his head in his hands like, oh, God. But that's what you remember. That's what I remember. We'll bring up the great. Then most people only know Rex Harrison because that's the voice of Stewie on Family Guy that Seth MacFarlane's impersonating. That Seth MacFarlane is doing a Rex Harrison impersonation. That's Stewie on Family Guy. You probably didn't know that, but I knew that because that's a very famous stage accent. And all I remember is his inability to remember his lines. At some point, does a proud Hall of Famer baseball, first thing out of his mouth when the flashing lights are behind him, first thing, Hall of Famer baseball person, does his legacy mean nothing to him? Because he's still doing this. Like, what is this? Like, Jordan could survive it because Jordan was Jordan. And it was a little different, and it was still going out on just taking the warrior off on his own shield. It's different for a player. It's different when you show I can't do it anymore. I'm going to go out like this on one leg and screaming at everybody and pump fake at everybody. You'll have to drag me off the field. It's different than being out of the game for a decade and then not even know how to put your pants on the right way.
This feels almost closer to to me, it's an awful image because it's one of my favorite non-bull ever, the Patrick Ewing in a Magic jersey backing down Hakeem Olajuwon in a Raptors jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Because Hakeem, outside of Jordan, Hakeem's the one for me.
I can't say I would even remember that. What an image.
It is jarring. Yeah, if you look up Olajuwon Raptors, like it's the first or second image that'll pop up is Patrick Ewing with the ball in the post in an Orlando Magic jersey, backing down Hakeem in a Raptors jersey.
I wonder what La Russa's own legacy means to him and if he knows the damage that this is doing to it. The damage to how he's remembered as a baseball person, in his words. But I don't know we don't know what matters, and we guess about what matters, and we read the tea leaves about what matters wherever Jerry Reinsdorf may be. I want to play a couple of things here. Sunday Night Baseball, Buster Olney said essentially what I've been told and what I've been saying is that only one person matters in this.
Part of the reason why Tony La Russa is the manager now is because Jerry felt bad about firing him almost 40 years ago. So The front office might have a view, fans might have views, social media might have a view. Nobody's view matters other than Jerry Reinsdorf's.
Correct. So this morning, John Heyman, Odyssey MLB insider, was on with Mully and Haugh and gave his thoughts on why we're here and what the future may hold.
You know, he is the most loyal owner in sports, one of the most loyal business owners of any type we've ever seen. And on some level, you need to give him credit for that. But, you know, I do think at some point he's going to have to consider whether to change the manager. You know, obviously the team is underperforming like just about no other team. I mean, I would say the Phillies were right there with them, but they changed managers, as we know, and now the Phillies are on the right track. Notwithstanding yesterday's game, they're playing much, much better. The White Sox are playing horribly, and the strategies really are nonsensical at times. So I do think, and I think a lot of people think, as we heard from the crowd, it's really time to consider changing the manager. And we're not going to consider Jerry disloyal if he does it. We understand that he always thought that his greatest regret was firing La Russa, and I get that. Became a Hall of Fame manager, arguably the best manager over the last probably 40, 50 years. But at this point, this has not worked.
That's all of it right there. That's the truth, and that's the helplessness of it. And Rick, you were saying you were at the game yesterday, correct? And you were Saturday. That even before any of this happened, this is Saturday. The introductions Saturday gave us an indication of feelings.
Yeah, there were definitely audible boos at that point. It wasn't near as loud as it was in the 10th inning or anything like that, but when they're going down the lineup and manager Tony La Russa, then you're hearing boos. Anytime he go out to the mound, even if it was like a logical move and whatever, there's boos there. So, and it's not just an isolated person whose voice carries or anything like that. It is a group of people that are booing him every time he steps out of the dugout.
And this isn't blind faith either from White Sox fans. I was at the game on Thursday and I saw at the field the intentional walk, the leaving Dylan Cease, whatever, all of that. You know, typically White Sox fans react to what we react to. Is we see something, we put out an opinion, they react to opinions of those who have opinions, who have like a platform, right? And what I'm saying there is you hear Steve Stone, you hear Jason Benetti, you hear reactions from sports radio stations. And the White Sox fans, you know, some of them, it's easy to jump onto that. At the game, it is happening in real time. Sox fans aren't stupid. They know what they're watching, and especially at the ballpark. In my experience at that time, everybody in my section around me were reacting. Why is Dylan Cease still on the mound? I was alerted to the intentional walk. They said, did they just intentional walk Trey Turner with two strikes on him? So Sox fans are very, very aware of what's happening. This isn't blind hate.
When we come back, we need to get into some of the data on this pitching staff, what they're doing, what they're not doing. I was calling out Johnny Cueto for being an unsung hero. There's another one. There is another White Sox pitching unsung hero who is saving their ass, helping to keep them in games in all kinds of different roles this year. And I think you're going to be surprised when I give you the numbers on a pitcher who has pitched in 23 games so far, second only to Liam Hendricks. He's got an earned run average of 376 and a team best fielder independent pitching of 2.19. You'll be shocked to know who that is when we come back on The Score.
Hey Chicago fans, this is Ian Happ, and do I have some good news for you. Not only is baseball back, but Connect Roasters has new coffees, new packaging, and new roasts for you to find around the city. We're in Dom's Market, we're in all the Foxtrot locations, and we're bringing our new coffee to you. We're celebrating the start of baseball, we're celebrating...
If the White Sox are this bad at defense, you know what's not happening? They're not winning the World Series. They're just not. And I guess that's the question. Are we taking World Championship off the table now completely until further notice? Their Pythagorean record's like 12-16 right now. And yeah, things happen. Washington Nationals and all that. But do you see this thing tightening up and flipping around? And you can mark the tape on here and you can say, Burns, you're the same guy that said they weren't going to win the world. Go ahead. hope against hope that when that parade is going on, you can play this, because I'd love it. I'll be happy as hell. But right now, the way they're playing is not the way a champion plays. It's just not. You can't be how many times has the baseball's worst defensive team won a playoff series? They didn't do that last year. They told us they were going to get better. They told us they were going to get better, and they got worse. No, it's the weather. It's injuries. No, it's not. It's not. This is going great. Everybody's all pleased with everything. This is not okay. It's very much not okay. This is there are leaks in this White Sox thing right now. It can all turn around, and sometimes everything you want to say about darkest before the dawn and all that. But they pick up the ball. It's depressing based on our expectations.
You know, I'm watching this White Sox team, and I'm thinking that their stock was put so much into the lineup, and this is one of the worst offenses in the league. And we know the defense is already bad, and the pitching staff is short with injury and also underperformance. They committed heavily into the bullpen. All of these things are coming into play because when the offense isn't right, all of the other neglects are magnified. Mm-hmm. So then you add it on to the idea of, well, the manager in the dugout has to maximize your opportunity to win, and he's not doing that. And I just, he doesn't care about what he says to the media. This doesn't matter to him.
Right.
What matters to him is how the players play for him in the clubhouse, and he understands, because he's been in the league for, since before Rick and I were born, that this is a marathon and not a sprint. But what we're seeing on May 10th, and you asked the question, this is closer to a bad team than it is to a World Series contender right now. And that should not be the case.
They are 28th of 30 teams in on-base percentage. Their team OBP is 281. They are behind the Reds. They're behind the Reds in on-base percentage. White Sox fans deserve better than this. Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. maybe that's the conclusion. That we just don't. Go Bears.
The White Sox, something I love about the White Sox this year, they're going to compete against a better division. They're not going to compete like they did last year against Little League. All of a sudden, when they go to face a big league team, they don't know what to do. I think the competition are there. Detroit got better. Minnesota got better. The Guardians always, they give them a headache with the pitching staff they have. Even Kansas City Royals, they got good young talent. It's not going to be easy for the White Sox the way it was last year, but I think they should win the division very easy this year. We thinking too high, guys, too high. People think, you sign this guy, we win the World Series. It's not easy. It's not easy. It take a lot of positivity and a lot of good shots and good chance to compete and go to the World Series. I think in Chicago fans, they say take it one day at a time, see what we need, see what they have, and go from there. We win the championship before you even throw first pitch ceremony, and that does not work that way. Yeah, before we get a right field, we win. Oh no, come on.
All right.
And I think the baseball is a lot better now. A lot of young players with better talent, and you go to see some talent. I think Detroit Tigers, they will bring a lot of talent. If we bring Cueto up, something's wrong with the starting rotation. There's no question about it. Somebody, doing the job, or they worry about how they're throwing. And I like to see Cueto here, yes, but I don't want him too early, because that's not a good sound for the starting rotation on the White Sox.
opposition, you better at certain times outthink them, and that has not been the case with this team.
Go White Sox.
Yeah, they're dumb. They're dumb. They do dumb stuff. How many fly balls in the outfield are near collisions? How often does that have to happen? There's so many examples of so many of these self-imposed headwinds that they have. It's just you don't have to look far for things that continue to bother you about everything that goes on. So I mentioned before that there's another unsung hero. How about Ronaldo Lopez? How about this punching bag who's been here forever? Ronaldo Lopez has an ERA of 3.76 and fielder independent pitching of 2.19. He's already got a WAR of 0.7, which is the third best on the White Sox pitching staff. He is the third most valuable pitcher on the White Sox this year. Dylan Cease at 1.5, Michael Kopech at 1.3, Ronaldo Lopez at 0.7. More valuable than Liam Hendricks at 0.6. More valuable than Lucas Giolito at 0.4. Just think about that for a sec. When we're talking about injuries and everything else, what he's done, what Ronaldo Lopez has done in 23 appearances. He's not walking anybody. Ronaldo Lopez's walk rate is at 5.6%. You start looking at his numbers and Johnny Cueto, man, that's what's just so improbable. Of Cueto mattering this much. With his ERA of 3.53, fielder independent pitching of 3.87. In fact, you already had to get rid of Dallas Keuchel. Is he still in AAA, by the way? Still trying to work his way back? And everything he went through with Vince Velasquez and all these other guys. Your third most valuable pitcher is Ronaldo Lopez. Meanwhile, what's going on with Lucas Giolito's fastball? Can someone tell me why he's at 92, why he's at 93? Because the difference that you get there, and we saw that the Rangers realized it. The Rangers started to understand that you could sit change and cover 92. You didn't have to gear up and sell out for 96, 97. That's 92. You can slap a bat on that if you have to, while waiting to drive the change somewhere, and they did, and that was the difference. So first, let's hear from Giolito. Giolito was on with Cody Decker on Hit and Run yesterday, and this is specifically his take on what's going on with his fastball.
I'm definitely not getting behind my fastball the way I should. So it makes it a little bit harder to command, and it's not zipping out as well as it should be. So we'll probably have some drills and things for that. And then kind of on the pitching side, getting with Ethan, getting with the catchers, figuring out okay, am I getting into any certain patterns? I've definitely been using the slider a lot more. So, do we kind of stay on that? Do we, start to change up sequencing, locations, all of it?
I hope they're not already trying to change sequencing and locations based on whatever this fastball is, because now you're chasing. Because that's bad money after good, or good money after bad. Excuse me, I transposed that. I think the best thing you can do, fix the fastball. If there's no physical reason for that velocity drop, because this merits a bit more scrutiny, and thankfully Mike Rankin has already done some of that research.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I've always said Giolito's success starts with the location and the effectiveness of his fastball because it opens up the rest of his arsenal. We talk about the changeup being one of the best changeups in Major League Baseball. That's not there without the fastball, and that's really the story to me this season. Now, we talk about the actual tangible evidence as to why maybe the fastball is not having as much success as we've seen it across Giolito's career. Let's just look real quick, thanks to Baseball Savant, at spin rate, RPMs. The average Major League Baseball for a starter in the fastball range, total RPMs, is around 2,300. So that's the league average. And that's sort of skewed because you have relievers who just throw it off the charts. But in terms of a starting pitcher, right, that's right around where you want to see it. Giolito last season had an RPM spin rate on his fastball at 2,300, 2,345 to be exact. This season, 2154.
Wow.
So right there, there's a tell. But also, you talk about the effectiveness of his changeup. He's given up in total across, let's include the changeup on top of his fastball and his slider. He's given up double the amount of barrels that he did last season. Early sample size, but this is just based on percentages. He has gone up from 6.7% barrel to 12.5% barrel allowed. Wow. So that means just hitters are ready for it and they're seeing it better, and that's likely because the changeup isn't as deceptive as a result of the fastball that hasn't had as much effectiveness.
You're not going to be as far out in front if you don't feel that you have to get that bat started to catch the extra velocity. That's what it comes down to. That you can think change up first and then adjust backward to at least foul it off.
And simple numbers, Dan, real quick. 2011, or excuse me, 2011. Hey, Timmy LaRussa. 2021, the changeup was getting hit at a 218 clip. This year, the changeup is getting hit at a 271 clip. So that matters. I mean, that's just batting average, basic as it gets. And you talk about even as well, you want just the simplified numbers of things. His whip's at 1.4. Last season, his whip was 1.1. So he's walking more guys, and he's also getting hit harder.
Boy, those spin rate drops. 23.45 on the fastball to 21.54. 200. That is not insignificant.
Yeah, right. It's definitely notable. And it's also very well below league average on his fastball, a pitch that he developed, he worked on. I wonder how much, honestly, Dan, how much the sticky substance helped him.
I hate to say Josh Donaldson was right because it kills me to think that Josh Donaldson was right.
Think about it, because the timeline does make sense. We saw the ban. We saw the RPMs drop a little bit around that time frame last year. It hasn't necessarily gone up. Now, there are ways to fix it, but it is pretty telling. I think there is some legitimate reason here to at least figure out why Giolito's having the struggles he has this season.
I just hope that the home plate umpire made a point of checking that guy Barlow on the Rangers. Are they still doing the checks? Are you seeing it at the games?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, them coming off belt, hat, the whole thing.
Yeah, not quite the hand massage while staring into somebody's eyes, but
creepy. Because Barlow, is that his name? Is it Joe Barlow? Is that his? He kept, and my son pointed this out to me because I really didn't notice it, and he's like, "Dad, he's using." I said, "What do you mean he's using?" He said, "Look." I said, "Look at his hat. Look at where he's going to it every time, and the same dark spot." So we were debating, can you have a dark spot that develops on your hat on a warm day if you're just using rosin and dirt and you happen to take your hat off and put on just a natural habitual placement of a dirty rosin stained thumb or forefinger, is that okay? But when there is excess on there, if you keep touching it, is that viewed as giving yourself a place where you're putting something? I don't know where one starts and the other begins. I'm not sure how they decide that.
Yeah, with umpires, I think that's to their discretion. If it's egregious enough, they're going to call them out. But it's funny that you mentioned that, because pitchers have tendencies, and it's absolutely noticeable when, okay, they get the ball back, they'll lick their fingers, they'll wipe it off, then they'll touch the back of their hat. Mm-hmm. Maybe something's going on with the top of the back of their hat, just unknowingly, right? They're putting so much,
or something in their flow,
or they're doing it intentionally, but playing it off as if it's an accident.
Right. That was basically what Gaylord Perry did forever. Was he went through a series of ticks, a series of things to say, oh, well, he's not really doing it because he's just pretending he's doing it. No, he's really doing it. And he kind of did that to sort of throw you off, and it became part of the bit. Before we do the midway, one more cut from Lucas Giolito, who was really good because he and Cody Decker have a great relationship. They're friends from Santa Monica, from home. And this is... It's just about 80 seconds of Giolito talking about the situation this team is in. And just like I asked Ian Happ, and just like another well-spoken pro has to talk about how they stay focused amid all of this, this is what he said.
Honestly, it's just kind of putting the blinders on and separating. For me, like at the end of the day, we're going through a tough time, but baseball's not everything. I think a huge thing is being able to kind of, all right, had a rough day, go home, call my wife, kind of get away from it, reset, come back the next day. I think there's a lot of that is very necessary, because if you just think about it all the time and stress over, struggles, whether it be individual or team struggles, you're just going to work yourself into the ground, and not necessarily in a good way. Overanalyzing, overthinking, panicking, those kind of things that you need to avoid when you're not playing your best. So it's just being able to separate, and then when we come to the field, it's like a fresh day every day, and the goal is to win that day. And so that's all we can really control. I know that, like I said, I'm not going through the best stretch right now. A couple other guys on the team not going through the best stretch right now, but there's a lot of season left, and we just got to take it one day at a time here. Kind of put the blinders on and ignore the rest.
Good luck. I wish fans could do that. Players have the luxury of being able to do that, and we can't. We have to watch everything. For the Midday Midway, I've got positive medical news, because we need things to smile about. Also, a new product. We'll say thumbs up, thumbs down on a famous combination of two very, very well-known brands that have decided to co-brand and produce something pre-made for you together. That I think it's going to be a hit, and I think that the packaging looks fantastic. That's next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. I barely had time.
What did go wrong for the White Sox?
The biggest word that comes to my mind is preparation. Preparation and experience. We went up against a team that had been together, at least a lot of the key pieces on that team had been together for a long time and had a lot of postseason experience. Kind of top down in that organization, they do a really good job of turning a few things on going into the postseason. I felt that their scouting reports against us were really, really sound, and it became tough for us to kind of adjust on the fly and do what we needed to do. I mean, for me, I put a lot of blame on myself. I feel like, starting pitchers in general, if we had performed better, then that series could have gone much differently. But, that's just how the game goes sometimes. And there's definitely a lot to learn from it.
When you say preparation in general, do you just mean for individual players, or do you mean organizationally?
I'd say a little bit of both. Kind of knowing what you're going up against, and being ready to make the adjustments when necessary, especially when it comes to the little things that a lot of people don't see, like tipping pitches and stealing signs, that legal sign stealing. I'm not talking about anything nefarious, but all those kinds of little things that these organizations that are in the postseason year in, year out, that's what they're really good at. I think it's important that, we learn from that as players and as an organization as general, so that, next year I've obviously extremely high hopes for our club. I think that this offseason we've been making some nice moves so far. So, I expect to be right back there again, and we'll be much more prepared.
9, 10.
You guys gotta meet me halfway out there.
So real, you can almost feel it. The Midday Midway with Dan Bernstein on 670 The Score.
We've reached the midway on this Monday. We had a conversation with Ian Happ. Just started out by lamenting our lot in life as White Sox fans and how depressing this all is. We broke down not just the booing of Tony La Russa, the booing of the White Sox, the chanting for Tony La Russa to be fired, how he reacted, what Ozzie Guillen said about that. We got granular when it came to some pitching analysis with the spin on Lucas Giolito's slower fastball and the difference or lack thereof with the changeup that's making a negative difference for him. Also, don't sleep on what Johnny Cueto and Reynaldo Lopez have been forced to do for this team right here, and just how quickly they've been taken for granted, keeping your head above water with Lance Lynn coming back today. I also want to mention that over the weekend there were some deservedly negative headlines for NBC Sports Chicago editing out the controversial intentional walk from the replay of the game, and I passed along the information that I received when I've been told by people who know, some high-ranking sources involved, that it was not a local decision in any way, not local to either the White Sox or to NBC Sports locally. The decision was made to cut 4 hours and 13 minutes down to 3 hours, in part by taking that out by a production team that's based out of New Jersey. The optics are awful. It is completely understandable why we reacted the way we did, but there was not any sort of evil attempt at censorship or trying to alter history on the part of either NBC Sports Chicago or the White Sox themselves. Coca-Cola is teaming up with Jack Daniels, and we've got Jack and Coke in a can. The can looks awesome. It's a black can. At the top has got your white Jack Daniels Old No. 7 brand Tennessee whiskey, and underneath the red script Coca-Cola. It's only 5% alcohol per volume, so I mean, it's not exactly it's not my drink, first of all, generally. It was the old the Terry Boers Friday Who Needs To Tavern Tour special, Jack and Diet. Jack and Diet. And you'd know he'd have somebody out there driving him, and by the time we got to the 5th hour of the show, things would get fun on Fridays. It's all good. Now, I didn't realize this. This is the 4th new alcoholic drink in the Coke portfolio in less than 2 years, but the first actual pairing for Coca-Cola itself. Because Coca-Cola has partnered with Molson Coors, I didn't know this, on Topo Chico hard seltzer. I haven't had that.
There were some people at the game drinking those, I think.
I like saying Topo Chico because it allows me to do an Ed Sullivan impersonation, and no one understands why I'm doing the Ed Sullivan impersonation, and that's because of...
You're old.
And a famous, was it a monkey or a chimp? Topo Gigio. Or is it a mouse? It's a mouse, right?
Not sure.
I think Topo Gigio is a cartoon mouse. So I hear Topo Chico, and I have to say it like Ed Sullivan. Pretty sure, I think it was like a marionette mouse designed by some Italian puppeteer.
Boy,
I've never seen this before.
Topo Gigio from the Ed Sullivan Show? Nothing? Really? So first I give you the Stewie is Rex Harrison, and now
I straight didn't know. This I feel like I'm too young for.
To understand. Well, I never saw it. I just knew the reference. There was a restaurant here for years, Topo Gigio, right? But so I can't see Topo Chico without saying that. And Simply Spiked Lemonade is also Coca-Cola, and they work with Constellation Brands on Fresca mixed cocktails. But now you've got it. You want a can of Jack and Coke? When the cart comes by and you're out golfing, the beverage cart comes up, you don't have to mix it yourself. It's already there for you. Good news for those of us that drink plenty of coffee. And I always pledge, because I tell you when there's horrible news about things that we eat killing us. The newest study in the Annals of Internal Medicine analyzed coffee consumption habits of more than 170,000 people in the United Kingdom ages 37 to 73 and followed them for an average of 7 years. This is what you call a major broad-based longitudinal study. Those who drink between 1.5 to 3.5 cups of coffee per day were 16 to 21% less likely to die from anything. All cause cancer-related, cardiovascular disease-related mortality during the study period than non-coffee drinkers. And they adjusted for other aspects of lifestyle. And yes, this is correlation, but this becomes a pretty powerful correlation here. It can be decaffeinated coffee, or it can be regular coffee. And I just add this to the list. Reduction in the risk of Parkinson's, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, prostate cancer, melanoma, depression and suicide, cirrhosis of the liver, and liver cancer. And now, if you drink that much coffee, I'd say 3.5 cups is probably like 1.5 normal cups for those of us who drink. If a pot is 12 and I drink a third of a pot, okay, so that's a minimum of 4.
You're going to live forever.
Yeah? Well, no. Probably not. I don't want to. Unless I can come back and manage the White Sox when I'm 112. But this is great. This is good. You certain things you just know in your heart are good. Certain things and I don't know if the studies can explain it, but I know. Coffee, garlic, olive oil, a little bit of red wine. There are just certain things that you know are good.
I should have seen this coming because I tend to like things that are not healthy for me, and I don't like coffee.
It's also just how bad for you those energy drinks are.
Oh, you mean the ones that I throw down every morning?
I know. That's not, they don't have the compounds that coffee has. That gives you like all of the bad and none of the protective stuff. And apparently it doesn't matter what kind. If you're drinking the cheap coffee like I'm drinking, or if you're going to Foxtrot and drinking Ian Happ's wonderful Connect Roaster stuff. Like, I have a cup of good coffee now, and I do say stuff like, oh yeah, like that really does make a difference. And then I think, why don't I get better coffee? And then I look at the price differences, and I can't. Like this morning, for example, I didn't know because my kids don't tell me that we were out of our regular coffee, so I had to make a bunch of Keurigs. And I had like this good Colombian Keurig thing in the back of the pantry. It was so much better. And both kids are like, Dad, duh, it's better. Why don't you drink better coffee every day? It's a simple way for you to improve your life. And I've taken that under advisement. It happened the other week when we were driving Zoe either to or from, and of all places, I stopped at a Meijer gas station. It's like at the front of a Meijer store and like the big plaza thing somewhere in Ohio. And they had whatever their cold brew brand was. It was so good. And I'm sure they subcontracted from somebody else. But it was really good.
Pair that with a 7-Eleven donut in your set.
Yes, a 7-Eleven apple fritter.
Yeah, the Tellerico Martin stuff.
One of the best apple fritters around.
Yes.
Anyway, that is a hack. The quality of Chicago area 7-Eleven donuts is a hack. So if you see that apple fritter behind the little plexiglass in a 7-Eleven, get it. You will not be disappointed. So there's that too. And that is the Midday Midway. There's your good news for the day. And we'll continue to lament our lot in life as White Sox folks and hear from some more people involved in everything that's going on. I think just listening to some of what's said, of how it's said, we got to figure out what's going on with Kopech and just understand where we are in general. And Lance Lynn's starting tonight. Like, here we go. And they had ceased warming yesterday. I don't know how this...
I think LaRussa said that was just with the change in their schedule. That was just to have like a side.
Okay, because there was something that Kopech said after the game that surprised me a little bit, that merits a little investigation. And we need to see also the move that they're making. You think the fact that they called up Sebi Zavala to replace Grandal for now may actually be interpreted as a positive.
I think so.
Okay, we'll explain why that is next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Steve Stone, White Sox analyst.
With time, with Tony's explanation, does any of it make more sense?
I wasn't real happy with it. I wouldn't.
Did you have teammates that didn't appreciate your passion at the beginning of your career ever?
I wouldn't say that. I think a lot of it was, early on, I came up with, you had Chris Carpenters, the John Lackeys of the world that I played with that were a little older. So they were Bulldogs, they were Warriors. And I was doing the same thing in them, and I was a young kid with a bad attitude. And they always told me just to keep doing it, keep doing your thing, keep competing, and everything will take care of itself. So most of the time, teammates-wise and all that were on my side, let me be myself. It was maybe some other people that didn't like it so much because you got to earn that over time. Well, back then you did anyways. Now I guess you can come up and be whoever you want right away.
Does it bother you that the young guys don't have to put in their time to earn their stripes?
No, I mean, I enjoy guys coming up and being able to show their personality. Early on in my career when guys came up and couldn't be themselves, you saw them struggle. Guys being able to come up and do, show their personality, be who they are, and not have to worry about, other things really makes it easier for them to go out there and play. So we want to make sure they're ready to roll when they get here. They can be themselves and they can enjoy playing a game and doing everything they can to help the team win. So I think there's a fine line, obviously, but for the most part, come up and be yourself and have fun with it.
And I know you said you're too reserved to curse on the radio and that you respect the game and your opponents, but I got to just say, as a professional lip reader, slap bleep, calling someone a slap, that's a great insult that should happen more. You do a good job with that one. You keep it alive.
Yeah. Well, it was more along the lines of a trying to get a catcher's interference, I felt like. So you're starting to see those things more where guys are trying to initiate longer bat paths to when they get fooled and stuff like that to get away with stuff. So it's just another thing that the hitters do to get away with everything, and that's part of the game.
I find it ironic, Lance, that earlier in your career, some people used to say, oh, we don't think Lance Lynn is going to age well. Do you remember hearing that? We don't think your stuff is going to age well. I watch you now, and I'm like, I feel like this dude could do this until he's like 47 if he wanted to. Like, do you feel the effects of age? And similarly, do you feel the effects like in the seventh inning or when you get to 95 pitches, you get over a hundo? Your stuff does not seem to change, Lance.
I find that as the game goes on, I actually feel better, and I've always been like that. So it's just another way for people just to keep big people down, and I won't allow it. So I'm just going to keep doing my thing and proving everybody wrong, and they can they can shove it where the sun doesn't shine.
AM to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And he hits it high in the air to left. Culberson back on the warning track, and he'll make the grab. Robert toward third will just get in. He's out. No. Did he come off the bag?
I don't know, but his run is useless. I think he popped off the bag, and that is really a bad base running play. Literally, his run means nothing in this game unless you get another one on top of it. I think he might have popped off the bag. It's actually a very good throw to third.
Oh, yeah, he beat the throw.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Was that Len Casper's no, no, no under his breath on NBC Sports Chicago? Wow. That was real emotion right there. Play that. Just listen to his immediate awareness of how bad an out that is. It is.
And he hits it high in the air to left. Culberson back on the warning track, and he'll make the grab. Robert toward third will just get in. He's out. No.
Ooh, that's real there. That's that. Oh, give that. That is. Yeah. Oh, everybody.
You can hear the moment where his heart breaks in two.
Yep. I choose you, or you choose me. That was a. You can't do that. You can't. And he did, and he was off the bag, and the right call was made, and it's just over. And whatever attempt was another attempt to come back. Even in some of these games, they haven't given up. It just has the feel of, what does it do to a team? I wonder. Whether it's the Dodgers game at 11-9 or Saturday's game, was that 11-9 also? The multiple comeback attempts, when these comebacks fail, when you keep, it's torture to watch. It's torture. And then every time they'll go to the studio of Chuck Garfien and whoever is part of his merry band that day, and you just, some of the pauses and some of those feelings and how they try to pick up the pieces and sift through everything, at least I can turn it off and go away if I want, but there wasn't a whole lot to do. I mean, at that point of the day, and some of it was actually riveting in sort of a painful way. You can't quite turn away. But what a beautiful weekend it was. If you were able to get out a little bit and walk around, we did. I made the kids get out of the house. Beth's out of town. She's been out of town for like the last 9 days. She's been out of the country, so it's been sort of my house. I've been running a pretty damn good tight ship, and I'm proud of myself. Done the dishes and kept things clean. And our son has been studying for finals, and he had a big final on Friday and a big final today. And he was studying all day Saturday. And I went up and I took his earbuds out, and I went up to Zoe and I said, we have to go walk in the woods for an hour. What are you talking about? I said, you got to trust me. So we're going to go walk in the woods for an hour and just that, and we'll bring some snacks, and that's that, and that's it. And I'm making executive family decision. I said, you got to get off your ass and stop studying and reset your mind a little bit. We just got to get outside. It's too nice to not be outside. So we went up to North Park Nature Center, which is just a gem in the middle of the city. It's an absolute treasure in the middle of Chicago, off of, what is it, Pulaski and Ardmore? Yeah, I think that's right, Pulaski and Ardmore. And so we walk around for an hour. It was terrific. All sorts of stuff. And there's turtles and there's deer and there's all sorts of birds and plants and all that. Get back in the car and go home. You just had to reset the middle of your day. I got eaten alive by mosquitoes and didn't know it. Absolutely had no idea until the middle of the night last night. I didn't realize I was scratching my ankles in my sleep. And God, this is brutal. What is this? Oh yeah. I went walking around in the woods with no bug spray on. And then I wonder what happens. Sometimes I'm a complete idiot, but then I found that really good. There's like a hydrocortisone roll-on thing that's better than any of the like Solar Cane or whatever they calamine lotion. I found that's the best for mosquito bites, by the way. So anyway, there's another life hack for you. But that's neither here nor there. When it comes to ankles and knees, mine aren't important. Michael Kopech's is, and he said something. It was mostly good news. I was like, yeah, it hurt, and he was mad, but he's okay. Just tell me if there's something in this explanation from Kopech that raises an eyebrow.
Felt the twinge or pinch or pop or whatever you want to call it, and I don't know. I felt like I couldn't get on it again, but it sounds like it felt worse than it was. So I mean, we're gonna take it day by day, but it's looking like I can be back out there fairly soon. So I don't really know what the medical terms were. I know that there's some fluid back there right now, and we're gonna try to get that cleaned up. And like I said, take it day by day. I was frustrated. Like I said, I thought it was something worse than it is, but grateful for the news.
Some fluid back there now. Are we certain it's knee and not ankle? Fluid back where? Was there a follow-up?
That's in regards to his knee.
That is specifically knee?
Yes.
Why does he have fluid in his knee? That's not normal. That's not just regular soreness. If there's edema, if there is synovial fluid, if there is swelling, if there is something there, something's wrong. I would like to know why that's there in someone his age who has not had a specific injury there before. It's a basketball player. I get it. They get sort of little chronic moments of swelling all the time. And veteran players, Lance Lynn's a good example. Guy who's 35 years old, you're going to have issues, and sometimes your knee swells, and sometimes. But I would love to know why Michael Kopech is dealing with some swelling back there. I'm not sure I quite understand that. Do we have the latest on Grandal? Is there a prognosis? Is there a timetable? Other than they said he's probably going to miss some time.
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay. Well, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to know what the situation is there. So here comes our guy, Sebi Zavala, again. We'll always remember his 3-home run game. We'll always have that. That was fun. But the fact that it's the stopgap AAA guy, Mike Rankin, you believe is a good sign rather than an alternative that may have indicated something worse.
Yeah, a couple things here, because this is just fascinating the way the White Sox want to play it. They feel like they can maneuver the 40-man better with Zavala up than, say, Carlos Perez, who's next man up. Carlos Perez needs to be added to the 40-man roster, and once you do that, if you send him back down to Charlotte without any options, you'd have to DFA him. Okay. So the White Sox essentially don't want to keep him on the 40-man, in my opinion. Like at this point, you don't want to keep him on I should say the active roster at this point. He's Rule 5 eligible at the end of the season, so you have to add him to the 40-man eventually, but you don't want to do it now. So what they did was, I think, in my opinion, one, they believe in Sebi Zavala's professionalism behind the dish. He can handle a pitching staff that he has a little bit of familiarity with going back to last year, as well as the fact that if the White Sox want to send him back down, they'll have to DFA him, but he cleared waivers in the past. So that's something to keep in mind. So they feel safer with the possibility of potentially losing Sebi over Carlos Perez with this move. But also, it also tells me that it's not since it's not Carlos Perez, a guy who that you may want to see up and develop a little bit more at the big league level because he's ready for it. Like he's one of those guys when you call up, he's ready to be there. You don't want to necessarily keep flipping him back and forth. That tells me that because it's Zavala, the Grandal injury may be minor. Hopefully, it's just a few days until he's back again.
Okay, that's good to know, because when you mention that Zavala could be DFA'd or whether DFA'd or through, it wouldn't be waivers, right? It would actually be a DFA. And
it would have to be because he's out of options, and he was already eliminated off the 40-man anyway. So like his timetable is done at this point.
Did you see another little move that was made as part of this shuffle over the weekend? Did anybody notice this? That Yermin Mercedes was DFA'd? Is that a nothing? Is because he's probably not coming back, right?
He can accept the assignment to Charlotte if he wants it. If he clears waivers, he can go to Charlotte if he wants to. But again, you're off the 40-man, so then that's an even harder trek to reach the big leagues. He could elect free agency. He has that option. But in the White Sox timetable and their future, where does Yermin fit in at all? Jake Burger can hit. Yerman doesn't really catch, barely plays first base.
Yeah, they have enough DHs, right? You have enough people who would. I mean, you already have Eloy and left, and you got Vaughn playing. I mean, you have enough people where you're trying to squeeze somebody in. So, if this is the time to do it, is this the time when we celebrate one of the great monthly splits, perhaps in White Sox history? Is this when we do it? Because Yermin Mercedes helped keep them afloat. If we're doing the same thing right now for Johnny Cueto and Reynaldo Lopez and just saying, hey, thanks for everything, thanks for the unsung work that you're doing. This wasn't exactly unsung. And also, Yermin Mercedes will have the prominent role in the list of Tony La Russa White Sox second iteration gaffes. His whole apologizing to the other team for his own player hitting a home run. Yermin Mercedes was a defining moment for the second Tony La Russa White Sox era. Ooh, that was actually a Freudian slip. In 2021, in his March/April splits, Yermin Mercedes batted .415. His on-base percentage was .455. He slugged .659. That's an OPS of 1.113. A batting average of balls in play of .446. His weighted runs created plus 204. That means for that period, he was twice as good at offense as an average baseball player, and they needed every bit of it, if you remember. So let's pour one out for Yermin Mercedes. Also, hit some of the craziest batting practice home runs I've ever seen in spring training. Like you had to watch. You couldn't take your eyes off what that dude did and the sound that it made, and we were laughing watching some of those balls travel over the berm, hitting the concession building in left field on the fly above the seating area there, and just watching what he was doing. So if that's it for Yermin, it just shows you how fast, how fleeting some of this stuff is, how fast some of these things go.
And what do two of the three guys that you brought up that have had those types of runs in Mercedes, Cueto, and Lopez have in common? Fats.
Lopez isn't a fat.
Not Lopez. I said two of the three.
Oh, two of the three. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's true. And maybe the same will be said for Berger when all is said and done. We'll be able to add him to the list. Maybe the what would be a
fat is potential in disguise.
I was going to say, instead of flash in the pan, is it fat in the pan or grease?
Sounds about right.
Something that there would be something there. And you can add one to the list. How fat was Ron Hassey when he had his crazy White Sox month? You remember that? No? Any White Sox old heads out there that remember the great Ron Hassey White Sox half a year or 2 months? It was wild.
Oh, that's why. I was born the year that happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was born in 86.
Actually, it was kind of his whole... Yeah, 80. That was part of the 86 team. We talked about that with Jeff Pearlman and some of those guys when we were doing 1986 White Sox stories. That's again part of the craziest year I remember. 86 was awesome, even though the team was terrible, but it was fun. Ron Hassey, in 49 games at age 33, batted .353, .437 on base, .500 slugging. Had an OPS plus, but the same thing as WRC plus of 151. They couldn't get him out. He was never out. He was only out like 56% of the time based on these numbers. And then they traded him, or he got hurt. I don't remember what happened. I just remember that he then stopped being good, and the next year he played in the same number of games. He batted .214, on base .303, and slugged .338. So he went from amazing to bad, because that is what baseball tends to do to you. And this hope, we're still holding on hope that with 104 games left, everything automatically gets better because we think it's supposed to. The numbers don't say so. I gave you the projections earlier that even if things are scheduled to get better just because they should, in the words of Mike Ditka, they're not going to get a whole hell of a lot better. the projected remainder of the season, based on their performance so far, this is even presuming regression and improvement that the numbers suggest. This isn't a person doing this. These are the Fangraphs algorithms that look at this and process the information to career numbers and look at where the regression can come from and say the White Sox should be better. Better, yeah, they're going to be better. They're going to be better in the last 104 games. But they may only win 54 of them, and that only gets you to 81. And 81 is just not enough. It's not. Baseball Prospectus did the same thing with Pacoda and their Monte Carlos and all that, where they run constant sims of the season and take the averages. And they have the White Sox about 82.5 wins. That's not enough. And that's with significant improvement in all these areas in which they can improve significantly. And if their health remains, and or if deadline moves are made somehow. I don't think these numbers necessarily factor that in, but I'm just not sure now if they ever did. They don't have anything to send to anybody for these deadline moves of any consequence.
Is that bad?
Well, last year, it is bad to have a bad farm system. That's the comp with people are talking about the Braves and saying, well, you got to look at the Braves last year. Look at the Braves. Look at the run they went on. Look at the overall organizational strength differences of those teams. Look at how solid the Braves were well down past their major league roster. The Sox don't have that. The Sox are thin.
The White Sox have so little value at this point that if they decide to trade the value that they do have, and they ultimately have their window closed quicker than anticipated, then this organization is in trouble for the long haul. Because right now their value is in single A, the young players. So if you're giving up on them now to win now, you better be ready to win now.
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Honestly, that's part of the magic of the Dodgers is, yeah, they're willing to spend all the money, but they always have stuff to trade for the people that get paid all the money. And I understand that's more money and obviously bringing in the right people to do that. But the totals are big, but they're also spending the money in the right places as well to find the value to counterbalance it.
And I don't know if this plays into maybe some influence at the trade deadline, but the draft is later this year. So the MLB draft is taking place on July 17th and the trade deadline comes about a week and a half later. So just keep that in mind just in terms of how the organizations are maybe figuring out strategies and valuing young players.
Yeah, I just hope the deadline is better than last year because that didn't work. That second baseman was a dog with fleas, and Kimbrel was Kimbrel, and apparently he's back to being Kimbrel. I haven't looked at the numbers lately, but I think that there has been a major drop-off from perhaps a better than expected performance early on. When we come back, I spent a lot of time watching golf, especially yesterday, because that leaderboard in that last group, as we were talking about with Ian Happ, was just amazing. Really, really good. And it just an outstanding atmosphere at the RBC Canadian to see what they were doing in not necessarily in response to what's happening with Live Golf, but the context was inescapable. The juxtaposition of everything was absolutely inescapable. And then leave it to Rory McIlroy to bring it home at the end, throwing direct shade at the face of the Bonesaw Tour as he was accepting his own trophy from the PGA Tour. I want to talk about that in passing next on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
A swing, a high fly ball, left center field. He's going to join the 500 club. Totally hit his 500.
Whether you're a day one listener or a brand new listener on the Odyssey app, a big thanks to all of you. From all of us, Chicago Sports Radio.
It's like bringing the baseball police here. And the idea that the White Sox fans that are a passionate bunch, we want the team to be good. This idea of, well, my team's on the floor. Like, that's basically what he told us about right field. So the goal wasn't to get better this offseason, when the front office actually did try to make your team better by giving you both Liam Hendricks and Craig Kimbrel. And then at the end of it, when you, the Hall of Fame manager, couldn't figure out how to make it work, then you were like, well, he's better suited as being a ninth inning guy. Guess who had some say over that?
Yeah,
Guess
for sure.
who could have actually done something about that? You, Mr. Hall of Fame baseball manager.
Right now, White Sox fans feel pretty damn insulted when they see moves happen like this joke of a move today, which feels like it just feels so familiar to so many scrap heap crabs this weak-ass pro scouting department has done in recent off seasons. And
Let's go get the guy with the first-round pedigree, and maybe we can squeeze something out of him.
Hey, here's a 25-year-old post-hype sleeper who his original team doesn't even want anymore. That's great. Let's go give that guy a shot. Maybe we can get something out of him. How are you going to do that? With your coaching advancements and your high-end technique that clearly gets the most out of everybody? No, you don't have any of that in place. You're just wishing and a hoping. Joe Girardi said he's a great change of scenery candidate, and that's the only thing the White Sox will bring to it. Here you go. Here's a new place. Try the same exact crap you've been trying, and let's see if it works better here. It's so weak and adds to a really ugly offseason. Again.
All I'm saying is that if the goal was to win a World Series, if you were willing to take the slings and arrows of hiring Tony La Russa after the ridiculousness with the DUI and put up with all of that nonsense, why wouldn't you go for it? You're right there. Why not make your team as bulletproof as possible?
Even if it's quote unquote successful and you move the two runners over and you give away the out, it also lowers your likelihood of winning the game. If you don't make any outs, you score an infinite number of runs. Outs are the currency of the game. The other team is just trying to get you to get to 27 of them. You don't help them do it. Unless it is a rare, unique National League pitcher batting circumstance. And the fact that Tony La Russa doesn't get that, and then still after the fact doesn't understand that, is terrifying. I always start to wonder, why doesn't Rick Hahn say what he's thinking, or why don't others say what everybody knows? I can say it. It doesn't make a damn difference when I say it. I can sit here and just, and point out the math and point out how a team shouldn't do this and how wrong it is. It doesn't matter, because Jerry Reinsdorf doesn't care, and Tony La Russa doesn't care. And Tony La Russa is going to manage the team like however he thought he was supposed to manage teams in the 1980s and 90s, and this is just how you do it. And if the seventh inning is when you bring in your defensive replacements because somebody told you to do that, he's going to do that. He's not listening to anybody. He didn't care. And the memes of him with the sideways hat, I found them funny to start the day, and at the end of the day, they made me angry. They weren't funny anymore. And you hear what people with the team are saying, what, why? It keeps getting back to how avoidable this was. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do it. Jerry didn't have to do it. And all someone has to do is sit Jerry down and say, Jerry, do you want to win? You want to win? Can somebody tell him that you can't do this? You want to win? Have you righted your wrong yet? Have you righted your grand mistake of firing this guy and letting Hawk Harrelson fire this guy? And at what point do you have to tell the owner of the team, show him this math?
Failed opportunities that would have most likely resulted in a win because of decision making. Two of them are against the Detroit Tigers and AJ Hinch.
Harper. It took him a while to remake and reshape his swing, and he started to groove it a little bit, going up against some real serious competition. There's JT, there's Finau, there's Justin Rose making a late charge and flirting with a 58. I can't imagine what that's got to feel like, is being there at 56. You've hit your drive on 18 for your 56th stroke of the day, and you're standing over the ball, and all you have to do is put it close for a reasonable shot to tie the all-time record for the lowest PGA Tour 18-hole score ever. And you either skull it. When they say catch a flyer, I don't know if it's like when I do it, it means that I blade it, and instead of hitting it on the face, I hit it with the bottom of the club, and it just takes off like a rocket, and you don't get any of the use of the club face for loft or spin or anything, and it just goes. That's half of my short irons. But for a pro, sometimes it could be a miss club. It's just whatever shot you're trying to hit, because they're so good. They can hit draws or fades or however they want, and sometimes it just comes off wrong, and he knew it, and he dropped the club, and then Rory was just coming on like gangbusters too, rolling in these crazy double breaker birdie putts, and to hear him throw some shade towards Greg Norman, saying that he knows that was his 21st career PGA win, and I think his phrase with Amanda Balionis was one more than somebody. Well, it's one more than Greg Norman. And he knows it, and he knew it, and he wanted to make sure that was known. But to see those guys and to watch JT fall off a little bit, I thought Rory was going to give it away. Frankly, I thought that missing consecutive 2-foot putts, and the way the broadcasters were talking about that second one made it feel a little shakier. They kind of were saying, "Is there anything in this?" And I think Dottie said, "No, it's pretty much straight. Just got to get it started down the hill." And then he never had it, and had the face of the flat stick turned a little bit. But I'll also say this too: I don't think I've ever seen someone swing a club easier and generate more force and distance than Tony Finau. Like guys like Rory looks like he's swinging hard, and a lot of these guys in the new effort where everything is about club head speed, and you've got to generate that. Finau looks like he's taking it's like an old man swing, and he's just got these levers. He's just built in a way that he's able to make contact with a golf ball because he's blessed with a body and an ability to generate that so easily and so naturally that it's blows my mind to see how easily he does it. But that was important, I thought. It shouldn't matter. One shouldn't have anything to do with the other. But as all of these D-bags are joining the Bonesaw Tour and taking a lot of this money, I can't even really talk about it on Twitter at this point, because the active, willful ignorance surrounding this and the desire, the lazy desire to paint everybody involved somehow in sports as some kind of hypocrite, so therefore these guys should do this, is just misunderstanding what's happening right now. This isn't the NBA playing games in China. This would be NBA players leaving the NBA to accept money playing for China or in the Chinese league that's owned not just by Chinese corporations, but directly by the government. It is not hard to know what's going on here, but it's apparently hard for people to want to find out what this is and what's going on and why it's so bad and why it's different and why somebody's, well, who are you to say that this is bad when these companies are in business with this, and this, and with a couple of clicks you can get from this website to that website, and this country's involved with this. This one's easy. This is super easy. This is a direct fund from the crown of Saudi Arabia. This is Salman's money. This is their money, and I would say they make no bones about it, but what they're doing is obvious. There's no shell company that they're using for this money. They're not pretending, they're not laundering it, having it pretend like it's coming from somewhere else. They're just saying, you will think better about us, and some will. I won't. I'm not in danger of that. And I think most educated, aware people are not necessarily going to think differently about them. But if you want to keep Bryson DeChambeau and Patrick Reed and Dustin Johnson and Kevin Na and whoever else, these names I don't remember, is it Pat Perez, I think, has added his name to the list. Fine. That's fine. I wish, I was hoping Jay Monahan would deliver a little bit more of a confident explanation as to what was going on and what the PGA stands for and what it means, and almost needing to explain why people should be apologizing for taking blood money. It just didn't. I don't think he met the moment, to put it nicely. Southside, this is Jim on the Score. Hey, Jim.
Hi, Dan. How you doing, man?
I'm good. What's up?
So I turned into the PGA just as the last segment there, where asked Moynihan the last question: where does the where does the PGA go from here in the future? And Moynihan looked down. He squirmed. You can see it was the worst part of he has no leadership, and he had all this time to do this, and he was caught off guard by the last segment there. He wouldn't look Jim in the eye either. He said, "What is the future of the PGA?" He squirmed and didn't have a leadership answer.
I agree. I thought his body language was bad, and I thought you got to be prepared for that and know what's coming, what's next. The future of golf is the PGA Tour. That everything was sort of half-assed and mealy-mouthed when you've got movie villains. This other tour is villainous. And what has gone on with Greg Norman and just the amount of lying and thuggery.
Rory successfully defends a title on the PGA Tour for the first time, wins on the PGA Tour for the 21st time, and moves into a tie for 31st on the all-time PGA Tour wins list. Rory, if we could just get an opening comment on the victory and what it means to you.
On one more than Norman.
See, there he said it right away. On the CBS broadcast, he said, "I've got one more than somebody," and he kind of smiled to himself. But I think he gained a little bit of confidence in the intervening time before that next opportunity to speak. How about it? Good for him. Good for him. And I hope this heralds things for him to come where he can get a resurgence here. I mean, already 21 is already Golf Hall of Fame, and the guy's won with 3 of the 4 majors at this point. But go get him. And I know there were a lot of people really happy for Tony Finau too, finishing second the way he did, running in a crazy putt on 18, just because the number of people who like him as well and know how hard he's worked. But I don't think the Live Tour, so ironically named, is going anywhere, because that money's there and that money's real, and there's no cut, and there's these silly pretend teams, and if you can finish last in the tournament and make $150,000. But so much of the ability to rest easy for so many comes from the sponsorship dollars that you know are there for your hat and your shirt and your bag and your clubs and everything else that you have. And sponsors aren't going to start paying big money without TV advertising, because that's where they get it. They get people to know you're using Srixon clubs or a Titleist ball because of what is seen on television. And I will think at some point, if they want to buy network time, I'm sure a network will say, okay. I'm sure they will. But that is an expensive proposition if the Saudi government is going to be paying for the full infrastructure of setting up some of these broadcasts on perhaps a fledgling network that doesn't have all that already set for them. When we come back, I want you to hear something. If you missed it over the weekend, back in the day, you would have these mashups of monster movies. It would be like Abbott and Costello meet Count Dracula, or you'd even get it in Sunday morning cartoons when they would mash up something like Scooby-Doo meets the Harlem Globetrotters and Frankenstein's monster. We had one of those. Pat Hughes meets Shaq. Next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by... And I realized what is special about somebody like Pat Foley. And what's something that I don't think we spend enough time really appreciating in a market like this, in a place like this. And for somebody who for all my life, I've consumed a lot of sports media and a lot of play-by-play. And it's a lot of important voices in my youth, and Pat Foley is certainly one of them. It's the Chicago-ness of him. And increasingly, even as I mentioned, we're in a golden age of broadcast voices here. And how many people are going to grow up with Jason Benetti and Adam Amin and some of these other people who are from here. But it's one thing to be from here. It's another thing to sound like you're of a place. And Pat Foley, in a lot of ways, there's a lot of Harry Carey in his call, in his voice, in the timbre of his voice, in the way his voice works in gears. And it's why he does a great Harry Carey impersonation naturally, because there's you can hear that. I hear Harry Carey in Pat Foley, and that's meaningful. That connection is meaningful. Pat Foley is kind of a play-by-play guy to sound of his city. I think there's some significance there, and kind of a self-made guy who just kept sending tapes until he got his job. And always, I thought, had the ability to do other sports as well, and has been a fan of other sports. He will obviously be associated with some big moments. And also, too, that a lot of those big moments weren't his as much as they belonged to Doc Emmerich. And Eddie Olczyk was still there, and Eddie Olczyk was still that connection to it. But a lot of those were Doc Emmerich's national calls and some of this. But for those of us who grew up with the Blackhawks when the games weren't on TV, we just had the radio. And we put it on in the basement on the linoleum floor with a floor hockey goal and those red plastic sticks and the orange plastic puck or the Milek ball. And we would listen to games, and we'd shoot we'd play 1-on-1 or we'd play 2-on-2 and listen to the Hawks game. That's what we did. And that was always Pat Foley's voice there. So he was the part of some pretty special things. And that's an iconic, significant Chicago professional sports voice. And the extent to which our broadcasts, our teams, our experiences can sound a bit like the city, I think is something to be celebrated and certainly well remembered. when baseball games get out of hand, broadcasters just find themselves talking about stuff. And it's rare that one Pat Hughes, the consummate veteran radio professional, is allowed to, you can actually hear pitches go by as he talks. You know a game is completely out of hand when Pat Hughes decides it isn't exactly worth describing what is happening with each individual pitch, and certain storytelling becomes a bit more important, as it did here.
But I was at our hotel today, and I was in the fitness center and just getting a routine little run on the treadmill, and after I was done, I was putting some sanitizer on my hand, and I saw this huge person come up behind me and say, "I'm jealous of you," in a friendly way. And I looked up, and it was none other than Shaquille O'Neal.
Was it like an eclipse of the place?
He was enormous. The first thought I had, I recognized him immediately.
I don't know how.
Yeah, but I thought, thank goodness I never had to guard you. And then I thought, some guy had the assignment of trying to block him off the boards for rebounds.
Yeah.
Have fun with that. Here's a pitch outside for a ball to Nico Horner, but he couldn't have been nicer. He said, I saw you on the treadmill. He said, you're looking good. And, and I said, well, I'm just trying to do something. And he said, I can't do that anymore. I can't run. And I said, well, it's all those years in the NBA. And we had just a talk for a couple of minutes, but he was very friendly and very nice. And we talked briefly about Steph Curry because I've watched just enough of the shows with Shaq and Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson. I've watched some of those, the NBA.
That is a great show.
Oh, they're all very knowledgeable, and they all bring something new and different to the table. But we talked about Steph Curry because I've heard Shaq. I know Shaq absolutely loves Steph Curry, and so I just talked to him about Steph for a minute or two and let him go. I didn't want to be a pest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was great to meet him. Very nice man.
I have met Shaq a couple times, but once in particular. And that is the biggest human being on the planet.
I felt like I needed a lever for my neck. You look up and you just have to keep looking up higher.
He's just huge. But very, very nice guy.
That's great. I've met Shaq as well. Interviewed him when he was a freshman at LSU when they came down to Duke. Play at Cameron Indoor Stadium, and everybody was worried. And I remember I voiced this on a show before the game on TV where I said, look at the rims here at Cameron and realize these are not, at the time, they were one of the last arenas in anywhere playing major level basketball that were not snapback rims. The rims at Cameron, when Shaq was there, were still bolted into the plexiglass. And I made the call where I said, if it's ever going to happen, it's going to happen in this game. At some point, he's going to blow one of these out. And they did have a couple standing by. They did have a couple for practices that they would use that would screw into the floor there. So, because these still came down from the ceiling. I think Duke still do come down from the ceiling. I don't think they've changed that. They're in big, old-fashioned, like derricks that swing down. And I thought for sure that was going to be the end of at least one of those rims when he arrived. And he talked so quietly. You'd hold your microphone up there, and you still, like, you had to, even when we replayed the audio on cable TV, we had to turn everything up just to make it audible because he spoke so quietly. How about that would be another live ringers. How about people you have worked out alongside in a hotel exercise facility? That's a pretty good little Friday fun right there, because of all the years traveling with the Bears and then traveling with the Bulls and stuff, there's always somebody in there. I'll tell you, I think we've told this story before. Dr. Jack Ramsey, he was, how old was he? In his mid to late 80s, was an absolute dervish on the Stairmaster. And it wasn't the Stairmaster, it was the other one, the one with like the interval training one, the Life Step one.
The elliptical?
No, it wasn't Stairmaster brand. It was the one that I liked. It had the bigger paddles, and they had like a basic interval training thing. I forgot the name of the brand. And I was on it, and he was on the one next to you. Like, what the hell, man? Like, this guy was like 60 years older than I am, and it was insane. I'm trying to think who else. Hub Arkish would be on that list. You know, you'd always see him working out. Other comment about Ron Rivera,
Antoine
Fantsdomino, and then my friend still has the best one though. I think what was it, the Peninsula in New York, when there was only the two of them in there, and it was my friend and Jennifer Aniston were the only people in the gym. Said she was very nice. But yeah, Shaq he's a lot larger than he used to be. The whole freshman at LSU Shaq, I would venture to guess another 150 pounds probably. Minimum. Probably if you spread out 150 pounds on that frame, that would be my guess. That's probably that much. It's probably like another. I'm probably 170 something now, but like basically another me on that body would be current Shaq.
As someone who is an expert at putting on more weight, that feels about right. Because like if I'm trying to like, okay, if I'm 6 foot and I'm like at least like frame wise, I've got like broader shoulders, so I've got more ability to put on weight. Yeah, that sounds about right.
About right? Like 150 about right on where he is from freshman year, from freshman year of college and now. I think that feels right to me.
I'll say this about the clip, though. 2.5 minutes. I couldn't tell you the count. Couldn't tell you the situation.
Don't want to.
Saturday night, that was a rough watch. 8-0, 6 solo home runs allowed, 5 hits for the Cubs.
I was watching on the app, and then when I noticed that Ian had an opportunity for the cycle, I'm thinking, all right, well, this could be a little, whipped cream on crap kind of thing. But, you only get a number of those chances in your career. Once you get that triple in there is when you start thinking about it. That's when it starts to get real on you a little bit. I saw Mark Grody here. Does that mean he's next? I think it does. He's coming up on the Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
You got some representation going on in NFL ownership. The NFL should be celebrating this because it's one thing to bring in someone who has the cash to own a team, but you put Mully Hobson's resume up against anyone on the planet.
So here's something that happened earlier is that I was doing that interview, Groats.
Yeah, thanks for including me, too.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grody out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grody couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out. Made sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh no!
So I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Tannehill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his
All
choice. Your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew.
Thanks to being a part of this today. Digesting quite a weekend. It's a hell of a place that Chicago sports find themselves right now. There's one team that was supposed to be good that's bad, one team that's supposed to be bad that's bad, a football team that we want to be good that's bad, and a basketball team that's good but has no real way to be great, and a hockey team that is impossible to root for because they aided and abetted a sexual predator. Other than that, everything's going awesome.
I got a 3-day Bears minicamp that I'm focused on right now.
Yeah,
Dan.
you should be.
Why did you just ruin it? I was looking forward to it. I was talking to Campy in the hallway about it.
Yeah.
Got 3 days of continuing to attempt to crack the early codes of Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles and Luke Getzey and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Don't ruin it for me, Dan. This is all I have.
Yeah, it could still be a fulfilling experience for you to cover it. I'm just saying, they're not going to be any good.
Yeah, but they're interesting. Like,
I agree.
Like if we are talking about the Bears, and I didn't necessarily intend to talk about the Bears, but here we are. The Bears are very interesting. They are fascinating just because of what we have no idea of. It's not a great reason to be fascinating because most of it is just kind of, if you're a Bears fan, I picture Bears fans just kind of sitting back with their arms folded, one arm out, the foot kind of tapping like, okay, what do you got for us this time? Like, we've been hurt before. We've had new regimes before. The hope of Phil Emery.
But we're doing it again.
It doesn't
mean we're not doing it again.
I know. Well,
this is the new regime doing its thing.
That's why I'm indicating the skepticism with the pose that I just tried to put in everybody's imaginations.
Those other regimes,
yes,
didn't have the hits principle.
They did not. They had other principles.
Not quite like this one.
No, that's true, but I don't know. I would have to say that Mark Trestman seemed to, although he never used an acronym that I know of, he had weird ways about him in terms of
toolbox of concepts.
And he wanted certain people next to certain people in
Growing the man.
locker room. The man needed to be grown, and he just thought that he was going to be like they were going to just follow his cerebrum.
We're going to have a team that's selfish and undisciplined.
Yes, you will.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember if that was part of his regime. No, that was actually part of the Matt Nagy regime, the one where they were undisciplined and Javon Wims was allowed to act a fool whenever he felt like it.
And Anthony Miller. And that leads us to why Matt Eberflus got the job, because he's going to instill a sense of discipline with his deployment of the magical hits principle.
Yes, and there has been chaos within. There has been a problem with the hits principle. It has been compromised with what happened last week.
I don't think so. I think they've doubled down on it. I think they're thumbing their nose at the league that can't contain them because of it.
But they've had to use their first argument. Because if you are really employing the hits principle, you have to anticipate that this could happen. So what they put, now that I'm rethinking this, maybe Matt Eberflus was not prepared, not told to go out there and do what he just knew, because that's part of the hits principle playbook. You've got to have an emergency plan. That was just phase one. Now, if there's another problem, phase two ought to be interesting. You know, maybe that's all three coaches come out and answer for the hits principle.
Maybe you have to add something to it. Maybe there's something. There could be something you put at the beginning. There could be something there could be a way to reformulate the hits principle.
What would be at the beginning? What could plausibly be at the beginning of the hits principle?
Place, not that talent level. Right. Yeah, there's no question about it.
That? Of all the things, like, now I want to know what's in the mind of Mike
Can I give you, well, I get it. Can I give you two things I didn't get to that I wanted to get to today?
Oh, please.
And I know we're going to jump on it tomorrow. What they showed on Marquee on Friday with Chris Morrell fist bumping the umpire before the game? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
He went out there and he's like, "Hey, catcher. Hey, umpire."
Oh, man.
And he's just so happy.
Yeah, that's what he does.
And the umpire's like in between, like, do I fist bump a player before the hitter before the game starts? Like, this is weird.
Talk about compromising.
But he did, and apparently no one had ever tried to do that before. That's just his natural sort of ebullient nature.
He's got a smiley face emoji on his mitt. That's all you need to know. Seriously, did you know that?
But that really wasn't okay. This is
little
apparently a
sidebar.
true story.
Okay.
Joe Madden. You heard this?
No idea. All you said so far is true story Joe Madden. Doesn't sound familiar yet.
Apparently, Joe Madden got a mohawk.
Sick.
He got a mohawk.
Just recently, you're talking about. Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Shot and a chaser here.
Okay.
Joe Madden, he got a mohawk, ostensibly to either break the tension with his team, motivate his team, the long losing streak, to go in there and be like, look, this is how far I'm going to go to get us out of this. Unfortunately, before he could go into the clubhouse to show off his new wacky mohawk, he was fired.
Oh, that I had not heard, and that is god awful.
It's so cute.
But he goes in there. Do you think he's? Do you think he's showing? Well, there's two. Let's just say there's two gentlemen in suits that are participating in the human resources followed firing of Joe Madden. So that is Joe Madden then in there with whatever he's wearing to the ballpark and the mohawk with no hat on.
I don't know.
I mean, I love the optics of that.
Or if you have to deliver the news, I don't know if they have him come to the park, or I imagine the GM, is it Billy Appler now, whatever, goes to Madden's place and knocks on the door, and Ben's getting all ready. He's going to go in that day, and he's going to go in and see his guys. And he's look what he's done, and the door opens, and there he is.
Hey, who actually feels worse in that scenario or more uncomfortable? Is it Joe Madden?
Hey, Skip.
Because he did something that he for nothing, or the gentlemen at the door who are like, oh God, what did he do? Please don't tell me he did this for the sake of this team, because today we got to fire him.
Oh yeah, I wish you would have
felt worse.
Asked us beforehand.
This is really awkward.
I hate to do this, Joe, but
love you.
Right? It's
you know we think you're a great guy. You know that, right?
So you went and got a mohawk.
You know you're good.
To motivate the team.
You know you're a first ballot Hall of Famer, right, Joe? You know that, right? Like what you did with the Cubs and what you did here. We love you, and that's it. We're gonna have to let you go. And hey, thanks for the mohawk too. While we're at it,
nice mohawk.
What's the mohawk? Joe probably was. Oh man, I don't know. This is just something I was working on.
Just feeling it, you know.
Yeah. Joe is probably the most prepared though to make the best of the mohawk. You know what I mean? Like he in his life, he's actually the only manager I could think of that would actually do something like that.
Is it still okay to call it a mohawk, or is that culturally appropriate?
Ooh, I never even thought about that. I just learned about a neighborhood in Chicago that I can't call it anymore because it's culturally inappropriate.
Really?
Yeah. The Halstead area, not near.
Oh, Blanktown?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, not anymore.
Learned that yesterday.
Yep.
From a person who is gay. And I did not realize that. So hopefully you're connecting the dots.
Yes.
That you cannot, hey, don't say that anymore.
Yes,
that is inappropriate.
Yes, the tell would be that there are rainbow-colored phallic obelisks on the street, celebratory obelisks.
I think they had it at Halstead actually
in this part of town.
Yeah,
and we live right there, and there's all sorts of wonderful restaurants, but it's not what it used to be called.
Right,
that's not okay.
Pride Parade, I've been to that, so it is. Yes, that is what I have learned, and I didn't know.
So I guess Mohawk is okay.
Mohawk is okay,
as far as we know.
I hadn't even thought about it.
I lived on Mohawk here in Chicago at one point.
Did you really?
Yeah, Mohawk Street.
Where?
Great little area.
Where's that? Dan?
Old Town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's one town I've not lived in this city.
Wisconsin, Larrabee in there.
Okay. Yeah, that's one that I've lived in a lot of neighborhoods: Roscoe Village, Lincoln Park, Streeterville. But that is that is a blind, well, not really a blind spot because I've been there plenty of times.
It's a great apartment. Such a great apartment there. Yeah, I miss that area.
Old Town's great. Roscoe, do you ever live in Roscoe Village?
I kind of do now.
Oh yeah, you kind of do now.
Yeah, technically I'm in North Center.
Yeah, I remember that one time I ran into you.
Well, I thought you were casing the neighborhood. It's like, why is Grody in front of our house?
The call, yeah, I was near because I was near the WGN television studios. If you need the real answer, but I can imagine it did look odd. Why is Mark Brody walking around?
Well, that's why I always laugh when Tom Skilling is out on the weather patio.
Oh,
not the weather patio.
Do you call the kids? Kids, come here.
Don't get in the shot from the weather patio. Also meaning on the lawn in front of the studio. I love how they call it the weather patio.
That's great.
Well, what is it? It can also be the sports patio. But that's a different. That must be that's not 30 feet that way. The sports patio.
Yeah, that's wacky. That one.
Yep.
I love it. The patio motif of a newsroom that they go with.
We're
that.
out here on the weather patio.
Yeah. No, we're not action center. We're patios, yo. That's what we got going on up in this.
You have to be holding a frilly drink or something out there.
By the way, I so badly wanted to jump in on your conversation that you were having about Shaquille O'Neal as it pertains to Pat Hughes perfectly discussing Shaquille O'Neal yesterday on the radio. And you talked about your experiences with Shaquille O'Neal. I had a wonderful one-on-one experience with Shaquille O'Neal.
Really?
This is when...
Not actual one-on-one, like playing.
No,
good.
with the microphone.
That would have gone badly for you.
Yeah, so this is, I forget the year, but Shaquille O'Neal is probably about... He's getting older. He's getting 36.
Right.
Miami Heat. Okay, this is Miami Heat, Shaquille O'Neal. It's a shoot-around. And as you know, Dan, from covering the Bulls in this town, oftentimes you go to the shoot-around for the visiting team, too, because it's something of prominence. Or there's somebody you want to talk to. It's usually very good access, because you don't have as many reporters.
My absolute favorite time to cover the NBA playoffs was shoot-around.
Oh, it's so great. Oh, it's so laid back. Access is easier. You can procure your own guys a lot of the time.
There's Pat Riley. Want to go hang out with Pat Riley and talk basketball for a little bit?
I remember going to the shoot-around for Jordan when he was with the Wizards, and it was a spectacle. But even afterwards, Jordan wasn't hustled out. He just went over and sat on the bench on the other side and with just maybe a couple people around him. So, yeah, there is an access that reporters can get that is typically better. So I had that with Shaquille O'Neal, that he was just kind of wandering around, and I went up to him, and I must not have introduced myself to him, because right away he, like I say, hey, you got a minute to talk? And he looks at my badge, he goes, oh, hey, you Mark Grote? I go, no, actually it's Mark Grote. He goes, I don't think so. He goes, you're Mark Grote. I go, okay.
Okay, all right then.
I'm Mark Grote. So here's what.
It's okay, Shaquille.
Yeah. yeah.
Right.
So my plan going into the interview was to do something on, hey, Shaquille O'Neal, you're good, but you kind of lost a step. That was what I was going in
Enjoy.
with. Yeah, right. So this was my first, I might have warmed them up with an easier question, but then I said, hey, some people say you're starting to lose a step. You're not the same player you once were. And he looks at me and goes, I don't know, Mark Grote. He goes, you look like you lost a step too.
Good for him. Well, it's better than what Ryan Sandberg said to me when he came. Remember the Cubs comeback when he came out of retirement?
Oh yeah,
to play for the Cubs.
Of course.
And I was asking him about his range, and because we were just like sitting next to his locker, and I said something. I should bring this up to him again because he probably didn't remember it. But I said something. I said, do you have to make any adjustments now as far as anticipating where a ball is hit, since you've come back at your age, to make adjustments for your range? Like, are you saying my range isn't what it was?
Ooh.
And I said, I basically was like, yeah. It definitely isn't what it was in your prime.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Not sorry. Sorry. Yes.
Right. I'm like, I wasn't comparing like most recent Ryan Sandberg, probably similar to that, but I'm saying over time, everyone has to make these changes. And he ended up giving me a pretty decent answer, but I'm like, that's obviously what I'm saying. And
of course,
it's true.
Yeah, it happens. But that is there's two things that athletes, I think, have to deal with that they don't want to deal with. The proverbial losing of a step. It happens, but it's a crisis moment. It's like a midlife crisis for an athlete. It's like, okay, it's happened, just like you or I lose hair or turn gray or whatever the case. Yep, there it is. Now I've just got to make my adjustment. I don't want to hear about it. And then when they hear about it, they're like, it's a very sensitive topic. It's a player's midlife crisis. But luckily, Shaq was playful about it, and he eventually gave me the answers that I was looking for. Ryan Sandberg, though, he'll get you some Verilife, though. He'll hook you up.
Yeah, he's happy now,
Yeah,
right?
It's all good.
I love it.
It's so great. It's so great. There's like cutouts of him in places. He's got his suggestions. What brands,
He should have had that like going back in the day. Like how much he would just been a better talker.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that Ryan Sandberg's an interesting guy because he falls in the category of sort of who would have thought that he would be as public of a figure as he has turned into with what he has done with the Cubs, what he did with post games on the Score that I hosted with him, trying to be a little bit more part of Marquee because I didn't cover him, but I
hosted a sponsor like symposium that he did here in the Performance Center, the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Center, where he was answering questions and telling stories. I would never have thought he would do that.
Right, exactly. And so I think that sometimes there are guys that sort of regret how serious they were when they played and kind of want to leave a different impression with. I feel like some of that's right. And I know that his first goal was to be a manager, and he probably would have been happy if he was still managing to this date, whether it's for the Cubs, Phillies, or somebody else.
There's a life-size bobblehead of him at the Schaumburg Verilife.
Oh, really?
That's a little weird.
Does he have his picks for the day? What's your pick to click today?
It's a sativa hybrid.
Yeah, maybe a hybrid. Yeah, let's get a hybrid.
High level of CBD for some anti-inflammatory properties.
Yeah, it's a Monday too, so you want that little extra boost. So maybe a little flour mixed in there too. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Like the way you think there.
Yeah. See? Just trying to direct your day, Dan. That's all.
Oh, I got too much day left for that.
My God. The game yesterday. What are you laughing at? I'd rather follow that lead. What? Why are there giggles? Why do you have the giggles?
I don't know.
Do you need some Cheetos or something? What's going on, man?
Oh, I could always have just as long as they're crunchy and not puffs.
Yes. Oh yeah, crunchies. Yes.
Puffs are fascist.
Yeah. Well, I don't dislike the puffs, but I much prefer the crunch.
The puffs are all identical. That's weird. That's creepy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't think of it that way. I thought you just meant the actual flavor.
No, the flavor's the same.
Interesting.
It's all about texture.
Oh, so they're
identical.
Oh, I never knew that was an issue.
Sure
why is that a problem?
Because look at it. It's weird.
That is.
Cheetos should all look different. You should pull a weird one out of there. You never know, and there should be a randomness to them.
The cheese puffs are
all
extruded.
The same. It's like the difference between hand cut fries and extruded fries.
Interesting.
Okay. I mean, like the ones
I don't know that makes them less quality necessarily.
They're different. They're completely different product.
Yeah. No, they are. I agree with that. Like I'm ready for that conversation for sure. And I don't dislike the puffs. I just prefer the heavier. Like if somebody, that is not something I would probably ever buy in my life, but if they are presented, if they are somewhere, I would indulge in the puffs. I wouldn't be an elitist. Like apparently it looks like you are when it comes to cheese puffs.
No, Cheetos are individualistic. The actual bag a Cheetos bag is small because they're dense.
Yeah.
And it's the same price. If you look at the size of a Puffs bag, it's
massive.
like this big.
They don't have the small Puffs bag.
They can't.
Snack size.
They can't because of the weight. Like if you're going to give the same amount, it looks like a party size bag, but it's all air. So all it is, if you like eating air, get the Puffs.
Oh my God. So, I don't know. Well, the cheese high does it for me. I might be getting foiled in the end, but the powder, there's heavier powder on the Puffs. No?
I don't know.
You get messier from them.
Do you?
Is it because they're bigger maybe? That's
more
why.
Surface area?
Yeah. I mean, I think you get messier from the Puffs.
I don't know.
I always thought so. It's been a while I might have to experiment in a bag of Puffs.
I mean, that could be dinner, like a nice can of chili and a half a bag of Cheetos.
Wow.
A can of Wolf Brand chili.
Interesting.
Yeah. Wolf Brand with beans. That's the way to go.
Wow.
That's better than Hormel. It's better than any of the others. I discovered it because I bought it randomly, and it might have even been an accident. It's so good.
The Cheeto has become one of those like versatile items that we sort of discovered late in life, like the avocado, or what's the Brussels sprouts. Like everybody's got to soak something in Brussels sprouts now.
Wait, you discovered an avocado late in life?
Well, yeah, no, I didn't. I don't think I had an avocado ever in my life until probably I was like 35 or so.
Really?
Yeah, seriously. It was not something that showed up at the Grody household ever.
And
growing up.
it wasn't something you just decided you didn't like that you later figured out you liked?
No, the first time I had them, I realized that I liked them a lot. And it was like I said, probably, I'm just guessing. Like it feels recent.
Yeah, the thing with it, I didn't really have as a child that I wish we had more. I wish it were more ubiquitous at the time because I feel like years of my life missed out on it. Hummus.
Yeah, same. There's another one.
Hummus.
Absolutely. What a versatile food.
One of the great foods ever.
Yeah.
And I just didn't grow up with it. And then you get it like, well, where's this been?
Right.
You know?
Yes. Right.
And I will say this. I screwed up with eggplant. Because
there's another one.
My mom used to make this, what I now realize was really good fried eggplant. And something in the back of my head decided I didn't like it. And I should have liked it because it was probably objectively good, and I decided I didn't, and then it was something bad, and then later in life I realized it was good and I was wrong, and now I don't get any of that time back, and I don't get those opportunities back.
Yeah, there are definite food regrets that I think exist with all of us. But where did this start? What did this begin?
Avocado?
No, it was something else though.
Cheetos Puffs?
Oh yeah, your dinner. That's right. It was the versatility of the Cheeto, which has come into fashion. I feel like because Taco Bell's more the Dorito, aren't they?
Different.
Don't they riff on the Dorito over at Taco Bell? Yes.
Yeah, you'd think the Doritos Locos Tacos would have more.
No, not really though.
It really doesn't.
I've never had it. Never had it.
It's
Okay,
it's fine. I mean, it's fine, but it's still. I would prefer if I'm going to Taco Bell and going absolutely ham on it.
Yeah,
I'm just going to do my regular, just 10 hard shell tacos.
Oh yeah, amen.
That's
with
it.
Little sauce, little hot sauce.
It's just one line.
Amen. You're right. There is still
that's all I need.
I like trying stuff on their menu, but yeah, if I'm really going in, there is still nothing better than the basic of Taco Bell, and that's a taco.
Somewhere we're making Ryan Sandberg very hungry.
Oh yeah.
And the bobblehead. The bobblehead is nodding and drooling.
Hey man. Hey man, we're all hanging out at Sandy's house today, yo. We're doing it, man. All right.
What you got today?
So we will definitely be talking about the White Sox. We will do that with a regular visitor to the Laurence Holmes Show. That's James Fegan of The Athletic. I am not sure if we're talking to anybody in regards to the Cubs as of right now.
Okay.
Are we, Ray? I don't know. Is there anybody signed up yet?
Yeah, Megan Montemurro.
Oh,
she's awesome.
We've got Megan Montemurro of the Chicago Tribune to talk about the Chicago Cubs, and did you talk about a Bulls anniversary today, by the way, by any chance?
No.
There's a Bulls anniversary.
Oh, enjoy.
I'm going to talk about later, and I'll tell you what it is off the air, but I want to tease the audience. So that is all coming up. Dan Bernstein, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I am Mark Grody. I am in for Laurence Holmes today from noon to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Ray Diaz, you are the difference, so let's go.
Previously on the Laurence Holmes Show.
So I see the 3-run homer hit by Max Muncy, and I'm talking to Ryan Porth, and he said, oh, did you see what Tony La Russa just did before that Muncy home run? He just walked the guy with a 1-2 count, and I'm like, oh, boy.